Is being the home team, Teddy Bishop will spin the coin on the toss here. Teddy, it's all over to you. Match referee Mr. Proverbs honoring his duties. It is sale. Morning, Teddy. Talk to me. What's going to be happening?
We're going to have a bat first. I think the wicket looked pretty good. It looked pretty dry at all sets, so we're going to look to capitalize on that to give our bowlers the best chance of defending in total.
Tell me about your squad.
I think our preparation has been really good. I think 2 days of preparation. So I think everyone is in positive spirits. Everyone is ready for the game today. So all the best to our team.
Any changes from the 4-day team?
Yeah, there's a few changes. I think Micah comes in, Joel comes in, Nathan. 2 changes. Yeah, that's it.
You looking forward for this series?
Yeah, I think we've been lacking some white ball games, so hopefully all the boys can make good use of these games. Yeah.
All right. All the best, man, today.
Thanks.
Good morning, Skip. How are you? Good to see you. Talk to me. If you had won the toss, what you would have done?
We decided to bowl first, so it's good toss to lose.
Tell us about the series so far and now going into the one-day series.
Yeah, the 4-day games we did well. One is lost and one is won. So the series is starting. One day series is starting. So we try to do our best.
All right. So tell us about your squad. Any changes? I saw you had a freak injury just before the toss.
Yeah, one change before the match. So this series a new side. So we'll see.
All right. All the best, Skip.
Thank you very much.
So there we heard it. We're live from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The West Indies Academy will be batting first here. And so please make sure that you stay tuned to all of the West Indies YouTube channels and all of the other platforms to be able to just make sure that you follow this important series. West Indies Academy versus Sri Lanka Emerging 11. 360 TV will be live and in living color.
The toss by Vernon Springer on Cricket 360 via the West Indies YouTube channels. And we're getting set for play here as West Indies Academy won the toss and decided to bat in this 50-over contest. And I'll give you the West Indies team for today. Captain, of course, by Teddy Bishop, Akeem August, Nathan Edward, Jordan Johnson comes into the team, Rivaldo Clark, Carlin Bowen Tuckett, Joshua Bishop, McKenny Clark, Renico Smith, Jewel Andrew makes a return, and Micah McKenzie also drafted into the 11. And for Sri Lanka, as the first ball is bowled, Kim August is on strike to Trevine Matthew. A full pitch delivery stroke to backward point. So I say a very good morning to Vernon Springer.
Hey, morning to you, Terry. Exciting times here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Cloud cover, but for sure, young Joel Andrew and the non-strikers end playing in this game. They're important to see the start, Terry, from these two.
Yes, very important, as that one's turned backward of square for a single, so August gets off the mark, and the score is 1 for none, brings Jewel Andrew on strike. Was drafted back into the West Indies Academy team, Vernon, with West Indies head coach Darren Sammy wanting him to bat in the top 3.
We'll have a discussion on that, Terry.
Definitely. Trevine Matthew.
I think it's a perfect opportunity for him to get in some batting practice ahead of the CPL games. You know,
Stroked that nicely through the cover region for a couple. So he gets underway.
I was looking at the squad here, Terry, and very overjoyed to see Callum Bowen Tuckett, Nathan Edwards, Michael McKenzie, Joel Anjo. Now, these guys were part of the winning Leeward Islands under-19 team in 2023. And to see them playing together now in the West Indies Academy along with Michael Palmer is a real testament of, hard work from the respective coaches. Over number 1 comes to an end, Terry. 3 without loss.
Yes, nice over there by the off-break bowler Trevin Matthew. Joel Andrews on 2, Akeem August is on 1. And just to give you the playing 11 for Sri Lanka emerging players today: Dhananjaya Lakshan, captain; Siobhan Daniel, Nippon Dhananjaya, Sohan De Levira, Sohan Kasala, Ahan Wickramasinghe, Ravindo Fernando, Trevin Matthew, who just bowled the opening over, Malin Hasanka, the leg break bowler, Goruka Sankath, Chamindu Vijasinghe, and Dilam Sudhira, who bowled very well his left arm spin in the 4-day competition.
So
it'll be the captain himself taking up the attack.
Lakshan. And very good day there, good platform, good track. They're playing on track number 5 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And to be honest with you, Terry, at the toss, had a few cracks. They look very, very, very hard, so it's going to be pretty interesting. I think the West Indies Academy, the objective really is to maybe set a target and try and defend it. So that's good experience for them.
As Lakshan comes into August, plays it quietly, 2 point, and there's no run. Yes, and if they can bat in a similar vein like they did in
the last game,
it would be excellent for the West Indies Academy. First matches they barely batted 50 overs, but last week in the second match they only batted once, passed 300 for the 3rd time this season, and batted just under, a couple of balls under 100 overs as Lakshan into August. He plays that backward of point this time, and they take a comfortable single, so he moves on to 2. And that's 4 without loss in over number 2.
It's interesting also, Terry, because coming from the Coolidge Cricket Ground, you got the square boundaries which are almost bigger here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and as well as the Andrew Roberts end and the Kirtley Ambrose end where we're broadcasting from. So these are massive boundaries here, which means that both batters in the Andrew and Ogis will have to do a lot of running. They've got to turn 2 into 3s, and this is something that I really want to see happening as intensity, beginning to turn 2 into 3s, 1 into 2s, especially on this massive outfield here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Most definitely. There's plenty of gaps on this big ground. He's got 1 slip. He's just adjusting the 3rd man. There's Lakshan into Andrew, and he's clean bowled him. Beautiful delivery.
Played on the wrong line, Terry. He was caught on the crease there.
Come back into him.
He was neither forward nor back there, Joel Andrew. Let's look at the movement, Terry. Trigger movement was there.
Come back a long way. Swung.
It opened up there. He's got to defend. He's got to be a lot more tighter there.
Swung through the air and took his off pole. So Joel Andrew is gone for 2. West Indies Academy lose their first. They're 4 for 1 in over number 2.
Let me just get something here, Terry. Just look at this. Let me just look at where Joel Andrew's bat is coming down. You see, he's not coming down to the line of the ball because he's got to be looking to...
He's on the outside of the ball.
He's got to be looking to defend that ball. That's a ball where you just got to come across and look to defend, really, not to open up.
Yes, big gap there between bat and pad, but the ball did swing a long way there for Lakshan. So first strike for the Sri Lanka emerging players. None other than the captain himself, Dhananjaya Lakshan. West Indies Academy on the back foot early. As he come down for a nice swooping drive, never got anywhere near the ball, as you say. Vernon didn't pick up the right line on that occasion.
Just think that, Terry, it's just a matter of watching the ball right under your eyes.
Especially early in the innings.
It's a new ball, and you can't premeditate, and that's why, Terry, openers are made. You can't try to turn somebody into an opener. You just got to be working the technique. But that's good. Gives a chance for another player. Is this Rivaldo Clark?
Teddy Bishop himself.
On the money straight away. And he, even in the 240 games, Jerry, the last game that the West Indies Academy would have won, there was a different batting style approach. Both Mali and yourself spoke about it. He was very circumspect. He spent some time at the crease.
Spent some time, very mature now.
Yeah. So it shows that he's learning as a young batsman. Plus, he also has to take into consideration his responsibility as leader.
Faces Lakshan. It's driven up to mid-off. They'd go through for a quick single. He had to dive to get in. Direct hit would have made that interesting.
Yeah. It took a long time to get on his bike there. And I think direct hit, he might have been in trouble there, Teddy. He was hesitant. Yes, he came forward, but the energy, look at him. Let's see how close it was, Terry.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he would have been gone. Yeah, he got out the dive. They say a cat has 3 lives, so that's 1.
Time to perfection, he'll tell you. So Bishop off the mark, he's on 1, 5 for 1. Lakshan into the left-handed August and beats him with a beauty.
Ooh, that turned him right around.
Certainly did. He's got that ball shaped nicely. Good over there by the Sri Lanka emerging players captain. Picked up the wicket of Jule Andrew. And at the end of the over, West Indies Academy, after choosing the bat, are 5 for 1.
Yeah, lovely day here. And it is also very proud moment also for these young players to be able to get some white ball cricket under their belt. It's something that we've been talking about in the Caribbean. We want our younger players to get an exposure to play international cricket at an early age, so you could be able to make an assessment, not that you wait and you walk straight into a West Indies team.
Absolutely.
So academy tours and West Indies A-team tours are so important.
Matthew continues from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's had the 12 list A matches, the off-spinner. He's taken 18 wickets at 14.66, best bowling of 4 for 31. Bowling to West Indies Academy captain Teddy Bishop. Slip backward point, cover, extra cover. Long off on the boundary. Played into the mid-wicket area, no run.
What he's done now, Terry, is that he brought the long on into mid-on and set the mid-off up to long off. So they're certainly trying to entice. And if you recognize, they've got the traditional mid-wicket for Teddy.
Takes another quick single. That was a direct hit. Not out, says the umpire.
Yeah, I thought that was a little suicide, Terry.
Yeah,
they
once
made
again.
They made it in the end, but they've got to be very, very, very careful. That almost like just went straight to the fielder. And Bishop took off. I think Ogis also sort of reacted late, more or less hesitant. Made it in the end.
So both August and Bishop into strike. Backing back, punching it up to long on for a single.
Local cricket taking place in Antigua and Barbuda today. No boundaries yet, Terry.
No.
7 for 1.
Been good tight bowling by the Sri Lanka players.
And their options to start with spin from the Sir Andy Roberts end is pretty interesting.
Yes, most definitely. You see that in the shortest version of the game. A lot of teams open with spinners. Not so much in the 50 overs. But he's doing an excellent job so far, is Matthew, the off-spinner. It's played by Bishop into the mid-wicket area for a comfortable single.
And they would have also worked out in the 4-day series that the West Indian batters love the ball coming onto their bat. And so maybe earlier here on at the end of over number 3, it will be an indication to maybe just take pace off of the ball. So you keep them guessing. So you got seam from one end and spin from the other end, so that it's sort of guessing game. So they don't get off to a blinder. It's already 8 for 1. We don't have a boundary as yet. But it's a 50-over game, and you're talking about at least 300 balls. So West Indies already might have set their target 275, 280. So still well on track. Early days, but they've lost a very early wicket, one of their prime batsmen, Joel Andrew.
Yep. Lakshan to continue to Bishop. Came back in nicely, but nicely played to the cover region for a comfortable single. He moves on to 4, 9 for 1.
I love that shot, Terry.
Yes.
And I will tell you why I love that shot. Is that he didn't look square. He looked to punch the ball up in front of him, which is what you try to maybe focus on as an opening batsman and also as a number 3 batsman, especially with the new ball. Lakshan is getting the ball to that back, which means that you got to be as tight as possible.
Yeah, he waited for the movement, played it under his eyes. Pulled away by Akim August. Good shot, good authoritative shot through forward square leg for 4. There's your first boundary, Vernon.
Yeah, well, that's set up. He banged that one in, Terry, and it didn't even get past the waist of Ogis. And Ogis is somebody he's very quick to pounce on the short ball. Transfer of weight back, and he unleashed on that. He likes it into that area there. And the first boundary of the morning coming from Akim Ogis. Score goes up to 13 for 1. And let's see what the comeback delivery will be like from the Sri Lankan captain, number 17, Lakshan. He's now sort of looking to strengthen his slip cordon.
In now to August. Played quietly to Gully on the bounce, no run. August in good form in the 4-day competition. He scored 173 runs at 57, highest score of 82. He's had 21 List A matches for 414 runs at 23 with a highest score 81, 250s so far in his List A career. Lakshan in again to August. That one squares him up a little. More movement there, further pitched up by Lakshan.
I think he was trying to get fancy there. What is going to be important, Teddy Bishop is now coming down to him to say, listen, nice
Play
presentation straight. Could just stop that ball in the short mid-wicket area and just get a single. Don't get too fancy too early. Just get in line, just have a look. It's a long day. It's only over number 4.
Yeah, mid-wicket is open. Lakshan in again. That's driven in the air. Clear the field though. Rolling out towards the boundary, extra cover. Good fielding there, knocks it back. And they pick up 2. So 2 more to August. He moves on to 9. And the score is 15 for 1. I liked what head coach, though, of West Indies Academy said when he was speaking to us at the end of the 4-day match. Yes, Ramesh Subasinghe, he said yes, Sri Lanka are emerging a lot more experienced than the West Indies Academy boys, but they're not concentrating on them, they're concentrating on the things that they do well. There's Lakshan around the wicket, this time to the left-handed August, just plays that quietly in front of square for an easy single. So a good over there, 8 coming from it. West Indies Academy after choosing to bat, a 16 for 1 after 4 overs. August is on 10 and Teddy Bishop is on 4. Yes, you were saying that they're not paying as much attention to the opposition. They know that they're a lot more experienced, not only in the first class, but also in the 50 overs. And he's just concentrating on what the academy does best. It was certainly a very good 4-day competition with the 2 matches. Very good cricket played. As Matthew continues round the wicket to the left-hander, caught the bottom edge of the bat through to the keeper.
Just maybe advise Ogis to be just tighter. He's trying to go leg side of the ball. Just look to punch the ball. Just punch the ball down the ground.
And that one straight back over his head for 4. Followed by Matthew, pounced on by Auguste. Struck it firmly, struck it well. So that's his second boundary. Moves up to 14.
Good confident shot there. That's what you talk about. Looking down the V, hitting straight. You have that sort of power and authority. You don't need to try to, be getting yourself out.
Fancy, yeah. The score moves on to 20 for 1. Matthew will stay around the wicket to the left-handed Auguste. Quicker delivery, punched up to mid-off, and there's no run. He's taken the slip away in this over as Matthew. He's got a short third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, long on, deep mid-wicket. Square leg, backward square leg inside the circle and fine leg inside the circle.
They got to be thinking about 2 there. Ogis.
Even the one that went to the boundary before, near the boundary, there was 3 in that.
Yeah, he just turned his back. It's a matter of a rhythm, because you never know. That one run that you miss might have been a run that takes you to 50 or to take you
could be the
to
difference
win
at
the game.
end of the day. Yeah, exactly.
Got to put that intensity in the running.
Bishop's playing this nicely through the mid-wicket area. The man comes off the boundary, does the fielding. Another single to Teddy Bishop. Moves on to 5, 22 for 1.
Good to see Jordan Johnson back into this team as well, Terry.
Yeah,
I'd really like to see what his approach will be like today. Overcast conditions here at the Survey Stadium, but no threat of rain or anything yet. We know the Paramera. I think Barbuda has been pretty hot the last week, Terry.
Very hot, very dry, Vernon. As the over comes to an end, we've had 5 overs. West Indies Academy, after choosing to bat in his first 50-over contest, 23 for 1. Kim Auguste is on 16 and Teddy Bishop is on 5. Yes, it's been very dry, very hot. So the players will be enjoying these overcast conditions we have at the moment this morning.
Well, for the Sri Lankans, they won't mind this.
No, not at all. I feel at home.
Yeah, it's just what we want to see is really the intensity. I just want to see the intensity in the running. Want those guys to turn 1 into 2s, 2s into 3s. Yeah, a little bit more urgency.
Captain Lakshan to continue from this Curtly Ambrose end. Pull into a slip. And a deep gully that's hit in the air, back over the bowler's head. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Another good attacking shot there by Akeem Auguste. It was pitched up. That's the second time now, one off the off spinner and now off the medium pacer. He's gone back straight over the bowler's head. Picked up another boundary. So he moves on to 20. West Indies Academy 27 for 1 in the 6th over.
Yeah, good positive shot. Looking down the ground, mid-on and mid-off. Up inside the 30-yard circle.
Pitched up again, went for the drive again. Through to the keeper this time.
I think what Akeem can look to do, Terry, is just stroke the ball. You don't have to muscle the ball. I think sometimes when he tries to hit, goes for the big extravagant shot. He sort of loses his shape. He wants to beat the ball. Just time it. He's a timer. He's somebody that can just he can stroke it nicely. Just spend some time. If he bats 30, 35 overs, Terry, he's going to get a decent score because he has a good strike rate.
Lakshan just trying to use the angle across the left-hander. Again, he goes hard at the ball, gets that inside edge. Take the single though, moves on to 21, 28 for 1 is the score. You're right, Bernard, those last 2 shots, you're going very hard at the ball.
Stroke it. The idea about batting, Terry, is that you look to find the gaps. So you don't have to try to muscle the ball. You just got to look into the gaps, make proper contact. You go from heel to toe in terms of leading into the ball. So once you do that, everything becomes a lot more easy.
Lakshan into Bishop. Stroke that nicely, but straight to mid-off. So you've got a slip. Third man on the boundary. Backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep backward square and fine leg inside the circle. So the 2 men out in this first power play for Lakshan. Is the third man and the deep backward square. Lakshan into Bishop. Bishop is looking to drive that, catches the outer portion of the bat all the way along the ground to third man. He picks up another one, moves on to 7. Moves on to 6, 29 for 1.
But if you look at the position in there from Teddy Bishop, his head was past his front knee, so that's why he was able to squeeze that down to third man. And what the Sri Lankan captain is trying to, in his lines, is to lure Bishop into a big drive. Make him reach for the ball rather than allow the ball to come to him, because they recognize that these 2 players, they're really shot makers. So he's maybe trying to take some pace as well off the ball, bowling more cutters.
Lakshan staying over the wicket to the left-hander. It'll go slower ball, traps him in front, big appeal.
I think it's missing.
Not out, says the umpire. Interesting. Do you think it was missing or he got something on it? Either way, not out, says the umpire. Lakshan's down on his knees.
It's a slow ball
that he didn't pick. Whoa!
I think that's closer than we think, Terry. That turned him right around. I think he's in trouble there, Terry.
How many lives do you say person gets?
Well,
if it's your day.
I think when Joel
totally misread the slow ball.
I think when Joel Wilson looked back at this at the end of the day, that was hit between
pitched
wicket
in
and
line,
wicket.
yeah.
Wow.
Oh, no wonder why Lakshan was on his knees.
Yeah. But in the umpire's opinion, Joel Wilson?
Not out.
He says not out.
So August survives. He's on 21. Teddy Bishop is on 6. After 6 overs, West Indies Academy 29 for 1. The off spin of Matthew to continue. Bishop defending that into the offside, no run. Interesting times here in the first 50 over match, List A match of the Sri Lanka Emerging Players Tour of Antigua. Just dropping mid on back to long on and bringing long off inside the circle. Attempted cut shot there by Bishop. Quicker delivery by Matthew.
He's bowled well, Matthew.
He has.
Not for 13.
In again to Bishop. That's down the leg side, pushes it through mid-wicket for a comfortable single.
Intensity, Terry. Want to see that intensity. You start to put some pressure on the fielders. You don't wait. Byam, Wilson are the umpires for today. No slip now, Terry.
No.
Almost like a Sri
Pretty
Lankan.
much a rigging field. That's in the air, but in the gap between backward point and cover. Pick up 2 more.
The fitness levels, Terry, are going to be tested in this series for both teams.
Yeah.
Especially playing on this massive
especially
outfield
playing
here at the Survey Stadium in terms of batting. The batsmen are going to be tested because they're going to have to run. It's not that Coolidge where, you can just coast around. You're going to have to run.
Driven in the air.
Dropped.
Oh, good effort there at mid-off. He got a hand to it. Was going like a tracer bullet.
Dropped. It's a big effort there, Terry.
Big effort.
That's a
He
really
dived.
big effort.
Was
that Shanto?
didn't quite pick up who it was, but an excellent effort.
I think I saw a 5 for sure.
So another chance to August, but he remains. He's on 24, 33 for 1.
Looking again to muscle the ball. No need to it. Just stroke it. Just it's repetitions.
And that's popped up. Big appeal, and he's been given. Bishop not happy.
Yeah, but he's got to walk.
He's standing his ground. You have to walk those, son. Umpire by him says you're out.
He's got to be careful. He's got to be careful.
Got
Get on with it.
The edge onto the pad, was it? He played a long way in front of his pad. It ballooned up over the keeper's head. He dived back, took the catch, and umpire by him says you're out. Umpire Joe Wilson just saying to Teddy Bishop, come on. You have to go. The umpire says you're out, you're out.
You can't show dissent. If you look at it,
I'm not sure whether he got a touch on it. Hard to say on the replay, but nevertheless, Bishop has to go. So West Indies Academy lose their second after 7 overs. They are 33 for 2.
So
interesting times here.
Ogis pretty lucky to be still there after that LBW decision, and then the next over, Teddy Bishop is going caught behind. Excellent catch by the wicketkeeper and game awareness, especially having on the helmet.
Definitely.
To be able to know where the ball is, to keep his focus.
As he had to dive back as it ballooned up over his head. That's De Oliveira, of course, the century maker in the 4-day competition. Took it well.
Really. And he looks like a very, very, very organized player.
Absolutely.
Looks like a nonsense player that could really just take the game away from you.
So I think it's Jordan Johnson who's joined Akeem August in the middle. Bishop had gone for 7. So they lost Jula Andrew for 2. Captain Teddy Bishop for 7. And they're 33 for 2. August is still there on 24. He'll be on strike, as was the last ball of Matthews over. So Lakshan will continue from this to Curtly Ambrose end and beats August again. August upset with himself for looking to play at that one. It's just a natural angle or movement away. Right-hander ball into the left-hander from over the wicket. What we like to see, Vernon, rather than coming round the wicket like they do so often these days.
It's a world thing, Terry.
Absolutely. Lakshan in again, slip weights. That's driven nicely, but straight to mid-off. So August has had his chances, remains on 24 off just the 26 deliveries. Jordan Johnson, of course we know how dynamic he can be once he gets in. West Indies Academy looking for partnerships after winning the toss and electing to bat.
Guess we got to see which Jordan Johnson is going to turn up today.
Exactly. Lakshan, again, he stands up tall. Does August. Again, cannot beat the mid-off.
And that's okay. I just hope that he just keeps going. That's okay. The ball is hitting his bat nicely, so he doesn't need to get frustrated about that. The most important thing is that he's there. And once you are at the crease, runs will come. You can't get runs in the pavilion. So he just needs to just cash in.
Lakshan in again to August and beaten again. Another excellent delivery.
Touchdown in the right areas there.
Showing all his experiences. Lakshan, who I think on a whole has captained Sri Lanka very well during this tour.
Test match in England. India scoring a massive 471, Terry.
407, weren't they 350 odd for three at stumps?
Yeah, they got bowled out in the end. Just
Okay.
give you Ben Stokes picking up 4. And Tongue picking up 4 as well too. So England coming back quite well this morning.
By the sounds of that.
Yeah. Richard Pant, 134. So yeah, 3 centuries. Looks like a batting track. 9 for 1 England.
I see Sri Lanka were set 296 in the first test against Bangladesh. Ended on 72 for 4 in a drawn match.
Yeah, Quali has been struggling for some time. Is already back in the hut to Jasprit Bumrah. So Duckett and Pope. That's going to be.
And that's swept backward a point into the boundary by August. Fuller delivery. He went down on one knee, swept it, made good contact. So another 4 to August to complete that over by Lakshan.
West Indies women going down yesterday by some 50 runs.
Yes, again.
South Africa making a serious statement.
That's that Tasman Brits again.
Yeah.
In fine form.
She got 98 not out. It was good to see also young Jazara Claxton from St. Kitts and Nevis and the Leeward Islands picking up 3 for 39 from her 4 overs. And we also want to say Shanisha Brittany Hector, she only arrived yesterday.
Yes,
so
she should be
into
the squad.
She should be featured. In fact, she originally should have been in the squad before Terry.
Well, that's another conversation, isn't it?
Wonder sometimes.
She's in now for the injured Stefani Taylor. But Jazara Claxton, career best figures yesterday, but she had him on the back foot, 25 for 2. She picked up the first 2 wickets. But,
and I think that's what you need, Terry. You need some young blood in the field. Claxton is really athletic. Represented St. Kitts and Nevis at the Crafty Games. Yeah. Football. You can see that it's almost like a Deandra Dottin-like driven again.
Driven beautifully by Johnson, but can't beat mid-off. Remains on naught. It's 37 for 2 here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in the 9th over.
She has bowled with good control here. Wide delivery. Sort of push that wide.
Yeah, that's really the first one he's bowled off target. 1 for 17 in his 5th over. Into Johnson now. And that is belted over the cover region. Didn't quite get the timing in that one, but we'll pick up 2. So Johnson is underway. He goes to 2.
I don't like that shot. That's a sort of risky shot, Terry.
Yeah.
The delivery be 2 deliveries before where he stroked up to mid-off. Had there been a reaction and an awareness, he's supposed to be able to get in a single.
Yeah,
he just was looking like he wanted to, it's just a boundary. He came in and he wanted to get a boundary. He wasn't really interested in running. And that shot there, he never really got to the pitch of the delivery, sort of spooned off over cover.
Defended this delivery by August back to the bowler. So Johnson is on 2. August is on 28. It's 40 for 2 in over number 9.
Just got to keep batting. Got to keep batting.
Matthew now over the wicket to the left-handed August. Cuts that to backward point. Can't beat the field.
He's got good hands, Jordan Johnson. But at the same time, he doesn't need to take undue risks when he's batting. Just got to look and see what's happening, what's in front of you.
Back round the wicket and stroked. Now, is that experience? Is that good bowling there from Matthew? He went over the wicket to the left-handed. Well, they're both left-handed, but he went over the wicket for one delivery. And the next delivery came back round the wicket, and it was stroked by Johnson in the air again, straight to mid-off. West Indies Academy lose their third inside the first 10 over power play. They're 40 for 3. Johnson goes for 2, sorry.
Terry, that is an irresponsible shot. You've just come in.
Well,
right?
3 shots he played, really.
You faced 5 deliveries. You haven't got your eye in yet. You just take your time. It's like you.
But as you said,
you're trying to hit you way out of form by just blasting the ball all over. He never got close to the pitch of the ball, Terry. He was just too close to him. Look at the way he is.
Yeah, and good guile shown by Matthew. You have to give credit to the bowler there. As I say, he went over the wicket for one delivery, came back round the wicket, floated it up there, and it was driven firmly, but straight down mid-off's throat. So Johnson gone for 2, but as you say though, Vernon, he was looking for boundary balls from the time that he came out. August remains, he's on 28, but West Indies Academy in trouble. After 9 overs, they are 40 for 3 after winning the toss and electing to take first strike.
I was looking at the squad here, Terry, and I like Mbeki Joseph, and I don't know if anybody's been paying attention to Mbeki Joseph. I think Mbeki Joseph in the white ball format, T20
More
and
suited.
50 over format. Yes, he's an aggressive player. He's somebody that you want, and strange enough, he never really got a full opportunity in the breakout league. This young man would have also toured around already. He's already on the international scene around the world playing white ball cricket, T20. Sometimes you got to look to model some players and figure out how do they fit into your system. But John Johnson, he certainly, his mindset towards batting, his body language as well too, because that determines whether you want to play the game or you don't want to play the game.
Lakshan starts a new over, and that's turned backward of square by August. They get 1, and it brings the new batsman Kalimbo and Tuckett on strike.
Pretty early that Kalimbo and Tuckett is coming out in over number 10. Already lost Andrew, Bishop, Johnson, Rivaldo Clark to come. Pretty interesting.
Bishop.
Yeah, you got Nathan Edwards. So some good. Need a partnership now.
Big partnerships for sure.
With Tuckett and Ogis. These two have been the form players along with Bishop. Drive in here.
Driven nicely by Bowen Tuckett, but can't beat the short extra cover.
And now the Sri Lankans feel now that they're back in the game. They started as a semi-defensive. A slip has come back now into the conversation. Short fine leg, deep backward square, third man, mid-on, mid-off, cover, short mid-wicket, backward point. Kalimbo and Tuckett is a very busy player. And somebody who's going to propel the scoring.
On his toes and plays that backward of point. Third man comes around. So Bowen Tuckett is underway.
If you recognize that shot, Terry, got deep, didn't try to overhit it, but just more or less just
placed.
Yeah, open the face of the bat. That's what you're talking about. Having a look. Ogis calls him down now to have a conversation.
Bowen Tuckett's played the 12 List A matches, 151 runs at 15, highest score of 41. In the 4-day series, he made 100 runs at 33 with a highest score of 43.
He's a much better player than that. His figures in List A won't prove that, but he's come on in leaps and bounds in the last 2 years. Being able to score his maiden first-class 100 at Kensington Oval.
Hit firmly and hit beautifully.
That's his signature.
Forward a point.
That's one of his signature shots. Oggies.
He was all over that as they brought the slip in prior to that delivery.
And that was wide.
Short and wide, and he was all over it.
When last you played cricket, Terry, even you and all could have hit that.
Could have hit that one. He moves on to 33, 46 for 3.
Yeah. 5 boundaries so far. I think all of the 5 boundaries have gone to Oggies.
Absolutely.
So he's been able to find the boundaries. He just has to think about batting all 50 overs here today. Beautiful leave.
Yeah. Good leave. This is as good as a cover drive, as they say. Lakshan staying over the wicket to the left-hander.
I want to see that hunger, Terry, in the West Indies Academy batsmen. Where they almost every game somebody puts their hand up and say, I want to get 100. I think you have to begin to register that in the back of your mind. Oggies has a good platform here. He's got to be thinking about that. Once you get a start, he's 33 from 33.
That's full. Half a shout, but going down leg.
Missed
completely over.
I think he missed out there.
It's definitely.
Just needed to get back onto the ball there and just whip that into the middle wicket there without winning another boundary. Fell over more or less. Look at the way his head is. Yeah, he's looking for power. Just looked just straight. And that would have clipped away again. 10 overs bowled. At the end of the first power play, West Indies Academy won the toss. Teddy Bishop. Seemed like a long time ago. They're 46 for 3.
Yes, and August, as you say, has got a platform to work with. 33 off 34. Looking for him to make that breakthrough 100 in the 4-day series. Didn't quite get there. He made 173 runs at 57.6 though, with a highest score of 82. So far in his List A career, 21 matches, 414 runs at 23 with a highest score of 81. 250s amongst that. Bowen Tuckett on strike. Looks like we've got a change of bowler from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Fernando.
Vindu Fernando.
So what is the
Spin
option?
continues.
The options are that they're going to bowl their spinners, Terry, from the Sir Andy Roberts end with the breeze going from east to west. They're played by Colin Bowen Tuckett. Just work this around the corner and got a very easy single. Oggies almost getting himself into trouble. Was more or less ball watching. Communication skills taking place straight away between Oggies and Tuckett. And I think Oggies is going to have to be on his bike because one thing, Colin Bowen Tuckett is going to turn ones into twos.
Definitely.
He's a busy player. He's going to run. He's going to run hard. He's fit. And he can run you to the ground.
Round the wicket, the off spinner Fernando. He's had 69 List A matches.
69. How old is he?
22.
22 years old. See what we're talking about, Terry?
Yeah. 45 wickets he's taken at 31. Best bowler in a 4 for 37. But he's not bad with the bat either. 1,200 runs at 24. Highest score 100. 104 50s. He's into the left-handed Augusta, who's reaching for that right outside the off stump.
Drive that through cover, man.
Yeah, trying to play it through mid-wicket.
Yeah, just forget about that. It's not a high-risk shot there. Just drive that through cover. You're a good player. You can stroke the ball.
And this one in the air, just dropping short of the short extra cover. Played back to that one and punched it. Went in the air, but it's his lucky day, man. Still there, 33, 11 overs gone, 47 for 3.
Spin continuing with Travis Matthew starting And his first 5, he picked up 2 for 20. So there seems to be a trend. The Sri Lankans seem to have come to the Survivor Stadium and worked out the conditions straight away. We got a breeze coming from east to west here with a very strong breeze. So if the West Indian batsman with a right hander or left hander try to hit on that side, they seem to be able to work that out. And the seamers, they're going to bowl from the Andy Roberts end. In fact, from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
Yes, they've come with their plan, and so far it's working, as we're going to have a double change. Lakshan, the skipper, is coming off after 5 overs. No maidens, 1 for 26. And it's going to be Vijay Singhi.
47 minutes of play so far, Terry, so which means that Ogis is approaching an hour batting, which is a good thing. Being able to put some miles under his legs. These two will have to now start thinking about building a new partnership.
Yes, that's what they need, is partnerships. Vijay Singhi into Bowen Tuckett. Drops in.
I think that's going down.
I think.
Yeah. Colin Bowen Tuckett is going to have to be very careful. This ball is a little slingy, so he's going to have to watch him a little closer.
Both him and Lakshan are getting the ball to dart back into the right-handers, away from the left-handers. Stiff breeze blowing east to west across the ground.
Let's look at this movement here from Colin Bowen Tuckett. Press forward. He's going to have to be careful. Yeah. He's got to look to defend. Plate right under his eyes. That's much better.
Straight backward point though, no run.
I just find, Terry, that when the ball is pitched between middle and leg, Colin sometimes falls over rather than watch that ball right onto his bat. And that would have to do, I think, with his execution of his trigger movement. Just a while ago, he almost like he got caught in no man's land. You've got to, that right foot got to get deep so you can be able to use the depth of the crease, because he's a short guy.
It's struck straight back up the pitch. The bowler gets a hand to it. So Bowen Tuckett remains on 2. Vijay Singhi in list A has taken 36 wickets at 28.5. Best bowler in a 4 for 22. Right arm seamer. Into Bowen Tuckett again. That's better. Soft hands played it into the extra cover region, and they may get a overthrow.
Yeah. But that's what Colin Bowen Tuckett is going to bring here to this partnership. He's going to run. He's going to be looking for runs, and he's going to put the Sri Lankan fielders under some pressure as well. As played, as you said, it's just a matter of just release.
Dropping it around.
Yeah, release pressure, get off strike, put them on, give them something to think about. Middle on the mid-off is already in close, the cover, short mid-wicket, backward point.
Vijay Singhi in again. Straight back past the bowler. They take another comfortable single, so Bowen Tuckett moves on to 5, and the 50 comes up for West Indies Academy. 50 for 3 over number 12.
The bowler there almost was taking evasive action. He needed a helmet because there was a direct throw and the bail clipped up, and on his follow through coming back, he had to scurry out of the way there very quickly. So the Academy, the 12th over, 50 for 3. Looks as if scoring is going to be tight. And sometimes when you look at Ogis, he just looks at a whole different player. Spend some time. He's approaching an hour here, so he's got a platform. He's done all of the hard work as well.
Bounce up, but well evaded.
Well left.
And that completes the over, which is Singhi. 50 for 3 after 12. West Indies Academy after choosing to bat first.
So the West Indies losing Joel Andrew 1 for 4, Teddy Bishop 2 for 33, and Jordan Johnson 3 for 40. Rebuilding time. This partnership is only 10 so long, with Geese and Tuckett. Projected score is that they maybe can get over 200. Would 200 be enough, Terry? We don't know.
We don't, but I'm sure they'll be looking for a lot more than that. As Fernando will continue from this Andy Roberts end, and that's turned nicely backward of square by Bowen Tuckett for an easy single. He moves on to 6. August back on strike. He's on 33, 51 for 3. Round the wicket, Fernando to the left-handed August. Pulls that through mid-wicket. Fielder out on the mid-wicket boundary, does the fielding. Another one to August, 34, 52 for 3. Fernando just dragging the odd one down. It's cut nicely by Bowen Tuckett. Backward a point. Beats the sweeper out on the boundary. 4 runs. Good looking shot back by Bowen Tuckett. Moves to 10. Deep in his crease that time. Played it late. 56 for 3. Fernando in again to Bowen Tuckett. Turning that through mid-wicket. He's looking good, looking his normal busy self early in the innings.
He's a good touch and he's confident too. And when you're confident, that shows. When you're fit, it also shows as well. And like I said, he too is easily one of the young potential leaders outside of his wicket keeping that we all should be paying attention to. He's been a winning captain for the Leeward Islands under 19 2023 when Leeward Islands won that Ford championship under coach Terry Adams in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Round the wicket, Fernando, defended by August. The under 19s championship comes up next week.
Yeah, in St. Kitts and Nevis. We have 2 U.S. teams. I'm kind of a little concerned about that, Terry. Wondering if we couldn't get a Canadian under 19 team. Yeah, having 2 U.S. teams. Don't know if the U.S. program is that strong to have 2 under 19 teams in Cricket West Indies under 19 championship. I don't know. They might surprise me.
Never know. 58 for 3. 13 overs bowled.
Trust me. I'm still trying to figure that out, really. But I'd have maybe love to see a Canadian, maybe even a Nepal under 19, you know, just to test our boys and give us some more competition. But it's going to be exciting times. The U.S. might come into that competition and upset some teams. So we don't know. You have an A and a B team. Times the U.S.
I didn't think they had enough cricketers to have 2 teams.
No, but they have a lot
level.
they have a lot of cricketers. There are a lot of academies in the U.S. Terry. Don't fault me.
Right.
I'm just looking at the competition.
The standard.
Right. But they have been having some trials, so we'll wait and see who they come up with. I'm just saying that I would have maybe charted that out to a Canada, maybe to a Nepal. You know, get another. You know, something food for thought, but it's good. Under 19 series taking place around the world, Terry.
Yeah, very much so.
South Africa, I think, was playing against Nepal the other day, so driven. Beautiful shot by Colin Bowen Tuckett for 4.
Straight as a die.
Lovely straight drive.
Goes on to 15. 63 for 3.
That's confidence. That's
excellent shot.
That's a player in good form, good touch. Knows his game. Is comfortable now. He's relaxing the team. I like how Mali described it sometimes. when you're in a team, there's competition for places. You have to rise. Nobody gives you anything. You also have to be held accountable as well. And it also has to do with the mindset in terms of the talent ID coaches and the selectors understanding and giving players specific roles. Sometimes we as commentators, Mali and Terry, we're looking at the same game, and we wonder if the selectors are also looking at the same game that we're looking at based on some of the selections.
Very true. Singhi into a Bowen Tuckett. Another full delivery, another firm, beautiful drive, straight back, down the ground, 4 more.
Well, Terry, the on-drive is the hardest shot to play in cricket.
Made that
and
look easy.
Carl Bowen Tuckett, he executed that. Look at the shape, look at the
Look how still he is.
Beautifully. Just punch that down the ground. And all the young man had to do, number 22, chasing for all of his worth. And all he had to do was just chase to pick the delivery up from in front of us here.
Looking good. Bowen Tuckett moves to 19, 67 for 3. Partnership worth 27 for the 4th wicket thus far.
If I was Matthew, I don't think I'll be chasing anymore. Tight in defense there. It's marching into it. It's looking so good. Authoritative here. Colin Bowen Tuckett. He's come out with that aura about him that, hey, today's my day. He's already raced to 19, and the partnership is 27. And Colin, just to show you the importance of this partnership here so far. On top of it, and just defending nicely. Over comes to an end. And at the end of 14, West Indies have picked their pace, going right up here through Colin Bowen Tuckett. They're 67 for 3.
Yes, and as you say, Von, not only through the boundaries he hits, but the running between the wickets, all important at any level of cricket, but especially in white ball cricket. So they both give themselves a platform to work with. West Indies Academy really love a big partnership, as Vernon said, is worth 27 at the moment. As Fernando will continue round the wicket from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's bowling to August. Plays that backward of square quite comfortably for an easy single. He moves on to 37. The score is 68 for 3. Field just adjusts for the right-handed Bowen Tuckett. Over the wicket is Fernando, and he's punching that up to long on for another easy single. Good batting by the pair. Let's look for the gaps. Always plenty of gaps here on this big stadium ground.
We've got vast acres of land.
Absolutely.
So just have to maximize and use it.
Beaten that time though. Good delivery there by Fernando. Good extra bounce. Passes the outside edge of Guspat. Natin, he sets off for a single, but Bowen Tuckett says no, there's not one there. Good early calling though, so able to get back in time. Down the leg side called wide. One more to the score, 74-3. Partnership now with 30 off just the 34 deliveries. Played with soft hands. They think about the single, but short third man was closing in quickly enough. overcast conditions here at the stadium. Players will be enjoying these conditions this morning. It's clipped nicely up to long on for another easy single there. But good bowling. 3 singles and a wide from that over. The score moves on to 71 for 3 after 15 overs. Kim August is on 38 and Colin Bowen Tuckett is on 20.
So as you rightly said, it's almost like rebuilding time in the process.
Yeah, it's not the ideal start for the West Indies Academy, especially the calibre of batsmen that they lost early in Jewel Andrew, Captain Teddy Bishop and Jordan Johnson, all back in the pavilion. They were 40 for 3 when Johnson went at the end of the 9th over. So good little partnership forming. But a long way to go for the West Indies Academy.
Sudera.
Yes, change of bowler from the commentary box end was Sir Curtly Ambrose end of the ground, the left arm spinner, Sadira, who bowled very well in the 4-day series. It's punched up to long on by August for another comfortable single. He moves on to 39, 72 for 3. We're in over number 16.
Coming up maybe to the first hour of play as well. The groundsmen are also moving into position.
It's just for a little darker, but
so them got their raincoats out. But I think maybe this just maybe might be moving over. Normally they would come from the east to west. They are maybe lining up on the western side.
This slip comes into play for Sadira. Bowen Tuckett on strike. There's that 2 extra cover, there's no run. Sadira took 9 wickets in the 4-day series at 20. Got 116 list A wickets though at 16.46 with the best bowling of 4 for 12.
Yeah. There's more or less a slight drizzle here. Just standing up in the middle of the ground here. The breeze still pushing from east to west here, coming out to the Param area. No alarms yet. Still high.
Forcing that through the cover region. The backward point comes around, does well, restricts the scoring to just 1. August moves on to 40, 74 for 3.
Excellent out cricket there by Sri Lanka. For Tuckett, the slip continues.
That's well played into the mid-wicket area for an easy single. Moves on to 22, 75 for 3.
So Sri Lanka moving around their spinners, Lakshan. Seems to be their strong point here for the one-day international.
His feet is Akeem August and banging it straight back past the bowler into the boundary. 4 runs. Another good-looking shot by August. He moves to 44. Sadira's first over comes to an end. Cost him 7. And West Indies Academy, after 16 overs, are 79 for 3. August 44 and Bowen Tuckett is on 22. The partnership just building here for West Indies Academy. Yielded 39 so far for the 4th wicket. Be spin from both ends as Fernando looks like he will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. All 3 overs, no wicket for 13. He's into Bowen Tuckett now. It's driven past the bowler. Up to long on. Very single. So 80 for 3. We're in over number 17.
Sri Lankan going about their business very quickly.
Around the wicket, left-handed August. Taps that into the mid-wicket region.
Yeah, the length there by Fernando allowed Ogis to get deep and just work the ball into the onside. Yeah, just there, Terry. The ball just comes between middle and leg. I think that right foot just has to get deeper so he can be able to maneuver the ball.
Clips that one straight to short extra cover. He remains on 23, 81 for 3 is the score in the 17th over. Fernando over the wicket to the right-handed Bowen Tuckett, plays it straight back to the bowler.
Oh, what is that, Terry? This is going to be interesting. It's gone for 4.
He's giving it for 4, yeah.
Yeah. He lost his cool there, Fernando.
Yeah, he just threw it straight back at Bowen Tuckett, and it's hit Bowen Tuckett, and the bat dropped out of his hand, and it went down to the fine leg boundary. The umpire's given 4. Very interesting.
Very, very interesting. Laxan coming over to ask the umpire a question.
If Bowen Tuckett hadn't moved, it was just a simple delivery. Well, he was standing out of his crease, but the throw was.
But let me ask you something.
At the batsman, not the
Do you know that
stumps.
Callum Bowen Tuckett could have been run out?
It could have been.
Right. So what is Laxan asking? Right.
Right. Yeah.
So it's simple. That's why Joel Wilson saying it's gone for 4.
That's swept nicely by Bowen Tuckett. Deep backward square comes around and they take 2. So he moves on to 29. And the score after 17 overs, West Indies Academy after choosing to bat at 87 for 3. Akeem August is on 45. Callum Bowen Tuckett is on 29. And that brings us to the first drinks break. So we'll take a break on Cricket 360 and return in a couple of moments with live action.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I'm joined by Marley Richards with the West Indies Academy winning the toss and batting first. 87 for 3 at the end of 17 overs. They've lost Andrew, Bishop and Jordan Johnson. Good morning, Marley.
Morning, Vernon. Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone's having a fantastic day so far. It's been a quite competitive day of limited overs cricket between these two teams.
I think we can give even honours at the end of 17 overs, first hour.
Sri Lanka hitting hard early, and the West Indies Academy now, as you said, Vern, just doing a bit of a repair job. Once again led by Akeem Ogis, who has been the standout batter for the West Indies Academy in this series so far. We saw it in the 4-day matches. 3 innings, 2 half centuries and a 41. And here he is again, 45 or 53, leading from the front.
And what I'm really much concerned about, Mali, is as he stroked that down to long on, is his time-consuming effort at the crease and how fit he gets to be able to get over that real remarkable achievement which he wants, which is to score 100. That's a skill. You have done that already more than once, and that's where he has to work. That's what he has to work on.
What we're seeing, though, from him is a consistency in terms of the stats he's been getting. Maybe a bit in two minds there, Carlin Bowen tuck it.
Yeah, I was saying to Terry, and it's something I picked up, man. When the ball comes just between middle and leg, he wants to get fancy. Really, I think he could just continue to just work on that, get deep and just work that ball. That's well run.
I think because he possesses the ability to play all the shots. Just as you said, on that line of middle and leg, at times it looks like he's shaping to sweep and then just changes his mind at the last second.
And you can't get too cute in cricket. Got to keep it as simple as possible. Sometimes your bad habits of just nudging something, that can just cost you your wicket. But played here by Ogis, just rolling the wrist out, playing the ball out to the deep backward square.
Ogis was a bit fortunate to get away with that LBW shot a bit earlier on. 50 partnership up between this pair of 53 deliveries.
So that's why I said that it was even Stevens.
Yeah, it's come at a good clip. They've run well between the wickets. Bigger outfield here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Just there, in between. Not quite a sweep, not quite a flick to the onside, a bit of both.
Yeah, he can hit that ball straight down into that gap, Mali.
Yeah, he just has to present a fuller face.
See what you were talking about, just trying to get fancy. Look at him. And even where his positioning of his foot is, you got to open up those hips there to hit that ball down the ground.
Yeah, just closing the bat face a bit too soon there. Was Bowen Tuckett, no contact made, end of that over. From the left arm, Sidira, as Terry was saying, 9 wickets in the 4-day matches. Creditable performance from him. Slightly different conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Less grass on this pitch, bigger outfield.
And Sri Lanka started with a tactic first, Mali, where they were bowling spinners from the Sir Andy Roberts end. They've now switched they're seaming end, which was the Curtly Ambrose end now, to the Sir Andy Roberts end, which is going to be a new bowler, Sanket. And he looks more or less like a slingy, like a Latish Malinga type bowler.
And that's the legacy of a Lasith Malinga. Growing up playing on the beaches in Sri Lanka, beach cricket. That low slingy action to just skim the ball off the turf to get maximum pace. Just there.
Yeah, Geese is going to have to be careful as well too. He was driving too early. He's going to have a look.
Something you don't see too often. We've had a few slingers in our region as well. You think of Fidel Edwards.
I think he might have been the biggest out of all of them that ever came that close.
Australia in years gone by. Jeff Thompson. Slightly.
I think if we remember Vaughan Hungry Walsh, man,
very slingy as well.
He was a handful as well too, man. He bowled very, very, very quick. Had a solid base. You know what I mean?
Sri Lanka actually have a couple who bowl with a similar action. See this one in Garuka Sanke. Can't remember his name. It's a young guy as well. Would have played in the Sri Lanka under 19s. He was in the IPL as well.
It's going to be a test here for Colin Bowen Tuckett. Sharp delivery, and he was going for a square cut there, missed it completely because I think the surprise of the pace there. Colin Bowen Tuckett batting out of his crease. To Sanket, it's going to have to keep his eyes on him. The Sri Lankans now, they have set a 6-3 field for Colin Bowen Tuckett. Punch through the covers area, but there's a sweeper there, going to come back for 2 quite easily. Another bowler we could say, Mali, who is also very slingy, is Ali Khan from the United States of America. Plays for TK Knight Riders. Well, he really became famous from the Caribbean Premier League playing for TK, and has become the poster boy for USA cricket as well. .93 for 3. And over number 19. Tuckett, 32. Punched up to cover, can't score. So we've got no slip now. We got a third man, a fine leg, deep backward square. Sweep on the offside. Backward point to cover, mid on, mid off. Mid wicket. That's a good delivery. Got on top of it. He's got to get back into his crease there. Colin Bowen Tuckett just needs to. It's busy, I know. He's got to take his time. Ogis is not interested. He's on 48. But that had some bounce on it there.
It did.
Sanket.
Matisha Pathirana is the name I was looking for, Vern.
Okay.
Yeah. Plays in the IPL as well. Saw him in the Under-19 World Cup a few years ago. We got 2 new and Thushara. 2 would have played in the last World Cup here in the Caribbean and the USA. So they seem to be producing quite a few slingy bowlers with the slingy action. Bit of swing as well.
The legacy of
Lasith Malinga
continues. And why not? He's been a legend for the game in the world and for Sri Lanka.
Very taxing indeed. Even the most classical of bowling actions will put so much strain and stress on the body. Just imagine bowling with such an unorthodox action over ball after ball. Wow, I mean, Malinga's durability, Edwards' durability as well must be commended for how long they played and how successful they were bowling in such a style. But back here, Sri Lanka need a wicket now, 93 for 3. Bowen Tuckett and Ogis.
He's approaching a half-century, Mali.
Both looking quite dangerous. Ogis has been starved of the strike slightly, but what Bowen Tuckett's done, he's just continued that scoring rate.
.94 for 3 into over number 20. Ogis is 49 from 57. Sri Lanka just slowing down the game more or less, making Tuckett and Ogis wait. Sedera, left arm spinner. Tuckett is sweeping. Won't split the fielders. That's magnificent work there by the field, the backward square leg fielder, and they get 2 runs quite easily. At the start of the game, Mali, I did indicate to Terry that the fitness levels of both teams are going to be tested at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. You're going to have to run, especially on the square boundaries.
Yeah, different dimensions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. As you said, slightly bigger outfield, more space to defend, bigger open spaces. This one's in the gap though. Will be 4 to Bowen Tuckett. So as we said, he's just picked up and continued this scoring rate, kept the Sri Lankan bowlers under pressure. Choosing to go for the slug sweep this time. Well-controlled shot, wide of that man there in that mid-wicket position.
And the 100 comes up for the West Indies Academy.
Quite a beautiful shot to bring it up indeed.
Tuckett goes to 38, O'Geese is 49. And then now, with these two, Mali, the scoring rate has certainly increased. It's gone over 5.
Oh, in the air for a second, just past the left hand of Sadira.
Yeah, I thought he could have done a lot better with that, Mali. If you're a bowler, you got to look to. That's what you're trying to lure the batsman into. You got to be looking for that.
I see his follow through. What's his follow through like?
He sort of like was surprised. Reaction time wasn't sharp enough there. And Warrington Phillip, Colin Bowen Tuckett could have been walking back.
And that's something I'm very big on. If you listen to us here, we speak about the spinners being able to field and catch off their old bowling, but also getting into the right positions to spring either right or left.
52 O'Geese. And as Mali says, he continues his rich batting form here. He might not register yet with 100, but he gets another half century, 50 or 58 deliveries, and very controlling. And as you rightly said, Mali, he's seen wickets fall around him. He saw Andrew, he saw his captain Bishop and Jordan Johnson, and he's still there. He's joined now by Colin Bowen Tuckett, and these two looking dangerous.
Yeah, his third half century in 4 innings, Bern. What's been so encouraging is the way he's built these innings. Hasn't taken too many risks, but he's taken what the bowlers have given to him. He's executed brilliantly. His third half century at this level. As we were saying, his third half century in 4 innings in this series, including the 4 days as well.
Yeah. So his 50 came off 58 balls with 6 panking boundaries. And when he hit the ball down the ground, he hit it with some authority. Today, 102 for 3. O'Geese?
Yeah, he's looked a lot more controlled. Seems to understand his technique a lot more now, what he's really good at. That head position of his as well. He's found a batting position at the top of the order. If you remember over the past couple of seasons or so, not quite sure where O'Geese would have fit in this West Indies Academy batting lineup. Saw him at 6, we've seen him at 7, seen him in a multitude of batting positions, but he's nailed down this opening position in not only 4-day cricket, but now here in the List Day game as well. Wide there, just losing his radar was Sanketh. You do expect that, especially with these young bowlers with this unorthodox action. Every now and again, one will just spray. So far, he's been good. With Bowen Tuckett at the crease. Expect some hard running in between the wickets, and there once again, as you were saying, Vernon, big open spaces. It will be a test of fitness not only for the fielders but also the batters to be able to capitalize on those opportunities. Change of angle. Switched back to over the wicket now is Sanketh. It's interesting at the toss. I heard Teddy Bishop say You'd analyze the conditions and batting conditions. It looked like a really good batting pitch. That's why he would have chosen to take first knock. So far, it's gone to plan. Hasn't done too much, has it?
Well, with the street roller that is being used, Terry, Mali, you expect that?
A few cracks early, but don't expect them to do too much here, especially in this first innings. We did see one maybe just hit a crack and go across Ogis early from Lakshan. Most of that movement from the skipper, though, with that new ball was through the air. If you think back to that delivery from Joel Andrews starting outside that off stump. Maybe just needed to get through that period, playing his first match of the series. Wouldn't have seen too much of these Sri Lankans. And decent end to that over from Garuka. 106 for 3 off 21. They've been quite disciplined, the Sri Lankan emerging team here with ball in hand. Just the 3 extras. With Bowen, Tuckett and Ogis threatening. Threatening to impose a very decent total here, 106 for 3. Sadira to continue. Has he picked him out? I think he has. No, he hasn't. He was 10 meters or so, 10 yards off that deep mid-wicket boundary. It went for 4. It cleared the man at deep mid-wicket, landed inside the boundary. He'll be disappointed with that.
They normally say that you have to go on defense, right, Mali?
Was in a bit of no man's position here.
That's
no man's land, as they say.
That's what we're talking about. You're told to go on the boundary and walk in. Had he been on the boundary walking in, it would have been a very comfortable catch for him.
He starts again in the same position. Look at where he ends up, Vern.
Yeah, it's better to go back on the boundary and walk in, then you can judge the flight of the ball, especially here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium with the breeze going from east to west. Could give yourself a chance.
When he first hit it, it looked like he had holed out. It's into the wind slightly. Once again, maybe for the second time today. Bit of luck favouring Aki Mogis.
I say a cat has 3 lives, so he's got 2 so far. Played. Good control. He's thinking about 2. Carlin Bowen Tuckett was not interested at that time because the fielder really made a big swoop onto it.
Slightly, well, major misjudgment there from the fielder.
Yeah. He's got to take that.
It's a big wicket in that in the context of the match. Ogis going great guns. Insult to injury. This time it's off the bat of Carlin Bowen Tuckett. He's favoured that wide, long on, wideish mid-wicket corner position. And here again, got the length that he wanted. Slug sweep. He's committed to the slug sweep now. Was a bit indecisive a few overs ago. But he's approaching a half century now. Just 5 away, 45 or 40. And as we're saying, that scoring rate of his, he's just kept that rate up now, 77 off 7, the partnership between this pair.
Carlin Bowen Tuckett has got 45 out of that 77-run partnership. Clubbered down to long on for an easy single. So this is good batting. And as Mali said, these two are looking dangerous. Putting the Sri Lankan bowlers under some pressure at the end of over number 22, 118 for 3 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Definitely under a bit of pressure. And if you think maybe that half chance just concluded over there off Ogis. Sri Lankans have taken that. What we've seen in this series is that generally 1 wicket brings 2, maybe even 3. Both teams have lost wickets in clusters.
So that's why it's important that the composure is being kept, because, as you rightly said, Mali, feeling a brilliant catch could turn the entire game, or a run out, a brilliant run out. And I think, as you said, Sri Lanka missed that opportunity there, especially the set batsman like Ogis.
Once again, Ogis maybe just choosing the wrong option, going into the breeze, long side of the field. He did that at Coolidge as well.
Callum Boyne-Tuckett was reaching for that one, sort of wide delivery. The most important thing is he got a single out into the sweeper offside. Takes him up to 47, brings Ogis back into strike. The score goes to 119 for 3.
What we've seen is that the left-handers have tended to target the leg side field here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's the shorter of the two sides. The breeze tends to go from east to west across the ground. And even miss hits tend to fly.
And that has to be an awareness by the players who are playing. No coach can tell you that. You have to be able to assess that pretty early, especially if you're in the dressing room and you're looking at the conditions of what is happening.
Exactly.
I was just checking out that, man. He got lucky to... What if that just brushed Ogis' pad by the umpire?
Well, the umpire has to think he has brushed something.
Yeah,
he signal wide.
He moved for a while as if he wasn't sure, really. That's why I asked you, because he seemed like he wasn't quite sure.
Just there.
That's what you're talking about. That's what you're talking about, Mali.
That's the short side of the field here. He didn't quite get that out the middle of the bat, but it still flew a long way.
He's got a good wheeler.
Yeah, over that deep square leg. It's a bit of the toe of the bat, really.
And it still went.
As we were saying, that breeze just helps it gather momentum. And there, that fielder at deep square leg had no chance.
Yeah.
Into the 60s now with Ogis. This partnership 82. Scramble through for another. So pressure on Sankath here. 2 deliveries remaining in this over. He's gone for 8. Does have a slower ball in his armory. Very defensive stuff this now from the Sri Lankans. Chooses to go short though. And that's the thing with these slingy bowlers. When they do go short, the ball doesn't quite bounce as high. The trajectory is a little lower, more skiddy.
And Callum Boyne-Tuckett was into the shot a lot more earlier there. I think he was looking for the bonks more or less to come up. It didn't really rise as high as he would have liked. And he's also a short player already. He's 47. It's good pace, good pace. He keeps coming all the time, Mali. Keeps hitting the deck. He's running in all the time. 3 overs so far, not for 15. I like his energy. Really like his energy.
Yeah, he's
and
really
he's different.
hitting the deck, isn't he?
Yeah. And he's proven that there's some pace in this track.
Yeah, he's bending his back at least. He's testing it out. Possesses a nice little slower ball as well. So in this format of the game,
you need all the skills that you can.
Exactly. Especially to keep batters a bit off balance so they don't quite line you up as easily.
You done 26 for 3. Based on the current run rate, 5.48. I think this has been the highest for the day so far. West Indies Academy, these two will be thinking about maybe batting The remaining 27 overs.
This is the best score for Colombo and Tuckett so far in list day cricket. 47 or 44.
I think the previous was it been 43?
Yeah, 41.
41.
Oh, really showed too much of his stumps there. No need for that really from Muggy. He could have just punched that through the covers. We know how good he is when he stands tall and punches the ball as well. Maybe just looking to hit that a bit too square.
Habits. Cut out those habits. Just bat, just keep batting. The batting is not hard in O'Malley because the outfield is a massive hill, so you don't need to take any undue risks. There's no need for high risk shots here.
Maybe just starting to lose concentration slightly now.
And the fitness level is being tested as well too, in terms of batting for those long periods of time. Beautifully played, down to long on. Just has to condition his mind. It's in his mind. It's the mindset. Got to prepare yourself.
But that's where the academy have been so good, especially to Sadira. They haven't allowed him to settle here today. As Terry was saying, he was a bit of a talisman for the Sri Lankans in that 4-day series, but here today they haven't allowed him to settle into his line and length. Nah, that's probably just going down.
Yeah, that's the ball that I'm concerned about with Colombo and Tuckett.
Where he just gets caught in two minds.
Yeah, let's look at it, Mali. The trigger movement. See the bat face going. The bat face ending up in square leg. He's got to hit that ball down the ground, turn the hips, and punch the ball down the ground.
It's one of the areas where we actually see him lose that solid base. Chooses to go reverse. We did say he's just starting to lose a bit of concentration here with Zaki Mogis. 3 foul strokes in this over on consecutive deliveries. And just there, the wrong option once again. Did he quite get outside the line? Maybe he did. He's outside the line of off stump, but I think the umpire sent him for the stroke more than anything. May have been just marginally outside the line of off stump, but he has to go. 4th wicket down for the academy in Sri Lanka. They'll be happy to see the back of Aki Mogis. He's been the mainstay for the academy so far for them on this tour.
But let's look at this again, Mali. And if we match this up to the first LBW decision, the first one was a lot closer.
Oh, chalk and cheese. I'll leave it at that.
Just leave it at that. Just leave it as that.
He will be disappointed with that. But,
yeah, I think that shot wasn't necessary.
Exactly.
Mali.
It's more the art of building the innings here.
It's not
you and
necessary.
Bowen Tuckett going so well, approaching a 100-run partnership.
Shot just not necessary. It's not on. And I'm talking about the bad habits. You know what I mean? Sometimes, Mali, you was a batsman, Mali. There were just some shots that you just didn't need to worry about. All you were concentrating on is to be looking up the V and finding out, how best you're going to be able to maneuver and score.
Especially when the ball isn't spinning. That's when you tend to see a lot of these shots really become mandatory, when the ball's turning extravagantly. But ball hasn't been doing too much here today. Just presenting a nice full face would have been good enough. We've seen that from him so far. He gets to 60-yard quite easily. But once again, just a shot selection coming back to haunt him.
So Rivaldo Clark now joins his teammate in Colombo and Tuckett, who will now have to reset and start all over again because he's lost his partner in Ogis. A very timely moment. Rivaldo Clark is also a very busy player, so it's not like the momentum will slow down. If he gets going, we could get a partnership going. The first objective here for Colombo and Tuckett will be to get a half century. Over to you, Mali.
Yeah, Rivaldo Clark, he's been pretty consistent in this series versus the Sri Lanka emerging as well.
You got a new bowler here, Mali.
It's going to be Wisha Singer back on.
They got to get 2 here.
It's quite expensive. It's a little expensive in his first spell, Wisha Singer. Went for 12 off 2.
Well, he's now switched now from the Kurt Lambers end to the Andy Roberts end. So let's see what sort of purchase he will get.
He's not the tallest here. I think Colin Bowen Tuckett played a couple straight drives, couple on drives off him down the ground. Length key for him, choosing to go shorter. Did realize that when he was just pitching that ball up a bit, that trajectory was a little bit like a throwdown. And you could tell the way Colin Bowen Tuckett really latched onto those deliveries. He's choosing to go short here to him.
50 to Colin Bowen Tuckett off 47 balls. And trust me, he's batted beautifully here. Marley, he's continued his good form here for the 2024-2025 season. Colin Bowen Tuckett.
Yeah, his maiden list day half century that. Congratulations to him. Vijay Singh has just recognized length, how key the length is, especially in these good batting conditions. He's not the tallest fast bowlers, medium quick. And as we said, with that trajectory here in the Caribbean, it's the type of bowling that batters actually relish. Looking to take him on, so he'll be under pressure. Mid-off and mid-up, mid-on, up in the circle. Once again, hard length. So he's recognized the conditions here and he's made the adjustment. Kudos to him.
Yeah, very quickly, indeed. Valdo Clark will soon have to get on his bike very quickly.
Yeah, as we were saying, he's been quite consistent as well in terms of his starts in this series with Valdo Clark. 42 and 36. And got 57 not out in that second 4-day match as well. So he's been consistently getting starts. And as you said, he's busy. Very busy. Both batters.
They run well.
Yeah, quick in between the wickets.
They run well. And they're easily two of the fittest players in this West Indies Academy team.
2 wicket-keeper batsmen as well.
Yeah. Well, you almost can elevate Rivaldo Clark. He's not bowled bad either. When we've seen him, he's been a game changer when it comes to bowling.
Yeah, I do him a disservice. I do him a disservice indeed, because he does contribute 3 dimensions of the game. Batting, wicket keeping, and with his handy off spinners.
And I think he's been one also of the better slip fielders for the West Indies Academy, simply because of his keeping skills as well.
Exactly. The issue with a lot of these young players is just the concentration level.
That's it.
Trying to concentrate.
And to be disciplined. It's easy to just say you have to be disciplined, Mali, but you also have to be disciplined off the field as well, because that's going to help in your game.
Yeah, it's not just an on-field thing.
No.
You're right.
Off the field.
These young guys are going to make mistakes. I think that's why you got to be so cognizant of the people that you have around them, shaping them, guiding them.
Simple things like, going through and following your meal plan, your data plan, your fitness plans on understanding, knowing your passcode, what is required. Nobody needs to chase you down for that. You're a professional cricketer. Down the onside, I think Colin Bowen Tuckett might have got something onto that. Signal wide by the umpire. Might be buys. Wide. All right. A little harsh there. But I think once it's down the onside, you know what's going to be happening. As you rightly said, Mali, Sadair has not been allowed to circle.
No. Bowen Tuckett in particular, he's been proactive. He's played that shot in particular down the ground quite well. But when he's just at times slightly drifted it up outside that off stump, he's looked to take him on, as he said, on the leg side, the shorter side, with the breeze.
He's trying to catch his breath here. Colin Bowen Tuckett on the non-striker's end.
Fitness, you mentioned it. There'll be a test for everyone.
Everyone.
Not just the fielders.
He's got to run again. That's the thing about it when you're the wicketkeeper.
wicketkeeper here, responsible for a lot of the energy or creating a lot of the energy within the team environment. Just there, an in between. What's that? What kind of shot do you call that one? Not quite a flick, not quite a sweep. Bit of both, really. In the end, it's effective. Gets to one, gets him another single. The impressive part of the Bowen Tuckett innings is that rate of his. He just kept it up throughout. Sharp single once again. Needed a better throw there.
Yeah. I want to say good morning to all of the viewers who are following us in St. Kitts, Curtis Crook and his son Cardell. Got some folks in St. Martin, Trevor Shillingford in Dominica.
Oh yeah, you got a few fans tuned in today, Brad?
Yeah, sent me some WhatsApp messages. My sister, she's home also looking at cricket in Tabernacle there.
Wow. She's in St. Kitts?
Yeah.
Morning to her.
Eileen Springer. Also say good morning to my stepmother, Isilma. She won't be watching, but she'll be listening because Eileen would have that TV right up.
What time is it in Sri Lanka? It'll be evening in Sri Lanka now.
Yeah.
So, good evening to the Sri Lankan cricket fans as well. The diehards tuned in to this encounter. West Indies Academy and the Sri Lanka emerging team here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. I can tell you something, your boys have enjoyed Antigua so far though.
Yeah, they certainly have. I know they was planning a fishing trip. I don't know if it was executed, but the manager did tell me that the Sri Lankan boys like to fish. So he himself, he says he's also a fisherman as well too. So I know they were organizing an excursion on just after the 4-day game there.
As Vinod was saying in that first game, Sri Lanka and a lot of islands in the Caribbean very similar in terms of that island feel. That beach life, you know, big into the seafood. Very tropical way of living.
Yeah, gotta say good morning to Suresh Thomas and Sam T. Both living in the US. They're originally from Sri Lanka. They're also enjoying the commentary.
Nice.
Suresh sends his greetings to you, Mali. Suresh Thomas. So these guys they're really enjoying what we're talking about. 144 they follow us very closely, especially with the Sri Lankan series. They're originally from Sri Lanka. Now, Rivaldo Clark is going to have to be careful because what happens here is that he mixes up his deliveries and his pace. Takes the pace off of the ball. Rivaldo Clark was looking to advance to him. He's going to maybe have to just have a look.
And he recognized that he doesn't quite have the pace, or the ball isn't quite moving as much for him in terms of when he looks to pitch it up. It's very, very, as you can tell with the way this field's set and in the circle, don't expect too many pitched up deliveries. Once again, back of a length.
And what the issue here, Mali, and it's something which I saw from the Sri Lankan bowlers, they bowl a lot of effort. You know, we can't bowl fast today.
The riders are square in terms of deep point, deep backward square leg, third man and fine leg, and back of a length once again, not allowing Clark onto that front foot, sharp single.
Good batting. Playing with nice soft hands, and he was watching the ball right onto. So he made the adjustment with Rivaldo Clark, which is good. Because as a student of the game and understanding batting, you have to now understand what the bowler is doing. So it doesn't make sense going hard at the ball. What it just needs now is just soft hands and get a rotation of the strike.
Yeah, Vernon. Goes short this time. That's the nature of this format of the game. So you're saying with the way the fields are set, you pretty much know where the ball is going to be. where the bowlers are looking to bowl. And that, for me, brings up an issue for someone who's now been picked back in the West Indies team in that series coming up versus Australia, Shea Hope. The choreographed nature of limited overs, 50 over cricket. Once again, bouncer! Short, sharp, and as you said, Vern, looking to extract whatever there is out of these pitches with maximum effort. And it's Wisha Singer removing Callum Bowen Tuckett. Once again, extra bounce on the gloves. Beautiful bit of bowling that. Good aggressive stuff. He picks up his first. The 5th goes down for the West Indies Academy. Bowen Tuckett goes for 55. His maiden first-class half-century. The West Indies Academy, and as you said, 1 wicket brings 2 so far in this series. That extra effort almost catching Bowen Tuckett by surprise.
Yeah. Effort ball.
145 for 5.
Actually, effort ball.
A real effort ball.
That's what you're talking about. Really hitting the deck. Because sometimes the bowlers don't expect that, Mali. This is what? Over number 27.
Yeah.
You don't feel that Mali Richards is going to bowl when he bowl you a short ball of that nature.
I think you got to be, this is where recognizing the match situation though.
Yes.
Because it was Bowen Tuckett that Wisha Singer would have bowled his first spell to.
Yes.
And it almost looked like throwdowns, didn't it?
Yeah, because he was bowling half volleys.
Stepping onto that front foot,
Yes.
driving him down through the line. But here he really made the adjustment. And Callum Bowen Tuckett didn't quite recognize the match situation. But good cricket nonetheless from the Sri Lankans. Those 2 wickets now have just brought them right back in, as you said, Vernon. 1 delivery remaining in the 27th. This is the 26th, sorry. 145 for 5. Another wicket here. Josh Bishop at the crease. We know his style. He's going to look to put bat on ball. At the same time, he's going to present an opportunity or 2 to the Sri Lankans. Mid-off and mid-on, still in the circle here. Will he go short again? He does. Banged in, but hammered well in front of square. 1 bounce into the mid-wicket boundary. Joshua Bishop. As we said, we know how he's going to play. He's going to look to be aggressive. And from ball 1, he takes it on.
Yeah. And if Joshua Bishop tees off here, then we know what's going to be happening. I think that maybe get Terry into the hot seat, Mali, next to you for the next couple of overs.
Yeah, just going to have a quick change now. Terry Laraji just going to replace Vernon Springer. 27 overs gone, 149 for 5. Emphatic stroke that by Joshua Bishop. Partnership needed now here for the West Indies Academy. Clark goes, but just over the fielder there at mid-on. He was brought up into the circle. One of the taller fielders in, is it Ahan? Possibly. Wickramasinghe? Yeah, one of the taller Sri Lankan players, just evading the right hand. And it's all happening here now. Terry, good afternoon.
Absolutely. Good morning, Marley.
Still morning, sorry.
Sri Lanka fighting back well after that excellent partnership between August and Bowen Tuckett. As you say though, Mali, very important partnership, this one.
I was close, but very good running there. It was tight. Valdo Clark playing with soft hands into the onside. Bishop responds. As he said, bigger outfield here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium than at Coolidge. The Academy don't play a lot of their cricket here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Yes, and they're certainly testing the fielder's arms, that's for sure.
Testing their own fitness as well, the running between the wickets.
Again, pushing for 2. And that's good running once again.
Very good running, but even better batting. Maybe taking a bit of a leaf out of these players from the subcontinent, showing those wrists, that one well outside the off stump. But just using those wrists to maneuver the ball into the onside for 2 was Clark. Mohamed Azharuddin comes to mind, Ajay Jadeja, very wristy type players. Mahindra Dhoni as well, very wristy type, strong bottom hand.
I like the intent O'Malley from the West Indies Academy boys, though, even though
they've lost a few.
A couple of quick wickets falling, but they're still looking to rotate the strike, score off every ball. 155, 158 I should say for 5 in over number 28. 3 men out for Joshua Bishop.
As you can tell, just a bit worried about the power, or wary of the power of Joshua Bishop. A bit flatter and faster there from Sudhira. It's been expensive today.
Yes, and he made his intentions clear, as he often does. First ball flying over.
This is what we say.
Flying over mid-wicket.
You generally get an idea of what kind of day it's going to be for Joshua Bishop with the bat, based on that first inning.
Most definitely.
Based on what happens.
But Bowen Tuckett was excellent for his 55, but what a delivery to remove him. Surprised him, I think.
He did. He was looking to advance, which is slightly strange for me, considering what we had seen from Vijay Singh in this comeback spell of his. More back of a length. Into the pitch. It's really bent his back so far, this second spell.
And assess conditions very quickly.
Very quickly recognized.
First game.
First game of the tour for him.
Advancing again, hook shot. Fielders under it. Took it well, but the rope, he had to throw it back, slid into the rope and could not complete the catch, but excellent fielding nonetheless. Clark
and once
took the bowler on full. He almost
took it. He almost probably needed a Sri Lankan, a partner near him to just flick that one back to, in order to effect the catch. That will no longer be a catch if that happens in the not too distant future.
Correct.
If you do touch the boundary or go outside the boundary line. But there, maybe Sri Lankans once again just miscalculating the dimensions here. And the fielder,
he was in off the rope.
Yeah, he was
again.
about 10 yards in off the boundary rope. Probably better served starting on the boundary and coming in.
2 men out on the hook. Both Bishop tries a tennis lob. A wide call by umpire Byam.
As you're saying, Terry, this is quite commendable from the Sri Lankans. They wouldn't have played too much cricket here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, so to
probably never seen it.
Yeah, so to just recognize the dimensions, understand what's needed now, especially from Vijay Singh. He's looking to make Bishop hit into the wind, into the longer side of the field, of the outfield here. Bit of glove. Was there a bit of glove? I think there was.
There was, no? Good attempt by De Oliveira with the gloves.
I think there was a bit of glove on that one. Yes.
And runs given, so good umpiring.
you could tell it did just get a bit big on De La Vera. Seemed to just gather a bit of pace, got big on him. That would have been huge for the Sri Lankans.
Absolutely.
Would have given them a real opportunity here to bowl out West Indies Academy below 200.
Vijay Singh in again to Clark. Clark turning this nicely down to fine leg for an easy single. Yes, to think in this over they could have had both Clark and Joshua Bishop.
Yeah, the slight miscalculation there. As you can tell, the fielder down at deep square, he's still kicking himself. Wasn't able to effect the catch. Did save a couple runs.
He did well. But I think that from a fieldsman's point of view, that's more demoralizing. As we watch this delivery from Vijay Singh, more controlled hook shot by Bishop for a single, but it more demoralizing for the fielder when you have caught it, but you run out of room, than dropping it.
Because you've caught it, right?
Yeah.
But as you can tell, the feet just touch the ropes in terms of that slide.
Gone are the old days, Barney, when you had the picket fence and you just lean back over it, casually take the catch, toss it back.
No fences, a lot of ropes these days.
Cracked nicely through the covers, but the sweeper out there will restrict the scoring to 1.
He's actually, his game at this stage of his career, Rivaldo Clark, is more suited to the white ball format. He's a player who looks to get on with things, very busy at the crease, runs well.
Runs well, yeah. Whereas Joshua Bishop, doesn't matter what format. I'm here, look out.
See ball, hit ball. Keeps it very simple. Very talented cricketer indeed. All-round cricketer.
Definitely. Vijay Singh in again to Bishop. Plays that dab into the gully region. Can't beat the field. Brings the over to an end. So after 29 overs, West Indies Academy winning the toss and choosing to bat. 164 for 5.
Yeah, I'd love to see that aggression from the Sri Lankans. Vijay Singh in particular just found something here on this Sir Vivian Richards pitch, stadium pitch. Just a tinge of green, a few cracks as well. But generally, it's
playing true though.
Yeah, very true. No real variable bounce. Ball coming onto the bat. I think that's something the West Indies will have to recognize as well, when to go to their cutters in the second innings here today.
Sadira to continue. He's bowling to Clark.
I think the cutters and the off-pace deliveries are going to be absolutely key on this pitch.
Well, we saw that slower delivery from Lakshan.
Yeah.
That
Ogie
should have been
somehow it's missing leg and off. But nail in middle.
Sadira, as Wali said, been quite expensive today. 51 runs off him in his 8th over.
He'll be happy with that though. Being backed up in the field by some good fielding there, good energetic work.
But what we've seen, Mali, from the 4-day series and now the start of the 50 overs, a very competitive cricket, which is great from a West Indies Academy point of view, that they can see what level they're at with international competition. I mean, There's not too much between the teams, even though Sri Lanka players are a lot more experienced, as we say.
Yep. Especially in these home conditions.
Joshua Bishop now facing Sadira. And it's good to hear that these two are reciprocal, so
Yeah.
later on West Indies Academy will go to Sri Lanka. End of the over after 30 overs, 165 for 5.
Yeah, we've already seen that in effect in terms of Ireland touring the West Indies, and the West Indies then Academy, that is, going on a reciprocal tour. As you're saying, that's what you want to see, international competition.
Exactly. And
Pitting your talents against a variety of players.
different conditions, different opposition, more matches under your belt. So we're going to see a change from the Sir Andy Roberts end. It's going to be spin of Trevine Matthew. Bowled well.
He did.
5 overs, 2 for 20, the off spinner.
Bowled in the power play with new ball in hand as well. Just the two fielders out allowed outside the circle. So very commendable work. As you said, 2 for 20. Into the pitch once again, flat and fast. Especially with mid-off up into the up in the circle. You don't expect him to toss
too many out.
Yeah. Especially with Josh Bishop on strike.
3 men out on the onside, long on deep mid-wicket and deep backward square for Bishop.
A lot happier defending the biggest boundaries, the Sri Lankans. They bring deep square leg into the circle though.
And put mid-off back to long off. It's also got a deep backward point.
And Kaukarna goes to a more regulation mid-wicket.
Reverse sweep comes out. It's caught the edge, has it? Big appeal, not out, says umpire Bayam. Another look at this one.
That happened so quickly. I'm not sure what happened there.
I think it was the back leg.
Yeah, it was the back leg. But was there a bit of bat in there somewhere? Not quite sure. Umpire wasn't either. Well, he was. He said not out.
It was a quick replay.
Yeah.
Chase is on the ball this morning. Let's see it again.
Once again, choosing to go reverse.
Nah, I don't think so. I think it was just back leg.
Good over so far this from Matthew, just a 2 coming from it. Kept up a good healthy scoring rate for the West Indies Academy, as you said, Terry.
Just dropping in short of the mid-off, gone through him and reaches the boundary. Well, powerfully struck there by Bishop.
It's actually
Or
Rivaldo
Clark.
Clark,
Yeah.
yeah. Very powerfully struck indeed. Burst through the hands of Chamindu there at mid-off. Got a good piece of that, still sped away.
Still went. It was on to 24.
Flatter, faster.
He too, though, for it being his first match on tour, has worked out the conditions very quickly. End of the over, 31 overs gone, 171 for 5.
And that's the experience, as we were saying.
Exactly.
Terry, vastly more experience than their West Indian counterparts. So expect them to, as you said, analyze conditions, recognize match situations a lot quicker. That's why this competition has been so good between these two teams. It's forced the West Indies Academy to almost up their level. Just had a keenly contested two-match 4-day series. One ended one apiece.
And I think that was fair, Malik, because there was good cricket on both sides.
Definitely, especially with the way the West Indies Academy batted in that second game.
Yes, yes. And to fight back like that, being one down, had their opportunities, had their chances in the first match. So Sadira will continue from the Sir Cutley Ambrose end.
Yeah, they're looking to get him through his 10. Sadira. Ball at tough times this innings.
Driven by Bishop all the way along the ground to long off for an easy single. He moves on to 8. Clark is on 24. 172 for 5. Sadira into Clark. Defending that into mid-wicket. Once again, we encourage anybody or everybody who's in Antigua or close to North Sound to come down and watch some good cricket. Future stars of both West Indies and Sri Lanka on show.
As you can tell, Sadira is just a lot more comfortable tossing the ball up a bit more to Rivaldo Clark.
Yes, bowling a lot more into the pitch when the hard-hitting Bishop is on strike. Not that Rivaldo Clark can't pack a punch.
Of course, 25 off 25. But they're just really wary of that power of Josh Bishop. Wields a long hand, a strong bottom hand. He's got quite a few overs still remaining in this innings. Gives himself a chance here, Joshua Bishop. 8 of 13.
Most definitely 18 overs to go after this delivery. Good over by Sadira though, just the 2 off it. 173 for 5, West Indies Academy. What would be a good score, Marley, I think, on this track, given the opposition?
Good score really, for me, is 270, 280 up. I mean, even 300. The rate in which the West Indies Academy is scoring here, 173 for 5. This partnership can continue. We know how destructive Joshua Bishop is. We know how easy Rivaldo Clark finds scoring runs as well at a good rate.
Matthew to continue. Clark goes for the big one, peels off the outside edge, running down towards the third man boundary. No, collect 2. But he hit the nail right on the head though, Mali, in as much as this partnership, I'd say, would determine how much West Indies Academy will finish with, given the fact that they're already 5 wickets down. Put on 30 so far. Bishop and Clark. Clark gets most of this. Lobs over. Oh, almost did well. Lobs over mid-off. Chases back. Tries to flick it back. Can't. Goes into the boundary.
He was looking to go aerial there. Rivaldo Clark once again mid-off up into the circle. So he's looking to take on that area of the ground. That shot prompts a change from the Sri Lankans. Mid-off goes back to long off. Just there once again into the pitch. More than anything, the ball just seems to be drifting away slightly from Rivaldo Clark. Just using that breeze from east to west. Just there again.
Yeah, as you say, Mali, I think the Sri Lankans assess conditions and using conditions well to their advantage.
And executing times as well quite well.
Quicker one again. Bit of a leading edge, but safe enough. Clark remains on 31.
Which just tells you that the ball is just drifting slightly. Once
Mm-hmm.
again, the leading edge. That one was a bit straighter, pitched on middle and leg stump. It's probably best served playing him that way. Well played from Clark in the end. 7 runs from that over.
And
180 for 5. It'll be drinks.
brings it to drinks break. So we'll take a break on 360 and be back with more live coverage in a couple of moments. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the continuation of play in this 50-over contest. First of 3 between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka emerging players. Sadira continues the attack from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. West Indies Academy winning the toss this morning and deciding to take first strike. They're 180 for 5. We're in over number 34. Rivaldo Clark is on 32 and Joshua Bishop is on 8. Sadira into his last over. Bowling to Clark. Drifts down the leg side. Clark tries to turn that. That might have come off the pad. Leg by signaled by umpire Wilson. So 181 for 5. Brings Joshua Bishop back into strike. 3 men out on the onside for Bishop, who plays that forward in defence into the mid-wicket area. No run. I welcome back Marley Richards.
Good afternoon, Teza. Good afternoon, everybody.
Nicely in by Sadira, but well played by Bishop, up too long off for an easy single. Partnership now worth 37. Important partnership this for West Indies Academy as they look to build a decent score for the Sri Lankans to chase.
He's come at a good clip.
Mm-hmm.
Just the 42 deliveries. Just there, just staying a bit leg side to access the offside is Clark. Gets off strike. In fact, he'll be on strike for the next over. 16 overs remaining here. 183 for 5. West Indies Academy winning the toss, choosing to bat.
Yes, and the left-arm spinner Sadira completes his 10-over quota for the day.
In fact, he's come back really well, to be fair. Because if I'm not mistaken, after he was on 6 overs, he had already conceded 50-odd
Right,
runs.
51 or something.
52.
Yeah.
So for his next 4 overs to just go for like 4 runs or so, well
Excellent
done to
comeback,
him. Yeah.
yeah.
He was very expensive for a long part of that spell.
Yes, especially when the partnership between August and Bowen Tuckett was going.
Yeah, pulled it back nicely. I think Matthew as well, he's done a very good job.
Excellent job. He continues. Cut away through the cover region by Clark for a single. Moves on to 34, 184 for 5.
Slightly different Traveen Matthew with his off spinners. Well, often than not, at least here today. Let's look to just take the ball away from the right-handers.
When he's bowled in straight through Bishop, who tried to give himself room and access that offside. Quicker delivery, stump to stump, straight through him.
As we said, Matthew, his 3rd wicket here today. Just exposed too much of his stumps, Joshua Bishop. Looking to access the offside, as he said. Maybe not the strongest part of his game there, but once again, these experienced Sri Lankans recognizing the match situation, recognizing what Bishop was trying to do into the pitch, bit quicker through his defenses, 6 down. Matthew with his 3rd, and the Sri Lankans still with an opportunity here. With the way that we've seen wickets fall in clusters for both teams actually, but for the West Indies Academy, still an opportunity here to bowl them out below 200 for me. Nathan Edward, the new batter at the crease.
Most definitely, and that was a big wicket. Important that they broke that partnership as far as the Sri Lankan boys were concerned. They did just that. Just after a water break, as we often see. So Joshua Bishop has gone for 9. Left-handed Nathan Edward.
And if you think he would have gotten 4 off that first delivery that he would have faced. So they did keep him quite quiet in that little period there, the Sri Lankans. What's been key, they haven't presented too much room to the batters. They've decided to go a lot straighter. It's forced the West Indies Academy batters to move around the crease.
Edward off and running straight away with a single into the mid-wicket area.
Coming in at number 8 here, Nathan Edward. Played quite well as well in that second 4-day match last week with the bat. Got a nice 37 in that innings. Nice partnership with Rivaldo Clark as well. Definitely can bat. Almost got to be playing Travine Matthew in this situation like a medium pacer. What we're seeing he's doing in between wicket and wicket. A real turn, just there again.
Yeah, bowling into the wicket, stump to stump. And with his run up too, he's more like a medium pacer, isn't he?
Really, he's used these conditions really well.
Very well, yes.
Just one delivery remaining in this over. Just conceded 3 and a wicket. So can he finish well though? He does. He does once again. Good length delivery.
Yep.
Just outside the off stump. Ends with a dot. 186 for 6.
Yeah, good over that by Matthew. As you said, Mali picked up the wicket of the dangerous Joshua Bishop, and only conceding the 3 singles. As you mentioned, Edward formed a good partnership in the previous 4-day fixture with Rivaldo Clark. They'll need another one here to post a challenging total for the Sri Lankan Academy. 186 for 6. 15 overs remaining.
It's going to be the slinger. Back. Garuka. Young Lassith. He's saying they produce quite a few of these slingers now, which just tells you the massive impact someone such as Lassith Malinga would have had on their cricket, on Sri Lankan cricket, over the past 20, 25 years or so. There's another young one here in Garuka Sanketh. Low slingy action.
Driven nicely by Clark, but can't beat mid-off. Yes, he's just had the 6 matches so far in his List A career. Taken 7 wickets at 31, best bowling of 3 for 29. No wicket for 15 so far today. Just adjusting the field, pushing mid-wicket.
Quite diminutive frame. It's probably going to look to be a bit shorter as well in terms of his length. Just there. Won't quite get the same bounce because of that low arm. But he's just adjusted that length. It'll be interesting to see if Rivaldo Clark, even though he's adjusted that length here, Sanketh, whether Rivaldo Clark will still look to advance to get to him just because that bounce won't quite be the same. Look to take on mid-off as well, slightly on the up.
Just wide of the backward point for a comfortable single. He was under 36, 187 for 6. Always putting in Rivaldo Clark, though.
Yeah, he is. Once again, he's gotten another start.
Yep.
As we said, he's got a half century, 42, 36 in his 3 innings in the 4-day series. Here he is again, 36 off 41.
Around the wicket to the left-handed Edward. Turns it nicely back with a square. They hustle 1. And 1 is all they'll get.
If you notice,
slipping
on that delivery there, sorry, Terry, it's quite short, but it didn't get up quite high, especially to Nathan Edward, who's not the tallest of persons as well. Just got up about hip height. So for Garuka to get it head height, it has to be really short indeed, especially on this pitch. Chooses to go slower ball though. Off pace.
It's dragged to deep mid-wicket by Clark for a single. 189 for 6. Clark is on 37. Edward is on 2.
They've really limited the boundaries, haven't they? The Sri Lankans.
They've done well, really.
Threatening to get away from them. Yeah.
Pick up 3 wickets in the first 10 over power play. Weathered the storm, if you like. Yeah. 88-run partnership for the 4th wicket.
It's a good comeback.
Good bouncer.
Over. Yeah.
To finish off with. So at the end of 36 overs, West Indies Academy 189 for 6.
Just 3 runs coming from that one. They've done well actually. Just bowled to their fields.
Yes, and an interesting passage of play here. 14 overs remaining, but only 4 wickets. A maneuver to try and take advantage of these gaps.
I think they've got to just look to see Matthew off now for me. Can't afford to give him any more wickets in this situation. 3 for 36. Just look to score. Take as little risk as possible. As he said, quite a few deliveries remaining in this innings. 190 for 6. Really should be a score of 300 based on what we've seen from the West Indies Academy. But it's just the wickets. 190 for 6, 30, you know, 36.1.
Probably
Lost
a couple of wickets too many.
Yeah, too many for me. But Edward and Clark, we know they've got real batting ability. We saw in that partnership they put on 80 odd in that second 4-day match as well. Edward's been in good form and look forward to see him with the new ball in hand a bit later on this afternoon as well.
Definitely, him and Renico Smith.
Yeah, moves it both ways, does Nathan Edward. Actually more suited to the limited overs format of the game at this stage of his career as well. Saw that in the breakout league. He's one of the top wicket takers in that tournament. Was he the only bowler to take a 5 for? I think he was.
He was,
yeah.
Yeah.
He's in
TKR.
He's just picked up by, well, again, retained by the TKR squad for the upcoming CPL.
And the leading wicket taker in the breakout, Michael McKenzie.
Michael McKenzie, will be seeing him here today.
Yeah, and he got picked up by defending champions, didn't he? St. Lucia King.
I think that's why we're seeing him here as well. We're seeing a lot of directives from the head honcho of West Indies cricket, Darren Sammy, in terms of the on-field stuff. We saw the directive of Joel Andrew being selected in this series to open the innings.
Yeah.
Not sure how I feel about that, to be fair. Well, I am actually sure. I disagree at this stage. There's no need to mess around the young man's cricket for me. He's good enough to compete for a middle order spot. Yep. Obviously, at times I can see why he's trying to. I get the thinking, but for me, the talent's special. You don't want to mess around special talents. I think he's been performing quite well, batting at number 4, number 5. For me, I think he's a perfect number 5. Especially with wicket-keeping duties.
I suppose about to say, and he's got other strings to his bow. Good running there by Clark and Edward.
Very good running that by Clark in particular, calling him through, recognizing chance for a run. But for me, it's just going to give Joel Andrew a few too many things to think about at this stage of his career.
Yes.
What now happens at the Leeward for the Leeward
agree with
Islands?
that,
Is
yeah.
he now an opener for the Leewards because they want to put him in the best position to make the West Indies team? This is this for me. I'm not so sure. I think he earned the opportunity, or he earned his call up to his performance batting in the middle order, didn't he?
Right, yeah.
So you understand.
And
what-
it's
you
been
I understand him
Yeah, for sure. You
opening in
understand it.
England in that game. That what happened that morning to Evan Lewis, an opportunity arises.
Right.
Okay, you want to give the young man the chance. For me, it would have to be Hope, who's had a history of opening.
And where he's had his most success.
And where he's had his most success. So for me, it would have been Hope in that game.
Yeah.
But you get it. But now it seems like they want to make it a permanent thing or a thing going forward, and you want this young man to impact the game as early as possible, bat as long as possible. You get that. But at this stage of his career,
right.
I'm not so sure that's the way he manages his talents.
Puts a lot on his plate, put it
does.
that way. Chipped falls short of mid-wickets.
You think another young, talented player the other day burst onto the scene, Dewar Brevis. You saw how he burst onto the scene. Pretty similar to a Jurel Andrew, under-19 cricket dominating at the under-19 World Cup. Then you go to the, the T20 format and the like, first-class cricket. But for me, even the Dewar Brevis, he got a bit too soon without really proving that much. Yeah, he was picked up at the Mumbai Indians, a big selection, and he was given massive opportunities, shunted around the order.
What was that? What was that other player, Mali, from India? Same sort of thing happened. Where he was an opener. Sure.
Pretty sure.
Right, right. You don't hear much about him.
Yeah, a lot of that has to do with fitness and his perceived commitment to off-field activities and the like. But if you remember 2018, it's Prithvi Shaw and Shubman Gill, though, it was the real standouts.
Right, yeah.
For that Indian team, and Prithvi Shaw was actually the captain. He was the one that was trusted with the leadership, was seen as the more of a sure thing. Fabulous player, still, Prithvi Shaw.
But it just shows that management is so important.
So key.
Especially at those, young development stages of their careers. You put too much responsibility and then, it just simply is too much. Another slow delivery, but coming round the wicket. Takes it down the leg side, called wide by umpire Wilson.
And unless he's looking to move on, one of the more senior of the opening batters, pretty soon, why would be the need for that move to be so urgent?
Right.
If you think about it, you've got a Brandon King, Evan Lewis.
You just brought Evan Lewis back.
Maybe
Johnson Charles is still making runs.
Maybe it's for that. Maybe it's for that position there, the Johnson Charles.
Maybe.
In that case,
And if you look at
I can understand.
well,
Not because Johnson Charles is a terrible player or anything, but for me, why would I take Johnson Charles to England? Just gone.
no, fair enough.
I'm trying to refresh this team now, this T20 team. We got to the quarterfinals here in the World Cup. Are you saying that you're trying to take Johnson Charles again? We understand that he's got the ability to wicket keep, so at times it does help you balance your team. But surely at this stage, you've got to be looking for a younger player. So maybe that's the Joel Andrew role right there. Maybe. Darren Sammy, I'm doing as good a job as I can right here. And you know, Joel, somebody is a precocious talent. He won't say no. He's someone who
No,
backs
yeah,
his
you
ability.
give it a go, yeah.
But even here this morning, especially against the ball that really moves around,
But that come back a long way.
massive.
Yeah. Matthew to continue from this Andy Roberts end.
His final over here today.
Spot on target. So 197 for 6 with just under 12 overs remaining. Clark can only defend that to mid-wicket. Round the wicket to the left-handed Edward. And they're going for a single and just gets home. Bit of hesitation there. Clark wanted the single, called it through. It was played to backward point. He threw it into the bowler on the bounce, who removed the bails. But Edward is quick enough, gets home.
Well, there's a version of cricket that we used to play as kids here in Antigua called one tip, where if you hit it, you had to run.
You had to run, yeah.
That seemed like they were playing a bit of one tip there because there was no real run. It was hit straight to the fielder. It was just a poor throw in the end, poor outfielding, not affecting that run out.
He didn't really fling it back, did he?
Didn't.
He tried to just make sure that he got it back. It took too long. Again, quick single. No direct hit.
But they're rapid. This pair are rapid in between the wickets, aren't they?
Absolutely.
They back their speed, that's for sure.
So 199 for 6. Edward is on strike. He's on 7. Matthew into Edward. And wide outside off stump, almost rolls that one. Goes through keeper Sohan for a bye. So that brings up the West Indies Academy 200 at the end of over number 39. They're 200 for 6. Clark is on 41 and Edward is on 7.
Gone now here, 200 coming up. So the Sri Lankans have done a pretty good job here in terms of just keeping the run rate down, not allowing it to explode per se. They've done so by taking regular wickets, by taking wickets. Rivaldo Clark 41 of 49 and Nathan Edwards just taking a bit of time to really get going, 7 of 15.
And I think bowling to their field too, Marlin.
They've executed well, yeah.
Slowed up the
They've recognized
rate.
what's been needed.
Definitely.
And they've executed. Obviously, Matthew, led by Matthew. He started with the first ball today from the Sir Andy Roberts end. It was a little surprised to see off spin starting, but with his style of off spin, you get it.
Yeah,
looking
because
to
as
take
we
the
said,
ball away, looking to use the breeze.
More like a medium
Pacer in between wicket and wicket.
Done his job though, 3 for 40 off his 10.
That projected score 257 now. One time it looked possible, 280, 300. Still is. We'll take a special innings from Rivaldo Clark. We know Nathan Edward definitely can bat.
So 11 overs to go. It's going to be Sankit to continue from Mr. Sir Andy Roberts end. Bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Edward.
After this over as well, we'll have a commentary change, take you down to the end of the innings. 10 overs or so remaining. Once again, short. Did you get something on that? Umpire thinks
Must
so.
have, yeah.
No wide signaled. Umpire Joe Wilson. For a long time was on the elite ICC umpire panel. Seven of 16 now. Edwards needs to get going though. Just there again. They've executed so well, have the Sri Lankans towards the back end, the death of this innings. One signal for the over. It never really gets too high, does it, from Sanketh?
It doesn't, but he's bowled a couple of good ones now. That,
Right on the money.
yeah. In again to Edward. Full of pitch, driven in the air, will be safe. One bounce, 4 runs. Could get Edward going. Welcome boundary there for West Indies Academy.
It was a beautiful shot. Just played through the line of that one, did Nathan Edward. Got the length and also the pace that he wanted, especially with the low trajectory of...
And a fuller length.
Yeah, Garuka. It's an easy shot through the line. Similar to what we saw from Vijay Singh earlier, especially in his first spell to Cannon and Tuckett in particular. When they just go a bit full, it's a bit like a throwdown. It's an easy hit down the ground, especially in these conditions. Very good batting conditions. Easy pace pitch. I expect a few cutters now from Garuka. Go short again though. Aggression into the pitch.
So 204 for 6. Edward is on 11.
Send back. Mid off the long off. Wickramasinghe.
Bringing him up again.
Bringing him back up. So he's got to be in the pitch again. More into a body line once again from around the wicket. Brings third man up in the circle again. So this is what I'm saying. The choreographed nature of this format, you tend to know where the ball's going to be. In fact, he goes for the soccer ball. Fuller.
Played out to a mid-wicket by Edward. Moves on to 12. 205 for 6.
That's the thing. Did just choose to change the length, but the line was the same. Didn't allow Edward to free the hands, especially with third man up. That could have peeled off. So the execution has been good here by the Sri Lankans.
Boy, full toss that time.
He's just lost that one. What's square leg going to say? Come back for 2.
Good running again.
Legal?
Yeah, seems
Legal
so.
delivery there. So with 10 overs to go, West Indies Academy are 205 for 6. We'll have a change now. I'll be replaced by Vernon Springer for the end of the West Indies Academy innings.
Thank you, Marley. So 10 overs remaining here for West Indies Academy. 207 for 6. Can get at least a runner ball. Looking for more, obviously. But a runner ball would give them a good competitive 260, 270 odd. So welcome back, Vernon Springer.
Good day to you, Terry. Very business-like partnership from Rivaldo Clark and Nathan Edwards. 207 for 6 with some 40 overs to go. Projected score could get over 250, and the current run rate is about 5.17. Fernando continuing from the Andy Roberts end, with Edwards on 12 and Clark on 43. He's batted beautifully. but it's just showing the aggression from the Sri Lankan emerging players, fast bowlers. And you were talking about effort and intent. Over to you, Terry, for Fernando.
Round the wicket to Edward. Plays it nicely through the cover region for another single, so he moves on to 13, 208 for 6. Yeah, as I was saying with Marley Vernon, that I think they've assessed conditions very well and adapted accordingly. The Sri Lankan boys.
The West Indies Academy only had about a couple of days to prepare for this series, Terry, after the 4-day matches were completed. So it's a new ground. Their home ground is at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The Sir Vivian Richards Stadium is supposed to be the home ground for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. That's another conversation and on another day. Because what is amazing, Terry, is Clark and Edwards sneak a single. Antigua and Barbuda played in a just concluded Leeward Islands T20 festival, but never practiced at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. They played their matches at Ball Beef in Liberta. Now, if you're the home territory, you're the home team, and your team is not practicing or even playing at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, then you have to start to ask yourself what systems are in place.
Very true, and it happened before the West Indies Championship too, didn't it? They didn't get to practice here, or didn't get to practice as much as they would have liked.
So a conversation needs to start taking place, because you can't have the government of Antigua and Barbuda investing in the franchises in West Indies cricket, and the players themselves don't have a permanent home as to where they're going to practice. That's certainly not adding up at all. Partnership is 25 from 39. Fernando has just done his job, which is a holding job.
Hold one end up for sure.
The Sri Lankan captain Lakshan, he's done an excellent job in his field placing, Terry.
Yeah. The fielders have been backing the bowlers. The bowlers have been bowling to their field. They've certainly dried up the run scoring. The over comes to an end. We've had 41 overs, 209 for 6. West Indies Academy. Clark still there. He holds the key. See how many West Indies Academy can post. West Indies Academy can post.
Gas is a big question. Not reckless, but they now have to start to be able to turn those dot balls now into singles. There seems to be a break. Rivaldo Clark is maybe trying to get himself organized. In the meantime, Joel Wilson and umpire Byam just looking at the action. Talking about Joel Wilson, one of the international umpires, he's just coming here now to find out what is happening. 58 years of age, born in Trinidad and Tobago, and so far as ODIs has umpired 98 ODIs from 2011 to 2025. T20s international has umpired 50, 2012 to 2024. 47 test matches from 2015 2025. So he's had a 10-year cycle. And women's ODIs, he's umpired 13, and women's T20 international 16. So if you check his career, he's certainly earned his dues. But I think with Jacqueline Williams now, the really only recognized person, and Dr. Sir Richie Richardson, I think there has to be a trust now by the West Indies Umpires Association and Cricket West Indies as to who are the young emerging umpires that we're going to be able to now look to push to go forward. I find it very strange that you still have Carl Tuckett, who is not being able to break into what we consider to be the senior ranks. And you are encouraging players. I feel excited for Dayton Butler, but Dayton Butler went past Carl Tuckett. He was there before. And somebody really has to explain to me why Carl Tuckett still can't get an opportunity to knock down the door.
Yeah, good point, Vernon. And it's important that the umpires around the region keep evolving, just like the players, as you say. for the sake of the standard of the cricket.
You beg to question even the ICC, because it's not only Joel
Well,
Wilson.
why
was
is
removed.
Joel Wilson
Michael
was
Goff was
replaced?
also, Michael Goff was also removed as well too.
Yes.
I don't know if it's a life cycle.
Boy, lost control of that one. Did Sanka that wide down the leg side, 210 for 6.
And you know, when you have, you know, for the West Indies, if you have a Joel Wilson who's a West Indian umpire removed from the panel, it sort of is a demoting factor for other umpires in the region, in the Caribbean, the ICC's Americas in the Caribbean. You see Joel Wilson, one of your top guys, be moved. You know, I always feel you should have a balance, Terry.
Yeah, most definitely, Vernon. And not only that, I mean, he's a damn good umpire. So you remove him, as you say, from the international scene. What sort of message does that send to up-and-coming umpires in the region?
But we as the media also, we cause that on ourselves too, Terry. With the advent of technology and all of that stuff there, the umpires have almost become like an ornament on the field. Actually, the natural instinct of an umpire making a decision is just not being great anymore. Some of the umpires are even afraid of making a decision. Another short delivery there to Nathan Edwards again. But the good thing about it, right, Terry, every time he bowls the short ball, he's aiming for middle stump.
He's on target, yeah.
Look
exactly.
at it.
Yeah.
He's aiming for
right
that badge.
At the badge.
He's aiming for that badge, Jerry. Right? I like Sankat. I like his approach. He's young. He's got some energy in him. You give me his age here, Terry. Number 92. He's got to be maybe about 20, Terry.
Yeah. Full pitch, just played up to long on. But you're talking about the umpires, and yes, they are under a lot more scrutiny these days, and you know it all comes back to the various replays and the DRS. But to get the most out of international umpires and therefore out of international cricket, in my opinion, these days, they have to sit down and look at that DRS, because that, to me, that umpire's call needs to change. It's ridiculous. It gives too much of a bias towards the batsman, as if they haven't got enough bias these days in the game. And also a level playing field, meaning that if you're touring Australia or England or whatever, or India, where they've got the money and you've got 26 cameras and at every different angle and everything, then when Sri Lanka come here to play West Indies, or West Indies go to Sri Lanka or Pakistan or something like that, it should also have as many cameras with the same angles and the same technology.
Well, let's look at even the ICC World Test Championship cycle, which has started, right? You have 12 test nations, but only 9 are participating in the World Test Championship.
Right. And then those 9, like we start off playing Australia, so at the end of the series we played 3 matches each. Have a look at the end of the 2-year cycle of how many Australia will play compared to how many West Indies will play.
It's who got the money, Terry.
Yeah,
42
there you go.
goals.
So don't tell me it's a championship.
212 for 6. Edwards on strike. Yeah, he's losing his shape there. He has to readjust now. He's looking to go square. He needs to hit the ball in front of him. He's got to look to... In fact, he has to try something different now. It's either he's going to look to advance to Fernando. It has to be completely different. He's got to get into his bike now, Edwards, beautifully. That's good. Good thinking. He must have heard me.
Used his feet.
Yeah.
Played it straight, but bowler stops it with his boot.
Big stuff there.
But they've done well. They're clawing this run rate back, Sri Lanka.
Beautiful shot. Got out the sweep there. I think Ravella Clark was a little late there in backing up, but he got in quite easily in the end.
Another good single, 213 for 6. We're in over number 43.
We need more than singles now, Terry. 213. Yes. The West Indies need to get up to 270, 275 scoreboard pressure.
At least.
Anything less than that, Terry, I think it is gettable for Sri Lanka. Got to start to move on their bikes now.
Yes, it's now or never.
Right, 2 here. Got to be thinking about 2.
That's good running.
Clark is quick.
2 more to Clark. He moves on to 49.
Partnership is 31 from 50 deliveries. So they've had some good partnerships today. Tuckett O'Geese, you've seen it. They've
That
gone
was
from
worth
strength to
88.
strength. Clark, Tuckett. This now looking to go to another half the partnership.
Big appeal there by Fernando, but not out.
That got him into some trouble there as well too.
Bounced a bit on him, that one.
Yeah, but I think he could have just used the depth of the crease there, got deep and just
Turned
worked that
it.
ball into the onside. That's something that they got to work on. Tuckett, Rivaldo Clark, when the ball comes between middle and leg, they're trying to get fancy. You got to keep it as basic as possible.
Sweeps that backward of square for a single. Takes him on to 48.
All right. Over is completed.
Keep the strike then, Clark.
See? Try to close the bat face to turn there.
Too early, yeah.
Be careful. Half century so far from O'Geese. 66 off 75. Colin Boyne took it 55 off 54. Set up by a good bumper.
Yes, excellent delivery. But he played well though for his first class. List day half century.
So you see the progress rate of Colin Boyne took it.
Yeah, ever since he got that 100.
Improving all the time. Well, just before he got
He's
the 100 the season before,
everything.
he was getting
getting into it. Yeah,
so he's evolving all the time.
For sure.
Sankat is back again, man. Terry.
Yeah, he's bowling a long spell. He was bowling a good spell, but was well weighted by Clark. He thought of the second. The man on, which is Wickramasinghe, I think, on the long on boundary. Was quickly enough to prevent it. So he moves to 49, 217 for 6. We're in over number 44.
Valda Clark doing some repair work to his shoes and his pads. They got to start to be on the march. Pulled away into the onside.
Coming back now.
Going to get one run.
Great throw right over the top of the bails.
A lot of thought processes gone into this game here on this massive outfield at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. But they sort of kind of closed off the West Indies Academy in terms of getting their boundaries.
No, but I must say though, Vernon, I'm impressed because the Sri Lankan boys, apart from television, they would never have seen the stadium. And it can be tricky. It can be a tricky ground to defend.
Well, they had a couple of days to practice here, and they certainly done their homework. They would also have got data. Rivaldo Clark
This time
brings up his 50.
Well played.
50 off 61 deliveries. Very controlled knock from the young man. 3 fours, a strike rate of 83.61, 61 balls faced, and Rivaldo Clark registers the third half century of the West Indies Academy innings here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Congratulations, young man.
Yes, and you can tell the running between the wickets. You can tell by the strike rate how important that has been in this innings of Clark. He's always busy in the middle. Gone for that. Fielder coming round. Takes a good catch.
He gave it away.
So he threw it away. He had to go, though, I'd say, with...
Too early. He could wait for 5 overs to go. That shot is just like a tired shot, Terry.
But if he waited for 5 overs, Vernon would have less than 10 balls. But a good catch. Good running in, diving catch.
And the reason why I said that, Terry, is because somebody now has to come out
Get
now to
set
start again.
Yeah.
He's just got to his 50.
No, I agree with that.
You bat as deep as possible. In fact, you
True.
should be thinking about batting
all
all
the
overs.
overs. Yeah.
That's the attitude that I'm thinking about. You can't leave it for anybody.
True.
You can say what you want about Virat Kohli. Why you think Virat Kohli took the team on his back? In situations like that, you got to take the team on your back. So he could have maybe got a nice little 80 not out, 84 not out. That's how you have to be thinking.
The key to Kohli, if you ask me, wasn't like we all know his stroke play and everything like that. But the key, the essence to his batting was his fitness, and I believe that is where he was good with the captaincy because he knew how to get the most out of his
Well,
players.
he brought a Kohli.
Watch me.
He brought a Kohli like you could say what you want about him. He brought a culture into the team.
That's what I mean,
the
because
the other players brought into
Yeah,
what his vision was, his passion was.
Exactly, because India were renowned for a long time that they weren't exactly the fittest 11
He changed the actual culture of the West of Indian cricket.
For sure.
Yes, MS Dhoni was a successful captain and he did all that he had to do. Kohli took it to the next level.
For sure. And that was all around fitness. Boy, speared in that one with the young slinger.
Yeah.
But McKenny Clark gets something on it and it shoots down to third man for 4.
I think he's lucky to
Just
still have
got
his.
stopped.
I think he's lucky to have his toes. and the towing of his bat.
Most definitely. Must be a strong bat. So he's off the mark with a boundary.
I like Sanketh. I like his energy.
No, he's bowled
really,
well.
I really like him, man.
He's bowled well.
And he's going to be around for a long time. I've already put a marker in his name. We got to look at him. Ooh,
Boy,
he tried a
slow
slow
one.
ball there. Yes, you could see that. And the slow balls, they normally dip late. So it's like they look like full tosses. And then just at the dying second, they just zip down on you very quickly. It's an art of something that he's worked on, as you can see. It's a round arm, but when the hand comes up, right, it looks like a genuine off spinner, and it sort of just dips on you
Yes.
very quickly. And he's been allowed to also organize and even, set his field. See, even he's been given that license. In the air, who wants it, who
Covers
wants it.
going back, takes the catch. Interesting shot selection there by McKenny Clark. I know he's just come in. They're looking for as many as they can get. But prior to that delivery, Lakshan moved himself from long off into the circle, dropped third man back. A full delivery outside off stump. McKenny Clark still went through for the shot, held out to cover. He's gone for 4, 225 for 8 in over number 40.
We're playing 50 over. We're playing 50 over cricket, right?
We are. We've got
thought that
6
was-
overs.
I thought that was the last over.
Well, that's and isn't that the problem though? And we mentioned this when we started. They barely, in that first 4-day match, they barely batted 50 overs. Yes, last week was excellent. They batted just under 100 overs. The consistency though, Vern, and we see that in every level of West Indies cricket in the one-day format. He failed to bat out the 50 overs far too many times.
What I want is a culture being earmarked into the young West Indies Academy team and all West Indian teams. That you got to be able to you got to challenge them. You got to look to score 100. When we go through the Sri Lankan emerging players stats, some of these guys at the first class level, they have 4, 5, 6 centuries.
Yeah,
If you match that
double
up against
centuries.
if you match it up against some of the West Indian players who maybe just got 1 century, been playing for some time, 2 centuries, you got to score hundreds and big hundreds. Squeezed nicely
Nice
by Edwards.
shot.
Square. Got to get 3 here if he
Back
wants.
for the point.
They're only contented to get 2. We're going to see maybe skill set of the batting today from Ranika Smith. He really impressed up at the Coolidge Ground in the 4-day series in which Kelvin Pittman was later named the MVP of that tournament. Edwards back and not finding the gap there. He's got to find the gap. He's got to take most of the strike right now. Trust his partner. We haven't seen Smith has not faced the delivery as yet.
He bowled with some real pace. Did Smith?
Yeah, but it's an interesting story from the coach based on all what he's been through in terms of injuries and had to reshape and refocus, rebuild his it's a very, very, very interesting story. Edwards, you have to do, Nathan has to do a lot better than that. Got to be able to just stay still, look at the areas, look at the delivery. Don't try anything. Got 3 balls in this over, and we only got 2 runs out of it. It's got to be on the march now. Beautiful delivery again there, ball. Fernando. He's done his job, Terry.
He has, yeah, only 29 off his bowling so far.
Fernando, you needed to go for that
Yeah,
ball.
I was going to say,
How you can make the man from long on walk all the way up there to give you that ball to go all the way back down to long on. Come on, Terry. The ball was just right there.
I'm the bowler. I'm not going to exert any extra energy. Attempted sweep by Edward. Needs to be careful. Come a long way across. Completes the over. So just 2 off the over. 227 for 8 with 5 overs remaining. West Indies Academy.
Loss of Rivaldo Clark. If Rivaldo Clark was there, he'd have been on the march here. He's 51 off 62 deliveries with 3 boundaries. Have certainly slowed the rate right down. It's come right down now. Where they're just scoring just about 5.04. I don't think that's enough. They're going to need more than that.
Definitely. He said with 10 overs to go, they could get a runner ball to get them up to about 270. They fall well short of that. They keep going at this rate.
But it comes down to what you guys have been talking about.
Sri Lanka
is that
done well.
wickets start to fall in clusters.
Wickets start to fall in clusters, and these guys have pulled it back nicely by claiming wickets and bowling to their field. And that one, a big appeal.
Outside the line of the off stump.
Yes.
Good decision by Joel Wilson.
Good ball, though.
Well, I think he
Second
tricked.
good Yorker he's
Yeah,
bowled.
he tricked Smith again. Smith
First
coming
ball,
right across
Smith.
his stumps. He's going to have to be careful, Terry. Ooh. That undone him. Ooh. Good delivery.
Excellent delivery.
Smith needs to get onto his front foot. He's got to be careful. He's got an open stance, and he's almost like a target. Clipped away. No, Edwards will get the strike.
Yeah,
He's done his job.
That's fine. So he gets off the mark with a single through mid-wicket. 228 for 8. Brings Nathan Edward back on strike. He's on 18.
He's going to have to manufacture a boundary here now.
Yes.
But what is actually happening is that Sanketh is not giving him anything to manufacture a boundary. He's been paced off when he bowls the ball into the wicket. And every now and again, he keeps surprising the batsman with that extra pace, that effort ball. As you would say, a heavy ball that he's bowling.
His short delivery has been spot on target, and his Yorkers have been right up there as trying to advance Edward.
Yeah, that one rushed him.
Gets a
No,
single.
I hope Nathan is learning, because that's something that Mali was talking about. You see that big extra effort? Normally Edwards just runs in and just ambles up.
Right.
You check out Sanketh. He's hitting
yeah,
the ball
man.
into the surface all the time.
Definitely.
You got to think.
Into his 9th over.
Sri Lanka have done an excellent job here. In spite of the circumstances, 229 for 8. West Indies almost looking to survive. They could be bowled out. It will be a cardinal sin if they are.
A slower ball.
Going down.
Yeah, he's lucky though. Once
Yeah.
again, Vernon.
Yeah,
his
because
slower
he-
ball dipped
Yeah, but
late.
like I'm telling you, you got to watch it all the way, Terry.
Exactly.
He's far across and he's lost his alignment.
Look at the dip.
Look,
Fwah.
you see? It looks like a full toss.
Yeah, and then
But
all of a sudden.
it's like a off spinner which just dips on you very quickly. He's having a laugh with umpire Joel Wilson. He's saying, "Come on, umps! I thought I had him. I was between wicket and wicket." Yeah, he's got to come again. Let's see what he's bringing out all of his skills here. Oh, that's a beauty. Lovely outswinger. Smith didn't know anything about that one. He was groping at it. Now, I think what is going to happen, right? He's going to get a Yorker. He's going for those toes.
Yeah, and why not? He's bowled 2 excellent Yorkers. One that McKinney Clark just got some bat on. And there you
He's going
go.
for the Yorker.
Clean bowl, trying to slog sweep that over mid-wicket was Renico Smith.
I told
West
you he's going.
Indies Academy lose their 9th.
Told you he's going for the Yorker, Terry. I knew that was coming. He was setting him up all the time.
And I know it's one day and I know it's close to the end of the innings, but I
Gotta
didn't
watch the
like
ball.
Yeah, and not only that, Vernon, I didn't like the way Nico Smith shaped up today. He's a lot more open in his stance than he was in the 4-day matches. But nevertheless, good ball in that by Sanket. They lose their 9th to West Indies Academy. And still got some 4 overs left. 229 for 9.
And a test match in England. India 471 all out. Not Australia. Guess we geeing up for Australia West Indies series. England in reply 133 for 2. Joe Root has not too long ago come to the crease. And the man who has done the damage of Jasprit Bumrah bowled Ben Duckett for 62, and he also picked up Zach Crawley. So that looks like a runs wicket, as we would say.
Yeah, but surprisingly though, 3 century makers in that Indian innings, and they were 440 for 4. So they lost their last 6 for 30 odd.
Yeah, cricket is like that. West Indies looking to survive here. They could be bowled out.
It could be. Last man, Micah McKenzie, the young Antiguan leg spinner, but it'll be Nathan Edward on strike.
No Pittman today.
No Pittman.
Maybe saving
Micah
their
McKenzie for Pittman.
They maybe might be saving their MVP for the other 2 games.
Maybe.
Wide. Fernando. Not for 29 from his 7 over. He's been allowed to bowl well, Terry. Let me just say that.
True. Well, they've worked out the conditions, as Marley and I were saying, and simply stump to stump, bowling into the pitch, pegged the West Indies Academy boys back, but they've still got a chance to tell themselves. They've got 4 overs, 24 balls, 24 ones, at least get to 250. That's gone.
That's a good hit.
High, wide, handsome by Edward, over long on.
That's a good hit. That's a good cricket shot.
There we go, 236 for 9.
By young Nathan Edwards. Watched the ball right onto his bat. Got deep. Stayed low to the ball and just hit it. Couple of rows back over the field at long on, who had no chance. He goes to 25. The score goes to 236 for 9. Micah McKenzie making his list A debut here. So congratulations to the young man. Another wide delivery. And I was talking about the young under-19 players who have come to the under-15, under-17, under-19 ranks. Edwards, McKenzie, Andrew, beautiful combination. Callum Boyne Tuckett as well.
Great to see he's gone again. It's gone straight up in the air. Sohan Delaver is under it. Takes the catch. West Indies Academy bowled out inside 50 overs. 237 all out of 46.1.
Don't know if Edwards needs to be playing that shot.
Especially after you've already got 6
Yeah.
off the first legitimate delivery of the over. So they'll be disappointed with that not facing their full allotment of 50 overs.
It's a cardinal sin if you get bowled out
It
under
is.
50 overs. Based on your 3 half centuries.
Exactly, but too many times we see it at every level of our cricket these days.
People, you just don't give away your hand. You got to look at the scoreboard. There's no coach there. You don't need a coach. You don't need anybody. You look at, you calculate yourself and you figure out, look here. They bowled for 237, 46.2 overs.
Exactly.
Now, you know the difference of maybe another 20 runs, Terry, at the end of it?
A runner ball would put him over 250, 260.
Micah McKenzie didn't face any delivery. He was left not out and north. West Indies Academy. 237 all out of 46.2 overs. Sri Lanka emerging players will need 238 on behalf of Terry, Marley and myself, along with Jason and Danny. The 360 team will take a break, and when we come back, we'll be calling the Sri Lankan innings.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Oh, it's high in the air again.
Can you feel the love on a stranger's face?
Look at the West Indies.
West Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down there. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy, energy. Whoa, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is red in dough. Whoa, whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, it's all away. Jumping up past Pamela. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all away. Every hand up in the air. Tell the bad vibes not today. The West Indies full of energy. You know where my heart is. I'm a proud West Indian. When we rain in the sixes, we hear up the stadium. Win, lose or draw, we celebrating. Cricket is the game we love. A smile on every face, representing where we from. Cause there's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. Whoa, no boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy, energy. Whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is red in dough. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, it's all away. Jumping up past Pamela. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all away. Every hand up in the air. Cricket is the game we play. The West Indies full of energy. West Indies full of energy. Whoa, we full of energy. Whoa, look at energy in the place. Energy where we play. Energy all around. Yeah.
Shay, West Indies will be taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once our first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, Skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy, energy. Whoa, 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 yeah.
I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Oh, it's high in the air again.
Can you feel the love on a stranger's face?
Look at the West Indies.
West Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy, energy. Whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, 6 is red in dough. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, it's all away. Jumping up past Pamela. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all away. Every hand up in the air. Tell the bad vibes not today. The West Indies full of energy. You know where my heart is. I'm a proud West Indian. When we rain in the 6s, we hear up the stadium. Win, lose or draw, we celebrating. Cricket is the game we love. A smile on every face, representing where we from. Cause there's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy, energy. Whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, 6 is red in dough. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, it's all away. Jumping up past Pamela. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all away. Every hand up in the air. Cricket is the game we play. The West Indies full of energy. West Indies full of energy. Whoa, they full of energy. Whoa, look at energy in the place. Energy when we play. Energy all around. Yeah.
Shay, West Indies will be taking the first strike this summer at home against South Africa. You know once that first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Hilly, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is ready though. Whoa, whoa, yeah.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Oh, it's high in the air again.
Can you feel the love on a stranger's face?
Look at the West Indies.
West Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is ready though. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, it's all away. Jumping up as Pamela. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all away. Every hand up in the air. Tell the bad vibes not today. The West Indies full of energy. I know where my heart is. I'm a proud West Indian. When we rain in the sixes, we hear up the stadium. Win, lose or draw, we celebrating. Cricket is the game we love. A smile on every face, representing where we from. Cause there's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is ready though. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, it's all away. Jumping up as Pamela. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all away. Every hand up in the air. Cricket is the game we play. The West Indies full of energy. West Indies full of energy. Whoa, they full of energy. Whoa, look at energy in the place. Energy when we play. Energy all around. Yeah.
Shay, West Indies women taking the first strike this summer at home against South Africa. You know once our first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy. Energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy. Energy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is ready, though. Whoa, whoa, yeah.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Oh, it's high in the air again.
Can you feel the love on a stranger's face?
Look at the West Indies.
West Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. Whoa, no boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy, energy. Whoa, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is ready, though. Whoa, whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, it's all away. Jumping up past Pamela. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all away. Every hand up in the air. Tell the bad vibes not today. The West Indies full of energy. You know where my heart is. I'm a proud West Indian. When we reign in the sixes, we rock the stadium. Win, lose or draw, we celebrating. Cricket is the game we love. A smile on every face, representing where we from. Cause there's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. Whoa, no boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy, energy.
Shay, West Indies will be taking the first strike this summer at home against South Africa. You know once our first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. Always play.
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is ready, no. Whoa, whoa.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Can you feel the love on a stranger's face?
Look at the West Indies.
West Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down there. Time to rally around the West Indies. It in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all away. Every hand up in the air. Tell the bad vibes not today. The West Indies full of energy. You know where my heart is. I'm a proud West Indian. When we rain in the sixes, we rock the stadium. Win, lose or draw, we celebrating. Cricket is the game we love. A smile on every face, representing where we from. Cause there's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going
Shay, West Indies will be taking the first strike this summer at home against South Africa. You know once that first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on.
Good afternoon, Antigua and Barbuda, and to the wider part of the Eastern Caribbean, and in fact, the entire universe. I'm Vernon A. Springer alongside Terry Laraji and Marley Richards. We've got Jason and the man himself, Danny, holding it down here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And we're getting ready for the start of the Sri Lankan Emerging Players 11. Just in case you have just joined our 360 coverage on the West Indies YouTube channel coverage, the West Indies Academy were bowled out for 237 in 46.2 overs, 18 boundaries and 3 sixes, a total of 144 dot balls during the process. Akeem Ogis top scored with 66 of 75 balls, 96 minutes at the crease, 7 fours, 1 6, 38 dot balls. Callum Boyne Tuckett, his maiden list day half century, 55 or 54 balls, 71 minutes, 5 fours, 1 6, 25 dot balls. Rivaldo Clark, he also scored 51 not out, 62 balls, 81 minutes, 3 fours, 27 dot balls. And Nathan Edwards, he spent some time, 25 balls, 39 balls, 53 minutes, 1 4, 1 6, 23 dot balls. Extras 15, 1 by, 2 leg bys, 12 wides. And for Sri Lanka emerging players, Traveen Matthews bowled 10 overs, no maidens, 40 runs, 3 wickets, 1 wide, 34 dot balls, 3 fours was hit off him. And Garika Sanget, 9 overs, no maidens, 45 runs, 3 wickets, 4 wides, 28 dot balls, 2 fours, 1 6. In a moment, anytime soon, I'll be joined by my colleague Terry Laraja. But just to let you know that the players are all out in the field. Umpire Joel Wilson, everybody is geared up. I just feel very disappointed that the West Indies Academy were bowled out for 237. You can't have 3 half centuries. Rivaldo Clark, soft dismissal. Even Akeem Ogis, very soft dismissal. Good, positive day. Got to be able to turn those half centuries into hundreds. Good afternoon, Terry, after the luncheon period.
Good afternoon, Vernon, and good afternoon to all our viewers, and good evening to our Sri Lankan friends who'll be very happy with their performance so far, halfway through this 50-over contest. West Indies Academy, as Vernon Springer was telling you, put up a modest 237, so 238 for victory. I think they feel, I know, that they certainly feel, the Academy boys, 30 to 40 runs short of what they would have wanted, but as Vernon said, failing to bat out the 50 overs. Major concern in the one-day format across the board for West Indies. Nevertheless, be Nathan Edward with ball in hand, looking for early strikes here. CB bowling to Nippon Dhananjaya.
So Dhananjaya to face Nathan Edwards, the left-arm seamer. Say good afternoon to Don Farrell, one of the pioneers of sports in the Leeward Islands OECS. Stroke beautifully, took cover. And that went like a tracer bullet to the field at cover. West Indies in their floppy hats. They look like they expect a long day, Terry.
They do, yes. A lot of them in long sleeves also, but protecting themselves from the sun. Beautiful sunny day. It was overcast early this morning.
Yeah, Callum Boyne Tuckett. He's gone for the West Indies normal cap. We'll come back to something, Terry, that I kind of saw as well too. I see a lot of traditions are going out of the window. You know, normally when you play for the West Indies, you got a blazer.
Yes.
That seems to have gone to the window, and even the caps now. We can go into the store and buy a West Indies cap. That's what's been given to you. So Casey Carty got one of those
Right.
when he made his debut. I'm saying, come on.
Yeah, that's
taking
not a
some-
good tradition to lose.
We're
but-
taking some shortcuts.
Yes, definitely. You want the pride back, the earn that maroon cap. Edward into... Oh, and he takes the edge and...
Drops it.
Went through the hands
Drops
of...
it.
August, is it a first slip?
Drops it. Or is Rivaldo Clark? I think it's Rivaldo Clark.
Clark.
Drops it. Let's look at this, Terry.
Normally
Good
say
delivery by
pair of
Edwards.
hands, went
Let's-
straight to him, low,
let's
but
let's see where he's going.
he had it.
He's
and
got to
then
catch that.
When he hit the ground,
Gotta-
popped out.
Got to catch that. You got to catch that. Is it Rivaldo?
I think it was.
Yeah, but I just think, just looks sort of wide to me as well there. He got his hands under it. So a chance going a big in there. You gotta catch those, Terry. Gotta catch those. Oh, on the money there is Nathan Edwards again. Skill set is he's just kept improving all the time. Young Nathan Edwards. Chevron Daniel.
That would have been the ideal start for West Indies Academy.
Gotta catch those. Gotta catch those.
Dunn
Catches win matches.
Jaya survives. He's played 50 list A matches. 24 years of age, 1,678 runs at a healthy average of 42.
Joshua Bishop misfielding again there. And they get
Whoa.
a very easy single, almost an overthrow, but backed up very quickly in the onside.
He's made 400s at the list A level and 10 half centuries.
Yeah. Just a reminder, folks, coming up soon, the campaign starts for the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons home games. 16th of August, 17th of August, 20th of August, 22nd, 24th, and Edwards looking for a wicket. Punch.
Good fielding there by Andrew at cover. Completes the over. So after the first over, Sri Lanka emerging players chasing 238 to win are 2 without loss.
Yeah. Tickets already on sale, Terry, at all of the Rubis outlets and Cool and Smooth in Antigua and Barbuda for the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons home games. Just to let you know that the only tickets that are being sold, no children tickets are being sold at Cool and Smooth at the Rubis outlet here in Antigua and Barbuda. The ticket outlets are Cool and Smooth, Ace, D's, Percival's, Charlie's, All Saints, and Otter's Rubis gas stations in Antigua and Barbuda. And you can pick up your South Stand tickets for as low as $30 EC, your North Stand tickets, where we're positioned right now, for $25 EC. And there's also going to be a party stand ticket, but the outlets are not selling the party stand tickets. But just to let you know, the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League opening game starts on the 14th of August at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium. St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots taking on the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons. But we're back with cricket action here. Debut list A game here for the man himself, Renika Smith, who was impressed.
Absolutely. But with good pace, good aggression last week in that final 4-day match. A slip in place. Wide
Starts to the
delivery
wide.
to start with.
By exaggerating with his gesture of signals, making sure that you pay attention in terms of what's going to be happening.
So
This weekend coming up is the St. Kitts Music Festival. Some of the headliners include Vibes Cartel. Also here in Antigua and Barbuda will be the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League Trophy Tour. And you'll hear more details throughout the social media and platforms on that tour.
Short ball played nicely by Siobhan Daniel to get himself going. Batted pretty well in the 4-day competition. Scored 120 runs at 30, the highest score of 50. Some 26 list A matches. 570 runs, average of 22, highest score of 95. He's also played the one-day international for Sri Lanka. So a lot of experience.
So you have the Cricket West Indies under 19 in St. Kitts and Nevis. We'll get back to that. Back of the length delivery there by Smith. And Dhananjaya just defending. Antigua and Barbuda Falcons bolstered by
good score.
Obed McCoy and Rakeem Cornwall, who is back. You got Kareem Agor. You got young Joel Andrew. And you know, normally you pick this one up, Jaden Seals.
Yes. I was very interested to hear your interview with him the other day about it.
Yeah. And Odean Smith. Well, if you listen to him, another wide delivery here by Smith down the onside. If you follow by what Jaden Seals did indicate is that he's looking for some playing time. You know, coming out to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force squad, they've really got a powerful squad there. And when you have a team with all that talent, that's what's going to happen. Some people are going to get squeezed.
True.
So it's a lovely opportunity for McCoy and Seals and Odean Smith. You know, got young Joshua James, Kevin Wickham, Amir Django. Tuckett is quickly getting those gloves off. Very, international experience. You got Imad Wazim, Naveen Alak, and Shakib Al-Hassan. So you're talking about valuable. You also got to look at the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots squad as well too, because these are the Leeward Island squad in this CPL. We got Jason Holder, who's going to be the captain, Alex Atenez, and then you got Ryle Russo, Corbin Bosch, Jait Goli, and then you have the, as you consider to be, the Louis brothers, Jeremiah and Mikal. We wish Kyle all the best in the test series coming up. Justin Graves, who was also a very formidable player for the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons last season, he's also back too. I just like his work ethic, Terry.
Yeah, good cricketer, man.
And he could be a potential West Indies captain, Terry.
Could be.
Down the road, 2-3 years from now.
He made the final list, didn't he? This time round.
Yeah. He wasn't even considered to be the vice captain. People who, you have to make the team first, before we start picking you up, Terry.
Good point, man.
Oh,
good ball.
Beautiful,
good ball.
Beautiful delivery there.
I'm looking forward, though, to seeing, you're talking about Jaden Seals.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing him open the bowling with Alzari in the test match against Australia. New look batting lineup. They had to make a couple of changes. One forced, the other one dropped, I believe.
It's going to be interesting to see Sam Costas. I think he's a good find.
That's
that's gone.
That's gone a mile.
It's gone 10 rows back into the stand here. He just used the pace, just got on top of it.
Picked it up nicely on one leg.
Oh, yes. Sweet sound there. And hit it 10 rows back into the stand right here. I think we've been covering cricket for a long time. That's a big shot.
Very big shot. Very big shot.
That's a big shot. 11 without loss. Ooh.
Good start this by Sri Lanka emerging players. Of course, Dhananjaya having the chance, dropped by the normally safe pair of hands of Rivaldo Clark at first slip. The first over of the innings, ball off the bowling of Nathan Edward.
And we want to appeal to fans in Antigua and Barbuda to go on out and purchase your tickets. Please go to the Rubis outlets and get your tickets. Tickets are also on sale as well to Antigua and Barbuda Falcons. So please, we're really reaching out to you. There are going to be a number of prizes that are going to be given away. In fact, this weekend, if you buy one, you get one ticket free. But you're going to hear more details from the Falcons. Driven sweetly to cover, out to the sweeper. And they get one run quite easily.
He's nice on the eye, this Siobhan Daniel.
Yeah, certainly looks that way. Got to visit the CPL site, www.cplT20.com. And make sure you book yourself and get your tickets. Once a good afternoon to Ravi, Sports Zone in the United States of America. All the folks around the world who are listening to us, we thank you, and we feel very obliged when you share your comments and your greetings with us. And we look forward in bringing the news to you.
Drifting into the pads of Darren J, turns it down to fine leg for an easy single. He goes on to 8, score 13 without loss in over number 3.
And Sri Lanka can afford to maybe just even coast. They need 225 from 286 balls. So we're talking about 225 singles. And you always break down the cricket as simple as possible. And so these two don't need to take any risks. One of them just need to just bat through the innings, get themselves a big 100. Oh, that's a beauty. Oh. Beautiful searching length there. Edwards been on the money.
Yeah, he's beaten Dhananjaya. Now he's beaten Daniel.
He's continued his good form here. Nathan Edwards. I think he will only get better. Having a stint out with DJ Bravo. I had the chance to speak to DJ Bravo last year about Nathan Edwards. He said it's like his work ethic, it's like his attitude, and he's willing to learn. So he will only get better, he will only get stronger.
And he comes again to Daniel. Full pitch, driven nicely through extra cover. Beats Teddy Bishop there at mid-off into the boundary for 4.
That's a beautiful shot, easy on the eyes. Didn't try to overhit it. From knee to toe, half volley. And just every now and again, Sri Lankan batsmen, they're going to cash in once they see a half volley, and that was put away nicely. Didn't try to overhit it. Leading with his head on his shoulders and just punched it easily. All Teddy Bishop could do is just look at it.
And escort it to the rope.
Yeah. Give us a Lawrence for a bat.
Oh, how you mean? He was my favourite. Bowled my eyes out when he went to South Africa.
Oh.
Koi, talk about shots. Pulled this one through mid-wicket, 4 more.
Yeah, Edwards trying to adjust in his length, but pulling down a half tracker. And just put away nicely, just into position.
Again, didn't try to overhit it.
No, just using the pace of the delivery. Edwards is going to have to up a gear here. 21 without loss. This is only his second over. 2 boundaries out of this over so far. 10 out of the over so far. A drop catch in the first over. Dhananjaya dropped by Rivaldo Clark. And that's normally, he sets very high standards. Very disappointed with himself in scooping that one. Edwards looking to dismiss Daniel. Oh,
got him this
beautiful
time.
Beautiful catch.
Excellent catch.
That's a lovely delivery there by Nathan Edwards. It squared up Daniel, and an excellent low catch by Colin Boyne Tuckett, diving away in front of a non-existent first slip, because Rivaldo Clark is a second slip. Look at it. Look at him go. Look at him go. Look at him.
After 3 overs, Sri Lanka emerging players in pursuit of 238 for victory. A 21 for 1.
Yeah. Beautiful line. And Edwards continuing his good form from the 4-day series. And he's really making a mark here, young Nathan Edwards. Once a good afternoon to his brother Jaden and all of the young cricketers in St. Martin and Anguilla. I was looking, Terry, at maybe even this present system where you got 15, 18 young cricketers in the West Indies Academy. I would like to see that transform now, Terry, into the Leewards, into the Windwards, into Jamaica, into Barbados, because you'll now have a bigger pool of cricketers rather than waiting on the West Indies Academy. So the cricketers is like we pick 2 players from here, 2 players from there. I'm saying you need to expound on that, especially going forward. If we want to challenge and compete on the world stage again, we have to begin to set up satellite academies across the region, both from under 13, under 17, under 19, women's cricket, senior team cricket, and we have to pay coaches. We have to put some thought and work process into that.
Smith starts a new over, driven through the cover region
It's gotta
by
stop that.
Dhananjaya. Jewel Andrew after it, they take 2 and be happy with that. So Dhananjaya moves on to 10, 23 for 1.
Ogie's guilty there of not knocking that down. And again, I think they're going to have to be careful. The folks who are in the 30-yard circle need to give themselves some room, and that goes to Bishop, Ogie's, Andrew. This is a lightning quick outfield, so you got to start from outside the circle, and so where you can be able to see the ball, because you got the practice pitches there. Once the ball hits there, it skids off.
Smith in again to Dhananjaya. Had a go at that one, short and wide outside off. But I think they're wary too that the Sri Lankans are very good at just using soft hands, dropping and running. They're trying to be as close as they can, but as you say, Vernon, sometimes you can get too close too soon.
215 runs more needed by Sri Lanka emerging players. You know, a lot of people like to tell you about development, Terry. Competition is not development. Let me repeat. I'll come back to that, Terry.
Got a hold of that, and a great effort there at backward point by Joshua Bishop, but it's burst through the hands into the boundary. 4 more.
Did it carry, Terry?
I think it did.
Let's look.
He dived a long way, yeah, carried past him.
Yeah. Again, we're talking about the traditional position. It was to his strong side. Maybe on another day he might have caught that. He slashed hard at it. Yeah, there goes Joshua Bishop. Way easy, way easy. We needed a column boy and tuck it with the gloves to get there. It's gone past him. 4 runs in a rocket.
Smith just being a tad too short in this spell so far. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Vernon. But we've got, I mean, you talk about satellite academies. There's Smith in again to Dhananjaya. That's better. Full pitch, looking to drive, misses through the bow and tuck it. We've got, obviously, the West Indies Academy here, based at Coolidge Cricket Ground.
It is similar to what happened at the Surgical High Performance Center.
That's what I was about to say, but the High Performance Center is open again down in Barbados.
Yeah, but you can't put all your eggs in one basket.
Right. You need to share them
that's
around,
what I'm saying.
And then you've got a bigger pool.
You have to have a bigger pool of cricketers. You got to make some coaches, give some coaches, pay them. Get the best coaches to get up and do some work.
It's another good delivery there by Smith. Much better length.
That's the only how we're gonna be able to compete against the world. Because if you pay attention to what's happening, Terry, we're being shut out from English county cricket. Mm-hmm. We don't have the caliber of players that are going through into the IPL because everybody else is evolving now in T20 cricket around the world. You realize that a lot of players from Afghanistan and those areas are getting an opportunity to get in there. Mm-hmm. So we have to devise our system that can be able to help our cricketers.
That is played early again, but past Bishop at backward point, and they pick up another 2. Dhananjaya goes to 16, and at the end of 4 overs, Sri Lanka emerging players, 29 for 1.
Let's look at our women's program, Terry. Is the women's program developing the leewards? Is it developing Jamaica? Is it developing Guyana? We're only waiting until a competition comes around to begin to call in the young ladies to say, oh, we're going to be having a training camp. Mm-hmm. You know, there must be something happening. And we have to have the right personnel. We have to have the right teachers. You know, everybody can coach. It's not everybody can teach. You know, we need to teach our players the games. The game is not just about playing. It's about what happens off the field. How do we prepare those young people?
Yeah, all that comes into it. And as Jeffrey Dujon will tell you, maybe we never early doors, never took coaching role as professionally as it could have been taken in the Caribbean. And also a lot of these guys, as Edward starts a new over to De La Vera, wide outside the off stump. A lot of these guys need teachings, as you say, Vernon, especially when it comes to batting. The techniques are lacking.
But we have a crisis in the Caribbean.
Right.
You know, a batting.
Right.
But we fail to maybe even organize a batting camp.
But that's what I mean. Do we address it in the right way, though?
You know, we look at our young fast bowlers. When was the last time we even tried to organize a fast bowling camp? You know, we got to organize a batting camp. I mean,
and they're taking the edge, and this
Edward
time
strikes again.
Clark doesn't make a mistake. Big wicket of Sohan. De La Vera goes for naught.
Edward strikes again.
Edward picks up his second, 29 for 2.
Landing the ball in the right areas. Look at him. He's so dangerous. Just around about that fourth stump line. That one was just about on the off stump. Squared him up completely. And Rivaldo Clark made no mistake this time. Copped it. Celebrated. And the West Indies Academy, they're on top here. 29 for 2.
Exactly, right back into this match now. The West Indies Academy with 2 early strikes, exactly what they needed. Excellent bowling by Nathan Edward.
Good demonstration of swing bowling here being demonstrated by this young man. He's got good control. He's going to get stronger. He's going to get more craftier. And he's going to be emerging. You know, sometimes when you look back, Terry, the same young man, Nathan Edwards, had a yearly contract with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, never played a game.
Never played one. How does that work, man, when you give somebody a contract?
I must ask you that. I must really ask you that,
Must
Terry.
have been a strong 11 that season.
And the sad thing about it, Terry, Leeward Hurricanes didn't win the championship.
That's what I'm saying.
I really bemuses me, Terry. Really bemuses me.
But getting back to the development and the coach and everything like that, as we keep saying, you know, learning on the job is not good enough at the top level. In any sport, but particularly cricket.
Your best coaches, Terry, must go at the base.
That's right.
Have
13s, 15s, around there. Edward beats him.
No movement there at all from the new batsman. The one was going across him. Got to start holding the territories accountable. We have to. You have to call them out. What?
Yes.
You need an internal audit across the region,
Across the
an
board.
independent internal audit.
Yeah, and
not the
as-
directors having that audit. You got to bring in some new people and find out what's happening across the region. Why are our players struggling?
Peel for LBW, I think that
He
was
got a
just
nick onto
about-
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joel Wilson. Let's look at that
Wasn't
again.
interested. I think
If
it
he
was-
didn't get a nick on that, that was close. I don't think it was as close as Ogis this morning, but you never know.
Swinging down.
Going down. Let's just say Joel Wilson. We are umpires Joel Wilson.
Good umpire, I told you.
From except that we're the armchair umpire. 29 for 2.
But that's what Cricket West Indies keeps repeating, that Edward. And again.
Oh, that's well bowled.
Bowling well, in good groove. Sahan Kasala is the new batsman.
Well bowled.
But encouraging, you know, the territorial boards to be more involved, to be more proactive.
No. You don't need to encourage. You need to call them out.
Right. Well, they shouldn't need encouragement, but that's what I'm saying, though. I mean,
you got to call
they
them
need
out.
to do more for their territories. Kasala has played 25 matches, 489 runs at 24 and a half. Highest scorer, 132 not out, as he places that pass point to get off the mark with 2. So he goes to 2, and at the end of the 5th over, in pursuit of 238 for victory, Sri Lanka emerging players 31 for 2.
You know, we also we hide behind money, Terry. We're complaining about money. But the people who want to help the game are not given that opportunity. And to me, that is one of the things which is depriving the progress rate of West Indies cricket. There are people out there who want to help, whether it be mentors, whether it be coaches, whether it be sponsors. We're just not reaching out to them for some simple reason. We're not using our connections. This Cricket West Indies is $1 billion industry. We were world champions. We dominated the world. Why are we where we are today? There has to be something that is blocking us.
Smith starts a new over. Left alone outside off stump by Dhananjaya. He's on 16, 31 for 2.
You look around in all of the territories. Cricket outside of golf and motorsports is the most expensive sport in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
But you have so many young boys and girls playing cricket across the region.
That have the want to play.
Yeah, whether you like it or not. So you could say that it is a dying sport and basketball is taking away this and football is taking away that. You have so many people playing the game.
And the reason for that, and that's where it comes back to the pride, the legacy, the reason for all that is because these children today, they see everything. They follow everything because everything is at their fingertips. And they know how many world-class basketballers we produce, footballers, runners, yes, okay, Jamaica's produced a few, but the only where we succeed and dominate the rest of the world is this wonderful game of cricket, and that is the culture, and it's the culture that is missing today. And that's why I get disappointed, Vernon, when you talk about structure and where they should have these players and how they should, former players and how they should employ them, whether they should employ them or whatever. I just like to see us go back to be playing. They're looking for a brand. You've already got the brand. All you had to do was maintain the brand, and that's West Indies cricket. Played like as a West Indian plays cricket.
Well, there's a reverse psychology now, Terry. We're playing like England, and England are playing like the old West Indies team.
Exactly. But we're doing things, first of all, hesitation there, but they get through for the single. First of all, though, Vernon, you've tried all these things that the rest of the world have tried and realized it didn't work, and they revert back to what works best for them. We're still trying them. Why? 3 teams, 3 coaches. 3 captains. Now we bring it back to 1 all-format coach, 2 captains, data-driven. All this has been tried by various countries, if not all countries, but in particular the so-called Big 3, and throw in South Africa and New Zealand, prime example. You're talking about finances. In the same boat as Cricket West Indies, but look what they're doing. I believe they bought into the American franchise now.
So, Salah, Teddy Bishop has decided to increase the slip cordon. And I think you made a very strong point there to Terry. We could look maybe at the New Zealand model and how New Zealand's model has worked. The other thing is, you have to have a plan when you go into the private sector in the Caribbean. So you can't just say, listen, I'm going seeking money. You have to have a plan. The private sector, they got some of the other options to spend their money. That seems to be a major challenge for the West Indies.
But I think with these other countries, even though they've got their challenges, like every other country, they stick to their basics of how they play the game. Whereas West Indies, I think we panicked after we lost the title 30 years ago. And instead of maintaining that West Indian way or flair or whatever you want to call it, they've tried to adapt and turn them into cricketers that they're not. And I think that is where the rest of the world keeps over. They talk about, broadcast rights, television rights are so important these days. West Indies, you were glued to your television worldwide, whether you followed West Indies cricket or not, when West Indies were playing. I can remember, Vernon, you'd be sitting at Lord's, you'd be sitting at the SCG or wherever, 2 hours before a game, you'd have 10, 15,000 people 6, 7, 8 rows deep watching West Indies practice.
Interesting. Wide delivery there by Nathan Edwards. Beautiful take by Colin Boyne. Tuck it down the onside as Joel Wilson just got his hands out. Almost looked like one of the flamingo birds coming out of Trinidad and Tobago.
He does with his bright pink shirt on.
Dressed in his pink and black there with his hat. West Indies Academy searching for more success. Edwards starts. He's got 2 for 15. This is his 4th over. He started with a wide here. Let's go in the meantime. Creeps up. Flipped up in the air. Almost going to Jordan Johnson there at the short mid-wicket area. He almost hit the ball, just stopped. Just didn't get to him. Let's see that again. If we can get Jason to just show me that. I know he's far from Jordan Johnson.
Just like it's not like the breeze held it up.
Yeah, it's almost like the ball stopped on Dhananjaya as well too. It was like a check drive. 205 needed in 263 balls. You're wondering what's happening. It's ODI cricket. And the West Indies Academy against Sri Lanka emerging players. West Indies on top. Back and crack that, but he's got protection. Gone past Bishop in a hurry. They get 1 run quite easily. The score in the meantime goes up to 35 for 2.
Interesting times. They're well in front of the run rate.
In fact, it should be 34 for 2. I'm going ahead of myself.
5.3. They need to go at 4.6. It's 2 important strikes, though.
Yeah, we've seen what happened in the series is that, once you get wickets, there's a partnership. Back and crack that pass backward point. Bishop don't think he'll get to the boundary out there. It's pretty heavy.
It's going.
Boom, hits the rope now. Maybe we needed a Usain Bolt to chase that one.
And also, I think Bishop was a bit late to take off. He was looking at the cover fielder there that might have chased it instead.
No, he thought there was a cover fielder.
Even that too.
I see somebody's trying to fly a kite here, Terry. Is that you, Terry?
No.
I've got to get Danny to pick that up. You see it?
It's not Easter.
It's not Easter, but it's cricket. We're at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Somebody experimenting.
Edward in again to Kasala. Bouncer. Tucks under it. 1 for the over. Oh, and a late call of wide. I thought that was a bit harsh.
You've just been spanked off of your back foot. You come back with a short delivery, and the umpire calls wide. This gruesome game that goes to batsmen.
Don't understand. Yes, everything goes to batsmen, even the roads they play on these days, Vernon.
Yeah, that's why they have a street roller. $39 for 2. Kasala is 6, the right-hander. He waits for Edwards, searching for more success, this young man. Back and cracks that past Bishop for 4.
4 more.
No, I think that one will hold up, Terry. Yeah, there's a heavy little area right there. Yeah, just on the outskirts. There, and they get 3 quite easily. The team spirit, the bonding spirit, Terry, between Sri Lanka emerging players and the West Indies Academy has been of a high level.
Yes, excellent, excellent. Which is great to see.
Another thing which I feel that, I was talking about the women's game, Terry. If you got a young player like a Jazara Claxton, she needs a stint in England, to get to play some second team cricket. Get a good coach behind her so you can be able to develop her. You have Sherry Ann Fraser from Guyana. I think she's got some good prospect, but she needs some help. You know, they need to get out there. I know the present coach will come back to that. Terry squared up against stayed down to third man. A couple of West Indian players were in Australia. Shanisha Hector, Fraser, a couple of them went off last year to Australia. We need to get them in a intense, not just send them somewhere, an intense program that can be able to help them. And it doesn't have to be England. It doesn't have to be. You got many other areas. There are so many Barbadian and West Indian cricketers, Terry, that are playing in Australia.
Yeah.
Second team cricket.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a whole lot.
There is a whole lot, and it is of a good standard too.
So we just got to look for those opportunities to be able to start to get our young players to get that opportunity, to get some of that experience behind them.
Almost played on there.
Yeah.
Coming round the wicket to the right-handed Kasala. 43 for 2, 7 overs gone in this run chase for Sri Lanka emerging players.
Got a man like Keith Atherton, who's home. You know, I saw Nevis come here in the Leeward Islands T20 Festival. How can you tell me that Keith Atherton is not part of the coaching staff?
Right.
I mean, I've got to even have a few words with Stuart Williams as well too, because I'm saying, you know, these guys who are at home, you need your best coaches. You know, that human resources of what we have in the Caribbean is just sitting down. We got Desmond Haynes here, who is doing nothing in the Caribbean, and our batting is struggling.
Very ironic that, because when Desi was chairman of selectors, a lot of people said he's been used in the wrong position. Use him as batting coach. And of course, he and Richardson were used when Darren Sammy was captain.
No, but I'm going to take you back further, right? Because you remember that there were 3 coaches when Phil Simmons came back, right?
Right.
Floyd Reefer and Desmond Haynes. They all had an interview.
Right.
Floyd Reefer was eased out of the conversation. He came down to 2 persons, right? Haynes, Simmons.
Right.
Simmons got the job.
Yes.
If you were Simmons, would you not have picked Desmond Haynes as your batting coach? So let's ask ourselves some serious questions. Why was Desmond Haynes not given the opportunity to work as a batting coach at that period of time? Simmons went and brought in his own people.
He brought in his own people, and I'll take it back even further. How did he let Amby go in front of Ruddy Eswick as bowling coach in his first stint as West Indies head coach?
So we are shooting ourselves in our feet all the time by not using the resources that we have available to us.
Correct. Full pitch, slashes it over point, rolling out towards the boundary, and gets there. So he went after that Dhananjaya. He moves to 23. And Sri Lanka emerging 47 for 2.
At the breakout league the other day, this is just my own thought process, Terry. You needed to make sure that those franchises were named after a legend and use that legend as a mentor in the dressing room for that league. So just imagine you had a Mally Richards being the mentor for the Leeward Islands, right? You would have been able to in there to walk them. You have a mentor around guiding some of those players. That's what you need. That's how you begin to use your players. Got Jeffrey Dujan in Jamaica. You look around, you go to Guyana, you didn't have to use Sir Clive. You know, you got Rami Sarwan, you got Leon Johnson, got so many, Carl Hooper, so many players.
But you know, that's what upsets me though, Vernon. I said long time ago, CLR James Beyond the Boundary should be part of the curriculum throughout the Caribbean region, right? No, it's not used. The legacy, the history is not used. As you say,
47.
past players are not used.
Slashed hard down to the third man boundary for 4. Smith feels very, very, very disappointed to the point there that didn't carry anywhere close to a hand. But the 50 comes up very quickly for Sri Lanka. They are 51 for 2. More comments from Terry Laraji.
And what upset me was that we're losing the culture here because they don't understand how important cricket is these days and everything like that. Victoria in Australia, state of Victoria, brings cricket as a subject into their school curriculum because they're worried that cricket won't mean as much to the Australians in, say, 20 or 30 years' time as it has done since inception up to this day. Once again, why do we wait? CLR James was one of the greatest philosophers that ever walked.
8 overs bowled, 51 for 2 alongside Mali Richards and Terry Raji. Even before you get to your point, Terry, we need to change the education system. Everybody's going to be talking about artificial intelligence. We've got a conference which starts tomorrow here in Antigua and Barbuda. We seriously need to stop talking and really address our education system. Tell me why my granddaughter is supposed to be going to school with all those books.
Right, right.
You only need 4 basics, you know, Terry.
Yeah. Well, 3.
Maths,
I always tried to pass the 3 R's. Reading, writing, arithmetic.
Got a couple of spectators coming in, Terry. Coming to look at Sri Lanka.
Joshua Bishop into the attack. This Curtly Ambrose end.
They've come in their numbers. Maybe there could be some of the wives who maybe traveled for this series as well. Yeah, some of the management team did say that a couple of the families came in.
Okay.
They talked about Antigua and Barbuda. It's a lovely place. He's talking to the manager. He says Antigua and Barbuda reminds him so much of home. Right. And as you were saying earlier, Terry, in your own thought process, punch down the ground, they get a single. Edwards caught napping on the back foot. Direct hit. Somebody. Ooh. That was beautiful piece of work there from Nathan Edwards.
Good direct throw, but umpire Byam says not out. Have a look at the replay. It's a cheeky single.
It is.
Here we go. No, we can't get the sign on, but
good decision.
I think he was on.
Good decision. Had to get onto his bike as well, too.
Did.
He responded well. The flags fluttering here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Nation of Antigua and Barbuda, Sri Lanka. The Cricket West Indies flag. 52 for 2.
Dhananjaya facing Bishop on 27. Uses his feet. Defends that back to the bowler.
Have to go on a serious campaign, Terry. We got to retrain some coaches because we have coaches. You know, the way they played is the way they want to coach. You know, it doesn't work like that. And there's also a system to Terry. We're coaching everybody the same way. Can't be.
No. Everybody's different.
Bishop on the money here. Very early. His 10 is going to be important. His spell is also going to be very important.
Yeah, they've got to keep trying to take wickets. West Indies Academy. Been right on the money. Peel for LBW.
He's given him. So his pleading works.
Or did he?
Does he give him? No, he says not out.
Well, he looked like he raised his finger there, Joe.
Joel Wilson will be very upset with you. Let's look back there. What did that hit?
Upset with me.
I think he got an inside edge onto that, Terry.
Well, I thought he did originally, but then he looked like he was going to put his finger out.
No, maybe what he was doing, as he would say to you, he was going to hand the cap over to Joshua Bishop. Okay. So Joshua Bishop, he was a priest, but not priestly enough to get that decision.
He's on one knee.
Yeah.
Should have been on 2.
Help me, Father. Help me, Joel. Give me that one. 52 for 2, 9 overs bowled. 208 in the city, 108 in Jamaica.
27 Dhananjaya. Kosala is on 10.
Kenny Clark, who was almost fallen off.
Yeah, just
over the last 2 years.
Slightly, a few injuries.
When we first saw him, he really was on the money. Nobody's backing up. West Indies, they can't be that sloppy. They're going to have to stay on. They're going to have to raise their game. This is a one-day game.
Yeah, and they've got to keep taking wickets. I don't think they'll be able to.
Well, they got to try and build pressure.
Yes.
So they can't give
I
away
don't
runs
think they
because
can
they got
restrict
bowled
them.
out.
No.
So for them to win this game here, they have to bowl out the Sri Lanka emerging players.
Correct.
So they can't afford to give away runs. They're going to have to be on the money. Because Sri Lanka, this is almost like a walk in the park for them. They need 185 off 245 balls.
Boy, threw that quicker than he needed to be. Nearly slapped it straight back to McKenny Clark.
Clark also had a little T20 stint. I think it would have been in Bangladesh or UAE, one of those leagues out there. As Terry said, a couple of injuries and the rehab program, and the work ethic of coming back from those injuries. If you don't have the right support system, and it could cost you, and it also could take you a long time before you get back into the game. Got to go through all the rehab treatment, the massage, also the mental side as well too. Cleat up in the air. Who wants it?
Gonna go.
It's going all the way. Jordan Johnson, he just thought for a moment he was in the conversation, but it went at least 10 meters to the back of him.
Yeah, it wasn't picked up as clean as his first one, Dhananjaya, but clean enough, especially hitting with the wind. Clears fine leg, partnership worth 30. Dhananjaya moves on to 33. It's 59 for 2 in over number 10. Clark in again to Dhananjaya, beats him, good ball. Good carry too through to Colombo and Tuckett.
A lot of cricket taking place, Terry, as we speak here in the Caribbean. You got the test match coming up, women's cricket. Got the West Indies under 19 in St. Kitts and Nevis. We're here in Antigua and Barbuda. It's a lot of cricket taking place.
Yeah, women's second T20 against South Africa. It's tomorrow, the third one Monday. Under 19s, as Vernon says, starts next week. Test match starts Wednesday. Second one day between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka Emerging is on Tuesday, with the last one on Thursday.
You still also have local cricket taking place.
Yeah. ABCA Super 40 continuing this weekend. Second round action. So don't move your dial off Cricket 360.
Yeah, you got to be able to make sure you tune into Terry Laraja on ZDK Sports. He'll bring you all the action.
Yes, no, wait.
You sure that's what they said?
Oh, something like that. Probably.
It could have been nobody said anything.
Probably not.
10 overs bowled, Terry.
59 for 2.
And then we'll have a changeover. Terry will take a break, and the voice of Marley Richards will step into the hot seat. Wonder when he's going to suit up again for local cricket. I'll have to ask him that question. End of the power play, 59 for 2. They need 179 in 240 balls. I'm going to test Marley now with his captaining skills and figure out how can the West Indies Academy achieve victory here. Remember, the West Indies Academy were bowled out for 237, almost like a cardinal sin in being bowled out under your 50 overs. 18 fours, 3 sixes, 144 dot balls. Akeem O'Geese, top scored is 66. Colombo and Tuckett 55. Rivaldo Clark 51 and Nathan Edwards 25. Good afternoon, Mali.
Good afternoon, Vern. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, you're right. Being bowled out within those 50 overs, a cardinal sin. Some 22 deliveries going unused. Far too many.
And when I was going through the process, Mali, they scored 237 and they had 144 dot balls. And Sri Lanka, they bowled 12 wides.
15 extras in all. So they contributed a few runs as well in that department. As you said, they made a pretty decent start here, 59 for 2. kept the run rate going, but they've lost 2 wickets. Has he left him down?
Nah.
Bowen Tuckett was convinced.
Yeah, he was, but Bayern was not. He's a tall player, so he's got long levers. So, just for a moment,
Crouches quite low, though, doesn't he? His stance doesn't really use that height.
Goes from I think it was an overbalance. I think he got back.
I'm not quite sure that the foot actually came off the ground.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about in terms of the long levers.
Do we have side under that one, Jace?
Nah, I doubt
No,
it.
we don't.
59 for 2. Bishop has been on the money here, Mali.
He has. He's come under a bit of pressure from the Sri Lankans in this series, hasn't he?
Well, from the first 4-day game.
Exactly.
But he turned up for the second 4-day game.
He responded. And here he's on the money from ball 1. He hasn't waited for the Sri Lankans to then come after him for him to respond. He's providing the right energy from ball 1.
And he's bowling from a very particular end as well, too. Normally, he might have... Sri Lanka tried a tactic where they had their spinners coming from the under Roberts end. But he's decided to come from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And so far, he's to a score 6.
Yeah, he's happy with that, finishing with that single off the last delivery. But that's the thing, he wants the right-handers in particular hitting up into the long side here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Spoke about how batters come to North Sound and they analyze the conditions, they work out the dimensions, they tend to target from the left-handers the short side, which is the onside. Right-handers would do so as well from the opposite end. So it's a constant thought for the bowlers. I thought the Sri Lankans did pretty well, especially towards the back end of the innings, recognizing the situation and executing well-set fields. Let the bowlers hit into the wind, the batters hit into the wind.
Close off a lot of the boundaries as well, too.
I thought Sankath was superb in
Oh,
the
yeah.
death, wasn't he?
I like him. I like him, Mali. In fact, his spell, Mali, 9 overs, no maidens, 45 runs, 3 wickets, 4 wides, 28 dot balls, 2 fours and 1 6 during his spell.
Yeah, it's a changes of pace, changes up his length as well. At times goes short, then he's got the slower ball, well disguised slower ball. It's not just a slower ball for slower ball's sake. It's very well disguised, isn't it?
And he's got a good Yorker.
Very good Yorker on the
toes. Cleaned up Smith.
Yes, this one's off the glove. Working up a bit of pace here is McKenny Clark.
Yeah, it's falling away, I don't think he's completing his action as...
Quite as smoothly as we've seen him. It's always a rhythm issue for McKenny Clark. Thought he was starting to find a bit of rhythm. Wickets still proving quite elusive, but...
And it was important that you made that point because at least, let's say 2 years ago when Kenny Benjamin was part of this West Indies Academy, you remember he used to have a hop and a drop, skip there, and Kenny sort of kind of festered him out and you could have seen him. In fact, when we saw him first, Mali, in the Super 50, he was lightning quick.
Yeah, there was a lot more pace to his run-up as well.
Yeah.
A lot more measured now. Seemed to have just dillied and dallied in terms of working out the actual perfect run-up length.
He's almost become like a medium pacer rather than when we first saw him burst on the scene. When we saw him first burst on the scene, he was making batsmen skip.
He was making
right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
International batsman.
Yeah.
You remember Darren Bravo, Casey Carty.
Yes.
These guys were getting stuck up by sharp balls. It was just a bit more energy. He has had his injury issues though. When you think of the lower extremities, the hamstrings, the groins, also had his back issues. So I think it's going to take him a bit of time, but that's what you see there. Every now and again,
he produces something.
Just a little bit extra. McKenny Clark. Work in progress.
I think the modern day cricketer, Terry and Mali, your eating habits is going to be important for fast bowling. I mean, we came up in an era, where you had to eat certain things. You had to eat provisions, consistently. I think now the youngsters their diet has completely changed. They kind of work what is required, and your eating habits is also going to be critical for them to sustain and survive on the pitch.
Yeah, that holistic approach, as you say, it's not just turning up and only, concentrating on the things you need to do on the field. A lot of it's off the field. You spoke about nutrition. Another one is rest and recovery. The amount of actual sleep hours, especially for a fast bowler, that's the time in which the recovery process, the body does its recovery.
So your
for
wellness,
fast bowler is important.
your wellness report is also critical. We got a slight pause here, Mali. The physio is coming off Sri Lanka. That ball seemed to have really kicked on Dhananjaya, and he's had to throw off his gloves very quickly there. So that's a good effort ball there from McKenny Clark.
Yeah, where we've seen the Sri Lankan batsman just a little bit uncomfortable is when that ball just bounces a little bit more, as we said, a bit more accustomed to playing on the slower, lower turfs back at home.
But the West Indians have also been uncomfortable when they got a short ball as well too.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the 4-day series, though, they haven't necessarily. We didn't see these guys in the 4-day series,
yes,
right?
Yes.
You know, the guys that were really banging it in and looking to bowl a shot. You did make a point of it. We didn't see too many short balls, especially in that second 4-day match.
Yeah, yes.
It was more different style of fast bowling, looking to swing the ball. But we had a couple guys here today hitting the deck into the mud, as they say here in the West Indies. And at times, it was a bit uncomfortable for the West Indies Academy batters. Yeah, you're right. But throughout the series, consistently, even from the spinners in the series, every time that ball has just bounced slightly, it's caused problems for the Sri Lankan batters.
You know, there's always this. Before 18 months ago, Kimaraj was saying, listen, we come to these respective venues around the Caribbean and they take all of the grass off of the tracks. There's not a lot of grass on this track here, Mali, but the Sri Lankan young seamers, they were willing to bend their back.
They were. More than anything, it really kept the West Indian batters guessing. Not exactly sure of the length. At times, we saw Sanketh set the field back. It looked like he was going to go short, and then he went for the soccer ball full. So they were always one step ahead, it almost seemed like, and that's the experience that we are seeing come to the fore for the Sri Lankans.
The execution of their skill set.
Very much so.
So we're back with the action. 61 for 2. McKenny Clark would want to finish strong. He doesn't. Peeled off, running away down to the backward point fielder. And good throw in the end. One bounce to Callum Boy and Tuckett. So Clark's second over has cost him 2 runs. In the process, Bishop has used 2 bowlers so far. The first wicket fell at 21, the second at 29, all to Edwards so far. 47 dot balls within the process, but Sri Lanka can afford to have that amount of percentage of dot balls.
They just needed to keep wickets in hand. If you think you've still got the captain in Lakshand, we saw his array of strokes at times in the 4-day series. Sohan De La Vera, the standout batter for Sri Lanka in the 4-day matches. Still to come. So just need to build that foundation here.
And those two maybe might be considered the finishers in this format.
Exactly. So this pair just need to continue accumulating, putting away the bad balls, obviously. Big open spaces, massive outfield, runs available without taking too much of a risk.
Bishop starts his third over, not for 2. I did say earlier it was not for 6. In fact, it was Clark, it was not for 7 from his first. Ooh. Whew.
Just getting something on that one. Misreading the length there. Maybe just done by the arm ball. The quicker ball there from Josh Bishop. Coming into the right hander. Normally going away from the lefty, but that one on the money.
I like this rhythm here so far from Joshua Bishop. I love it. Mackenzie. He's still yet to come. So it's going to be an interesting period of time to see when he comes on.
On debut. Didn't get to face a ball
Mm.
on this day debut, but
He'll be relishing this opportunity. Sure, his dad will be in the stand, gleefully looking at him. This is really good control here by Joshua Bishop. He's mixing up his variations.
is that him just in that 45 position, sharp fine leg position?
Yes,
Michael McKenzie.
he's going.
He is, he's getting tall. He's chasing this one now. Number 73 on his back. Young man from Jennings. Hailing from the village of Jennings here in Antigua, the south side of the island.
Plays for Empire Nation.
He does. I played a season or two with young Michael McKenzie. I think he was 13 or 14 years old at the time.
In 2023, he was the MVP of the Cool and Smooth T20 tournament. That's gone.
Short side
That's
with
gone.
the breeze.
Just what Mali talked about.
Right-handers, especially when facing from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, they'll look to take on the shorter side, the onside, with the breeze.
And that was offline too.
It was, but the length, got the length where you could just extend the arms. Didn't really have to look to overhit, just make solid enough contact. The breeze did the rest. 70 for 2 after 13. They're well ahead of the rate here. So this is what we're saying for the Sri Lankans. They're feeling an element of control. Both batters having a start now. Dan and Jaya facing 47 deliveries and Kasala on 21. 19 of 21. Required run rate 4.54. So no real issues at the moment. Wickets, though, needed for the West Indies Academy.
They need 168 more singles. Make it 167. Stay down to Edwards as the third man area. And it's almost like Bishop is going to have a headache, Mali, because as long as this partnership continues to build, he's going to have to find a way to break this partnership.
Yeah, it's going to be a test of his captaincy, a valuable part of his leadership development. Teddy Bishop. Looking like they're going to attack Kasala a bit more. Bit more concession to Nippon Dan and Jaya. When the right-hander's on strike, Gully comes in. Has he pulled out to mid-off? No! He was a little slow in reacting to me. Seemed to have done a bit of a loop as opposed to
charging in
directly at the ball. Seemed to take the long way round.
Yes.
Have a look at this. Have a look at this. Oh, he nearly got there.
Nearly. Just maybe just a little inch more. Would have just picked that one up.
It's McKenzie at mid-off. Hard length into the pitch. Not really there to pull. And there again, top edge. This one will be even easier.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. Wicket. So back-to-back short balls, proving the downfall of Kasala here. We were just said, West Indies Academy, look to attack the right-hander a bit more. And it's with that short ball. And once again, Vernon, extra bounce. Proving to be the downfall of a Sri Lankan batter. 71 for 3. McKenny Clark with his first.
And another catch to Callum Bowen Tuckett. The first one he took was a beauty, Mali.
Oh, yes. Diving to his
left.
left.
Oh, yes. And you know, I told you that he's a left-hander because he bowls left-arm spin. So, you know, that was just in the strong area.
We've seen him throw with both hands as well.
There you go.
That in itself is a bit of a added weapon.
Oh, yes.
Especially when games get tight.
Yes.
And batters think they can just hit it either side, or they think, I hit it to the left of him. It's his weaker hand.
Weaker hand. You could be
ambidextrous, you could be in trouble.
You could be in trouble. So I think the umpires look like they want to take a break, Mali. They're not sure, are they?
I think they are.
Yeah, so 71 for 3. And Sri Lanka in a bit of trouble here. But at the same time, they got so much experience. It's going to really test.
Game on, to be honest. That wicket has just brought the West Indies back into
the game. Yeah. So we will take a 360 break, and when we come back, Mali and myself will continue for this period here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So welcome back after the small break and the loss of the wicket. The West Indies Academy looking to really pile some pressure on here. 71 for 3. Clark picking up his first wicket, 1 for 10. Another delivery which is just played into the offside. The batsman was thinking about a single. Joshua Bishop was charging through. There have been some 24 boundaries been hit in this game so far, along with 6 boundaries. Academy bowled out for 237 in 46.2 overs. Akeem Ogis 66, Callum Boyne Tuckett 55, his maiden List A half century. Rivaldo Clark 51, Nathan Edwards 25. Chavin Matthews 3 for 40 for Sri Lanka. We break. Short delivery. Had to get under it very quickly, the batsman. By coming up to indicate that is 1 per over. We have a bar downstairs that have been blaring some music during the Leeward Islands T20 Festival tournament. That bar sort of saved us here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. If you're thinking about jotting across to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, we got List A cricket here. Sri Lanka versus the West Indies Academy. On the money again. 71 for 3. Over completed. As I said, welcome back, my colleague Mali Richards. It's always an honor to sit by you, Mal.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Got a game on our hands, don't we? Real competitive encounter here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Kenny Clark just finding a bit of aggression. I think that's when he's at his best. It's when we've seen him with a bit of energy, really charging in hard. Saw what the Sri Lankans extracted out of this pitch. So surely someone from the West Indies can look to replicate that as well. It's a valuable part of playing against players, a bit more experience you can learn on in real time.
I want to ask you something, Mary. I want to pique your interest. The body language of a Jordan Johnson. I'm a little concerned about that.
I'm concerned about Jordan Johnson overall, to be fair. Just not showing that development at all that we were expecting. His game hasn't really grown the past 18 months or so. Not being too harsh, we just haven't seen that much of him, but every time we do, it just gives you the impression, just looking from the outside in.
Like he doesn't want to be here.
Not necessarily that he doesn't want to be here, but maybe that...
The pressure, the expectation?
Yeah, maybe just getting to him. I don't know. Some guys are just a bit different. I think maybe he's just a little aloof. I think he cares. I think he wants it, but...
And maybe he's missing home.
Not quite sure what it is. For me, his batting, he just hits the ball in the air too much.
He doesn't, and he stays the leg side of the ball as well too. You know what I mean? Today, just decided that he looked like he was just going to hit his way out of trouble.
Yeah, he hasn't really given himself much of an opportunity in the innings that we've seen him this year. Jordan Johnson, that's
and I
four-day
think,
cricket.
And I think because of that, that is why he's really not come to. Because if you check in the 4-day, he was given opportunities, but just the way in terms of how he got out.
I think a good way to describe his body language is, you could tell he's a player that's really lacking confidence. That's not the guy that we saw when he first showed up on the scene. You know, he had a bit of strut to his walk. You know, he got there and he looked to impose himself. I think the first shot he played was an amazing shot, I think, for 6 of one of the Irish fast bowlers, and really announcing himself. I think he was a standout at under 19 level, especially against the Sri Lankan under 19 team. He was dominant down on a tour in Sri Lanka, what, 2-3 years ago now?
Yeah.
Him alongside Jewel Andrew, that's where they really announced themselves to the West Indian public, like, hey, these youngsters are doing something a bit special over there in Sri Lanka.
And then the expectation went high, because when most folks saw Jordan Johnson, they felt like, well, this was going to be the next Brian Lara. And those are big boots to fill.
It's tough to deal with, especially in this time. You know, I can tell you a bit about that in dealing with pressure and the like, but especially in this time with the social media and everyone, you know, having an opinion, This one's nicked off, but high, no slip.
Gotta have 2 slips for McKenny Clark.
Just
That's
a
a new
gully,
batsman.
yeah, and
That's
a
a
bit
new
of aggression. He's going hard length.
That's a new batsman.
You see the Sri Lankans just struggle against the extra bounce at times. Got to give your bowler a chance. That's what we were saying. It's a test of Bishop's leadership mettle here. A real opportunity for him to develop in the role. This is the thing, especially in the limited overs format. Everything happens a bit quicker. Got to be 2 overs ahead of the action. Got to be always thinking of your next move.
And I
Plan
think
A, Plan B, Plan C.
I think he can afford to, Mali, to bring in another slip, especially for Clark. Clark is now working up some pace here now. And we've seen that the Sri Lankan batsmen are very uncomfortable in playing the short ball, especially early in the innings. They need 161 of 209 balls. West Indies needs 7 wickets to win the first encounter here.
Wickramasinghe does well to get under that one. As we said, one of the taller members of this Sri Lankan emerging team. Be a bit more difficult for him to get under those bouncers, but he did so quite comfortably. But also where you could get into problems is if he looks to ride the bounce. How many times have we seen the Sri Lankans pop their gloves down, look for treatment, hit on the fingers numerous occasions?
Sort of looks like an Indian Sidhu. Sort of stature. Crouches a little first and then he gets big. Ooh. He was honing in at the stumps there, McKenny Clark. So he's found a rhythm here.
Yeah, he was right on the money, McKenny Clark. Executing quite well in terms of just pushing back Wickramasinghe. The previous 2 deliveries, then goes full, looking to catch him on the crease. Almost did. Wickramasinghe though good enough to just get the bat down.
Still feel they need another slip, Mali. I might be
Definitely
wrong.
a slip on a gully.
Yeah. Gotta get that in.
Short.
Gotta get that there. You gotta give your bowler some encouragement. You gotta give him something to think about. You know, that's key. I'll bring the man up from backward point who's sweeping on the offside in there and get Rivaldo Clark into the slip area. Give McKenny Clark some encouragement. Say, listen, let's go all out. Let's get another wicket or 2.
Especially he's found wickets really hard to come by in 2025. This is probably what with his 1 wicket here today, his 5th or 6th wicket this year.
Yeah.
Got to give him every opportunity. So far, he's been good. Good end to that over. Just the 4 coming from the first delivery. 16 gone. Sri Lanka emerging at 77 for 3. Oh, cool.
77, 161. Yeah, I think that one might be okra. It's good. It's a good one. Please don't get into any trouble. 50 overs here. They need 161 in 204 balls.
It's not the alcoholic beverage.
It still can get you into trouble.
No. Dhananjaya, the key here now, 36 from 54. Sri Lankans will have to bat around him.
$78 for 3.
Changing the field. Long off comes into the circle.
I think Jedediah Blades should be playing in this series as well, too, right, Mali?
We were told.
Yeah, we were told. Yeah,
he would come in.
He did come in. Oh, from the second.
the second.
Jason has just told us.
Confusion. Good work. Just as we were saying there, Callum Bowen Tuckett getting the left glove off this time, thwarting that run, or that attempt of a run by the Sri Lankans. I'd love to see him just knock it on the other side so you could probably get the right glove off to illustrate the ambidextrous nature we were speaking about to his wicket keeping and his throwing, how it can be a real vital weapon, especially in close, to prevent runs and to effect runouts.
Certainly.
Slip goes back to the edge of the circle. Once again, another rapid over that from Joshua Bishop, just 3 runs coming from it.
And the thing about Joshua Bishop is that he's going to get in his overs very quickly. So if you're a fast bowler, you're really not giving much of a breather in terms of the context of resting yourself. By the time you look up, he's on you already. I'm just looking for some stats, Mally, for the 4-day for some of the West Indies Academy bowlers. So we were talking about McKenny Clark. He played some 4 matches, bowled 64 overs, 8 maidens, only picked up 3 wickets, Mally, for 279 runs. So that's what you were talking about, Mally.
Yeah, he found wickets. He's found wickets really hard to come by this year.
Nathan Edwards would have played some 4 games as well. He ended with 5 wickets in his first-class season. Rivaldo Clark, our boy, he ended with 6 wickets. Zian Motara, he finished with 6 wickets as well too. He only played 3 games in the context.
Change of bowling. Reniko Smith replaces McKenny Clark from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
So, talking about Kelvin Pittman, who played 4 games as well, ended with 12 wickets from 83.4 overs, 15 maidens, a best of 4 for 48. And then we had Jedediah Blaze, who played some 6 games. He had 16 wickets, 33 maidens, bowled 169.4 overs. He also got his debut for the West Indies, right, Mally, in the T20?
Jedediah Blades?
Yeah.
Yes, he did, versus Bangladesh in December.
Ewan Lane, who's got a West Indies call up now to the senior team. He played some 6 games, 142.5 overs, 30 maidens, 27 wickets. Yogi Lane, I still feel he's got something left in his skank, Mally.
Definitely still a bit of developing to do. For me, just prematurely selected, but the talent has always been there, and he's definitely getting better every time we see him.
Yeah, wide delivery here by Clark. And for another consistent season, Mally, Joshua Bishop, 255.3 overs, 42 maidens, 33 wickets, 849 runs, a best of 7 for 85. And in fairness to Joshua Bishop, he really has been a man for all seasons. This will be his 3rd season that he's gone over 30 wickets and more.
Definitely. Been very consistent. He said consistently at the top of the charts over the past few seasons, Joshua Bishop. But interestingly, you mentioned Kelvin Pittman, 12 wickets in his 4 games. 4 games he played?
4 games.
Yeah. Think of that, the improvement that we've seen from him from then to even now. If you think the 2 matches versus Sri Lanka here in this series, 2 4-day matches, got 12 wickets in those. It's been the standout bowler for the West Indies Academy.
Including his best bowling first-class figures. Got a 5-4.
Ended up, what, 7 for
20-something?
7 for 28.
Yeah, 7 for 28.
It's going to go a fair way to beat that.
It really indeed is going to be.
Standout figures there for Kelvin Pittman. As you said, seemed like you're a little surprised not to see him here today. And I was listening to the commentary.
Yeah, I very much was. But I understand the method to the madness. I still want to find out what the role is for Michael Palmer. And let me, as you talked about that, Mali, Palmer only played one game. He played one game, 14.3 overs, and he picked up 2 wickets. And then he never saw the field again. But maybe Palmer might be one for the long haul. We never know.
Isn't he the youngest member of this West Indies Academy setup?
Yes, he is.
Just 17, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he's
18
18, maybe 18. So, he's got a big heart, Palmer.
Once again, slashing outside the off stump. It was aerial, but just to the left of Joshua Bishop.
Palmer's got an interesting story. People helped him down foul, and so really helped him to really execute his skills. He wants to play. He played, in fact, in the, was it the Bangladesh or the Nepal T20? Yeah. Yeah, he did a round to be able to get some exposure to develop himself.
If you remember, as he said, yeah, I would have seen him bowl for New Winthrops. We had that conversation, and it just so happened that we bumped into Roland Butcher at the time.
And Desmond Haynes.
And told him, there's this kid holding good wheels from St. Martin, keep an eye on him.
And that academy today. Another slash drive there, Mali.
So Michael Palmer, you owe us 10%. That's when you start making 7 figures.
All I want him to do is to buy me a vitamin. That's all I want him to do for me. 88 for 3. Stroke to the offside for another easy single. First delivery was a boundary. So Bishop now being tested. He's really getting through his overs very quickly. This is his 6th over, not for 21. Before this, not for 16. They need 149 in 190 balls. So they're pacing themselves here, Sri Lanka. 89 for 3. Out it comes. We switch it. Use the pace. And it raced away down in front of the Sri Lankan dugout for a boundary.
In the end there, just got the length that he wanted, Wickramasinghe. Used that reach of his, quite tall batsman. Just needed to make contact. Kept his eye on that one. He's on to 12 now with that boundary. First one possibly that we've seen today, just keep a tad bit low. Andrew can't stop the 2. He's quick across the outfield. That was well paced.
It's interesting, Mali, when you were on with Terry and you were talking about the concept of, trying to import the Joel Andrew into an opening batsman. I myself feel very, very much kind of concerned about it. I think we have to look at the development of this young talent. If you check where he scored most of his runs, as you rightly said, it'd be anywhere down from between 3 to 5, really. And when you look at Joel Andrew this season, played some 7 matches for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, scored 476 runs, with 1 century and 4 half centuries.
I think it was a similar mistake made for Joel Andrew when he was making his first class debut for the Leewards as well, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was shunted in at number 3.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
the same thing was done, and then they worked out that he was better. Just a bit.
Just let him wait.
Yeah, let him.
Let him have a look at the game.
Earn his right to go up the
But it was almost like a precious sort of situation where it's like nobody wanted. They just said, "Oh, Andrew, come, everybody talking about you, Mally Richards, go and bat a 3.
I tell you what, though, this is the only issue or the question that I will ask about the decision, because there was a real concerted effort to get out there by CWI at the top brass that a lot of the decisions were going to be data-led, right? So I'll ask this question. Where's the data to suggest that Joel Andrew was opening batsman? Where's the data to help in making that decision? Was that an instinctive decision, or is it data-led?
I think it is instinctive decision by Darren Sammy, who was trying.
Which goes against everything that we're being told the way they're going to do things, right?
Because if what
isn't that why Rovman lost the test, the captaincy in T20 because he was more instinctive as a captain?
Right. And if you're talking about data-driven, then you have to judge Joel Andrew from his regional performance batting
exactly. And
for the Cleveland Hurricanes.
None of those performances have him batting in number 1 or number 2, opening the innings. So where's the data to lead a decision such as that? Or only some decisions going to be data-led?
Yeah, going to be pretty interesting there. 196 for 3 here. Sri Lanka need 142 in 184 balls.
Another thing I'll say, you're either the top guy or you're not. Even if you're the top guy, you're still the top guy of the top players. So a young player such as Joel Andrew can't necessarily say to Darren Sammy, oh, I don't necessarily want to open. But some more senior players can or will. Well, you know, I don't want to open, so they will acquiesce to them as opposed to the young junior player who's precocious and obviously wants to play and get his opportunity and will definitely not say no.
But I think he was made a scapegoat, and Ian Terry made the point. In England, when he was asked to open, the skipper is the one who should have put his hand up and go and open. Because that's where he scored his runs, if we're talking about data-driven.
Exactly, that's my point. Exactly, who is the data to suggest that Joel Andrew is the top order batter in terms of opening the innings? Whereas there's a lot of data to suggest that Shea Hope or even a Brandon King. Brandon King opened in the innings, didn't he? So even a Justin Greaves, he's got data to suggest him as an opening batter.
But hold on, he dominated the Super 50
exactly
in 2024. He was the MVP.
He scored 3 consecutive
His
hundreds. At what number was he batting?
He opened the batting.
Ah, exactly. So this is what I'm saying. Like, we just have to keep it real. Regardless, obviously this is Cricket West Indies production, 360, but we're talking about the game of cricket. It's just, from my perspective, our analysis, can't be some decisions are data-led and others are just instinctive.
But I said something to you, Terry and Mally.
When really and truly, that's the way it should be. There should just not be one way of doing things. It's an amalgamation of things.
There's going to be an under-19 tournament in St. Kitts. I would have sent Andrew to that tournament, and Mackenzie. Go and dominate against your peers.
I think Mackenzie will go. This tournament,
Mackenzie,
he's not going.
He's not going.
Wow.
I'm saying that's where you want them to work on their skill set.
I would have probably sent him there after
the series. Yeah, because you want him to develop at the same time. So if he learns something from you now, Mali, here, he can go to that tournament and he can practice so he can get better in terms of what he's doing. Where you have limited resources, you have to provide more opportunities for your players to play actual matches.
And also dominate. Get accustomed to dominating.
Scoring big runs, taking wickets.
Taking massive wickets, being unplayable, having that feeling of being unplayable, especially against certain under-19 players. Some may say, oh, that can't do much for his development, but it's the ages at which he's at. You always have to look to dominate the level of cricket you're playing at the time.
You need to leave a mark. That's why if you check under-19 cricket in the Caribbean, the Hoopers, the Lowers, the Jimmy Adams, the Chris Gale, the Marlon Samuels and company, they all dominated that level. They left a mark there that when you go back into the history books, you're going to see their names for a long time. The Campbells, the company, they scored a lot of runs at under 19 level. We need to set that standard. We need to make you know that, listen, go and dominate that level. We're sending Mali, Terry, and John Paul to go look at you. Right? That's where you go. Dominate that level.
It's also an environment where the stakes aren't quite as high, where you can really develop your skills. It's all going to change now, especially if he gets opportunities in the CPL. He's putting valuable footage out there now, where coaches and players from around the world will be able to see. They'll get a bit more accustomed to what he does. They'll work out their own plans. So it'll be a totally different ball game, really.
Glad for him, Michael McKenzie. But as you rightly said, Marley, we got to put systems in place to be able to make sure we guide. It's a process. You just don't throw them in the deep end, and then when they don't deliver, you said, all right, well, we gave you that opportunity. We have to prepare you for that opportunity.
Here he is. He's coming into the attack. Michael McKenzie from the Sir Andy Roberts end. First time I saw this kid bowl, it was the control that really stood out for me, for how young he was, the art of leg spin, and just how he was landing the ball consistently. A good line and length, troubling adult batters as a young child, really. And saw him bowling in practice, so I turned up. We were playing against Liberta the next week, so we turned up. I'm thinking, wow, we've got this real little trump card in our ranks. Turned up, he's not in the 11. I'm thinking, what? There is no way this kid isn't playing. So I go to the coach. I say, sorry, coach. He's taking my place because I'm not playing. Where am I going in cricket now at this stage of my career? It's just a mentorship kind of thing. Micah has to play. They go, they deliberate. Someone else gets dropped. But it caused a few problems in the squad. You know what I mean? At the time. But that's the thing. You got to trust these young guys, especially at the local level.
But you spotted talent.
Yeah.
That was the difference.
He wasn't in the 11. I was like, there's no way Michael McKenzie's not playing. I only saw him bowl once.
That's what you're talking about.
Faced him once in the nets as well.
First delivery on target. Played up to Rivaldo Clark at cover. He'll be relieved because he dropped a catch in the first over of Nathan Edwards. He'll be bubbling that he took a beauty. McKenzie, thinking about it. Lost his mother about a couple of years ago.
Oh, there it is.
Unsighted there, yeah. Think it would have rushed the pad, right?
It did.
That's what saved him. Callum Boyne took it. He was looking for that. He was advancing.
It was a bit of turn in the end. Luckily, just getting a bit of pad on that one, diverting it away from the wicket keeper.
He did. Riven sweetly for 4.
I think you got to chase that a bit harder.
I personally feel so too. And I think Rivaldo Clark was like looking around like, why are you not running hard?
Is that Teddy Bishop once again?
Looks that way.
If it is Bishop.
I wonder if he's injured.
I mean, since the 4-day matches, he just seems to be
like his hamstrings or something.
With a bit of mobility when running.
I wonder if his hamstrings are gone. 100 comes up for Sri Lanka, 103 for 3. Driven again down to Bishop, they get a single. He can't stop it. Good cricket all around. .50 for Dhananjaya. 76 balls, 5 fours, 2 sixes. A strike rate of 65.79. So this is the 4th half century of the day. And he will be looking to maybe bat as deep as possible in a run chase where they need 134 in 170 balls.
Yeah, his 11th at the list A level. Got 400s to go along with that. His 50 matches. Nipan Dhananjaya, 24 years old.
McKenzie, number 73 on his back. Making his list A debut. Single in the process. It's a lovely day for cricket. The day has just turned out to be nice. All of the early morning shows, clouds have just pushed away here. We're glad to be bringing the coverage to you. Compliments of 360. 105 for 3. On drive. And Danajara down to Smith, and they get an easy single. Over comes to an end. So 22 overs bowled. And Sri Lanka emerging players there, 106 for 3.
Yeah, he was the leading wicket taker in the breakout league in Trinidad, Michael McKenzie. Definitely one of the players that used that opportunity to break out. Said exactly what it did on the tin.
Headache here for Teddy Bishop, Mali. Who does he go to?
His talisman, at least with white ball. Nathan Edward, who's also a standout in the breakout league. He's been the most likely of the bowlers today in terms of picking up wickets. He was superb with that new ball. A real wicket-taking threat when that ball's swinging. Tends to swing the ball more often than not. Nathan Edward, ball a bit older now though, 22 overs old, so it'll be interesting to see if this ball still has a bit of movement through the air for him.
One thing that we saw today from the Sri Lankan list day cricketers, Mali, especially the seam bowlers, they were willing to try something different. That's what Terry and yourself were talking about. So they never allowed the batsmen for the West Indies to really settle, because they recognized that the West Indian batsmen were driving sweetly, half volleys.
So they really mixed up the lengths, didn't they? As you said, off pace as well, deliveries. It wasn't just the short length we saw from Sanketh, the Yorker length consistently taking the pitch out the equation, hunting toes, tailing into the stumps.
Hunting bats though.
The toe ends.
And the money here is Nathan Edwards' suicide single, but he gets it in the end. Terry? 107 for 3. Yeah. I like Jordan Johnson, Mali, but I'm concerned about him like you as well, too. That's why I raised the question with you. I just look at him and he just
lacking confidence.
Yeah. I know they got a mental skills coach around him and so, but he's gonna have to dig deep. Everything is gonna be in the mindset of how he thinks and where he wants to be.
I wonder as well if I'm not sure, but just looking from the outside in, he's the only Jamaican in this setup, isn't he? I wonder if he just feels a little isolated. I don't know. I'm just saying, just things that just come to mind in terms of man management and how you would manage these young guys being away from home. I think Nathan Edward and Michael Palmer can probably lean on each other, but at the same time, these guys would have played cricket together for quite a
all
long
their life,
time now.
from 9 up.
So I don't think that would be too much of an issue.
Yeah, but that point that you're making about John Johnson being the only Jamaican here, especially when he's low on confidence, who does he speak to?
Well, that's what I was saying. At the end of the day, he's played a lot of cricket with a Joel Andrew, with a Nathan Edward as well. They played 2 World Cups together, Rivaldo Clark. These are guys who played a lot of cricket together from a young age. It's just always something to think about, as you say. It's a unique nature of West Indies cricket. Independent nations, different cultures. It's a beautiful thing, actually, when you think about it. It's the only thing we really do together as a region.
In sport?
Yeah, in anything.
In anything.
Where everyone really just buys in to that aspect of unity.
And the Caribbean region is really, when you look at the universities of the West Indies, when you look at CARICOM, when you look at, the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, you look at those models there, it's all being fashioned off of West Indies cricket. It's fashioned off of a sport.
I think we take it for granted at times.
Yeah.
Just the unique nature and the problems that, that can pose.
And I don't think our modern day administrators really understand the history of West Indies cricket and what the legends would have done for the game. You're talking about managing now a $1 billion industry. West Indies cricket is a $1 billion industry, whether we like it or not. We've been a world champion. We produce some of the finest cricketers the world has ever seen. Stroke, beautiful. Like the balance there on that shot, Molly.
Yeah, good stride as well into that one.
Just didn't find the gap.
It's not swinging this second spell for Nathan so far. As you can tell, it's a bit more confident in getting that front foot out to that one. Was Wickramasinghe.
Let's look at that, Mali. Head position, trigger movement from heel to toe. Nice high elbow. Beautiful work by the whiz, Jason. Again, putting the fielders under pressure, Mali. They can't stop the single. They got to be on the money.
It's good batting that.
Rotation of strike is so important.
After 23 overs though, Sri Lanka emerging 110 for 3. We'll have another change. Terry will now come in to replace me. He'll join Vernon Springer.
The big Terry. You know how many cups of coffees he's had for the day? Don't forget your drink, Mali. You're going to leave your drink, man. You're going to walk with it. Keeps you going. Mackenzie's first over cost 7. Why are you drinking sodas? You've changed. What's happening here? Coffee and sodas. Lemon tea at that too. Oh. Good afternoon, Terry.
Thank you, Mali. Good afternoon, Vernon. Just trying to change the field. Hunting wickets.
So you're having some lemon tea?
I'm having some lemon tea. See if that brings any luck.
All right. Well, I'm going to have some water. I think I need that more than anything else.
Michael Mackenzie will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Bowling to Wickramasinghe, who's on 20. Dhananjay is still there after early life, 53. Need wickets to West Indies Academy.
Fine. Bishop is very close there at cover, Terry. He's now, I think he might have heard me, so he decided to go back. Got to give yourself some room, especially here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. Back leg cut, beautiful piece of work there. Looks like, trying to figure who. Is that Rivaldo?
I think it's
No, it looks like Ogis.
Yeah.
Ogis, the backward point area. Needs to just get low, get a little wider. In the air, past Bishop. See what I was talking about, Terry?
Sure, into the boundary.
Yeah.
Extra cover for 4.
Got to give himself some room. He could be able to see that ball. Just press himself back. What happens is that he's got a good stride and he strikes the ball just in the air. So that's where Bishop is. Bishop just needs to just go back because he can be able to see the ball. Don't get too close.
Yeah, this stride was important there for Wickramasinghe. Half stopped there by Bishop, but he's still close in. They get a single. So Wickramasinghe moves on to 25, 115 for 3 and over number 24.
And he certainly picked up the rate here because...
Yeah, off just 29 deliveries.
Yeah.
Batted well in the 4-day, the second match.
Well, everybody's been given a specific role, as you can see in the Sri Lankan team.
Cut through the cover region for an easy single to Dhananjay, moves on to 54. Partnership now worth 45.
So it's been even Stevens. And like I said, they don't have to do anything reckless. You know, it's almost
No, they've kept
just
up
pace.
or in front of the required rate.
It's just about pacing yourself, how well you pace yourself.
Keeping wickets in hand. Singer back on strike to Mackenzie. Places that nicely.
Too short by Mackenzie. Too much width, really. So 5 bowlers have been used. Edward, Smith, Bishop, Clark, Mackenzie. Sri Lanka lost wickets at 1 for 29, 2 for 29 and 3 for 71. 24 overs have been bowled, 117 for 3 alongside Terry Laraja at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's match 1 in the 3-match series after the 4-day test matches as we would consider them to be. But the series is drawn 1-1. Kelvin Pittman being named MVP of that series.
Deservedly so. Excellent spell of bowling, career best figures at 13 overs. 7 for 28.
No Mbeki Joseph, no Palmer, no Pittman.
Edward starts a new over, wide outside the off stump, called wide.
Ooh.
That was, I don't know about that.
Yeah, it was outside the line. He's only following by the line, Terry. He's doing his job. Even though we know the line is a guide. Edwards will have to reload that again. 119 for 3.
Edward round the wicket to Wickramasinghe. He flicks this high in the air towards the mid-wicket boundary, drops in front of the deep backward square.
Almost like a chip shot when you're playing golf.
It was held up in the breeze also. Andrew couldn't make the ground though, as well in front of him. Wickramasinghe takes 2.
Just for a moment we thought we were at the Cedar Valley Golf Course.
120 for 3. But I liked your discussion, O'Vern, with yourself and Marley, with the position that Andrew has been asked about, pinpointed by Darren Sammy. He did say in the top 3, but I agree with you guys that he should be looking, or they should be looking at 3, 4 or 5, 3 being the highest. 50 partnership raised between Wickramasinghe and Dhananjay. Good time of 65 deliveries. 121 for 3 is the score. And senior players, you know, getting to choose. As we know.
I don't have a problem, Terry, if the senior players are doing well enough.
No,
but we're losing.
And that's the problem. That's the biggest problem.
You can't, the senior players don't dictate, and we're not holding them accountable, but we want to hold young Andrew and company accountable. We have to call out some of those senior players as well.
And talking about that too, Irvin, with the first test coming up against Australia, and I was having a look at the squad the other night. And if you pick or select the final 11 that could face Australia, I think Johnny Campbell has done enough, and I think before it's cut backward a point, half stop there, but they'll get a single before he mostly placed in the test side. I think him and Brathwaite started to form decent partnerships at the top of the order, but given that he's earned his place and he's had a good season, he's in good form, I'd like to see Kevlin Anderson in that final 11 as opposed to a Brandon King. Oh, Brandon King has played twice as many first-class matches, but that is over a 10-year span compared to Anderson, who's just over the last couple of seasons.
But how do you not pick Cavenagh?
Well, good question. And the only thing I could say is that if you look...
If you're talking about data-driven,
yeah,
is Cavenagh not in the computer?
Well, good point.
Maybe they have another Kevin Hodge that we don't know about. Maybe he retired from cricket. That's all I can say. John Campbell's played some 6 matches, scored 517 runs, had 3 centuries and 2 half centuries. If we match that up, we'll come back to you, Terry. If we match that up against Michael Louis, who played 6 matches, 429 runs, 1 century, 3 half centuries. I'm going to look for Craig.
Run out there, but he gets back and now they take the single.
Look for Craig Brathwaite, 6 matches, 393 runs, 1 century. Craig Brathwaite. So he didn't have a formidable enough thing, but at least he was playing some cricket. At the end of 25, Sri Lanka emerging players 123 for 3. But how do you not pick Kevin Hodge? And maybe there's another reason why you didn't pick him that we don't know. So we'll have to wait and see.
True.
Because he was part of against the South Africa. And that team certainly didn't turn up at all. West Indies A team. Well, and again, you had different players being tried. You had different captains being tried for whatever particular reason. Couldn't understand how you couldn't have a Callum Boy in Tuckett who even didn't was the best glove man in the 4-day competition and never got a look in. Most people feel Joshua De Silva has been undone. Mackenzie starts, Terry.
Full toss and plundered out to Julandru on the cover point boundary just for a single. I think that's surprise with Rama Singer there. He moves to 31, 124 for 3. We're in over number 26.
You know, the biggest joy for me today, Terry, is to look at Joel Andrew, Nathan Edwards, Mackay McKenzie, Callum Boyne Tuckett, and to see that all of these young boys have come through from the under 15, under 17, under 19, and look at where they are today. They're all together playing in the academy team. So to remind me, a couple of years ago in the World Cup, was in the Caribbean under 19 World Cup. You had Onaji Amri, Callum Boyne Tuckett, Jaden Carmichael, Anderson Amadon, Kelvin Pittman. There's another caliber of young players that came through that setting.
You talk about the Kavem Hodge. It took a long time for him to break through into the West Indies test side.
But some people are late developers, Terry.
They are. That's what I was about to say.
You have to take that into consideration. I just think in the context of when you pick a player and what he does is how you judge him. You know, based on the opportunities, you know. You gotta work with players. Sometimes it's also a sort of situation, Terry, where we try to change players. You know, you have to trust your technique. So you got to do a lot more technical work in terms of your skills, in terms of your skill set, your drills. Because people, there's so much pressure. We're calling this game right now. All of the video analysts, they have footage, they have data on you. Sri Lanka large and in control here.
Yeah, they're knocking it round nicely, keeping the scoreboard ticking after 26 overs, 127 for 3. 111 away from victory. West Indies Academy need wickets. Some of the pressure back on the Sri Lankan emerging players.
While we have this West Indies Academy, Terry, you know, the Leewards need their own academy, Jamaica needs their own academy, Barbados needs their own academy, Guyana needs their own academy. We have to begin to think like that so that we have a wider pool of players rather than just have a limited 15, 16 players here in Antigua and Barbuda.
Pulled through mid-wicket, 4 runs.
Yeah, that's set up.
Dhananjaya keeps going, moves into the 60s. He's on 61, 131 for 3.
Talking about experience there. Look at that. Short ball.
Just waited on it nicely.
Just found the gap. Edwards bowling more or less to a 5-4 feel. He's got to really be looking now to bowl some cutters. Forget about the short ball. Either bowl cutters but a lot wider and force Dhananjaya to drive square. Yeah, that's a wasted delivery. That's not going to work today. We're not at Coolidge.
No.
170 and 142 balls. If you could just find the badge, what do you think?
Exactly. Take a leaf out of
McKinney Clark.
McKinney Clark and also the Sri Lankan boy. He ended up with 3 wickets.
Yeah, the man himself, Sankit.
Sankit.
He was impressive.
He was right on the money.
9-0, 45-3. Edwards trying to
Wide down leg side.
some
slower
cutters.
ball.
Yeah, but it was off target. Next time you hear us on 360 will be on Tuesday. The final game will be on Thursday. It's been a very, very, very hot day here in Antigua and Barbuda. Even though you've got the breeze, we're privileged to be in the air condition. Some persons are not that privileged.
A few more people come and get their lunch at the stadium though today and stayed on for the second half of this match.
Yeah,
It's good to see.
Saturday. On our side, we've got a restaurant on the right side of us that has always been playing some music. And if we look over into the Sir Andy Roberts end area, we know they've got a couple of restaurants who also open over there as well.
Yeah, the music brings the vibes, adds to the atmosphere. Takes the edge
Yeah.
down to third man for an easy one.
Cricket is a hard game.
Absolutely. Every aspect of it.
It's just a wonderful game. I think outside of cricket, golf is the most testing game that you could think about because you're playing against yourself. So you have to have that mental fortitude to be able to control the controllables. While cricket, you have another 10 other persons that can help you. It's just you and God and the golf course.
Which changes all the time. Pulled backward of square on the bounce to Jule Andrew. Vikrama Singer takes another single, 134 for 3.
Where's Jordan Johnson? He's gone off the field.
Question.
I think he's off the field. Mutara is on.
Yeah. You're right.
On the money.
Delivery to finish the over there by Edwards. So at the end of the 27th over, Sri Lanka emerging players chasing 238 for victory, a 134 for 3. Dhananjaya is on 62 and Vikrama Singh is on 33. That's some 63 runs.
How do you feel? Maybe even having Isaiah Tom playing the series.
I've been saying that. How long have I been saying that? That is one selection or non-selection that baffles me and upsets me. I don't see the point. There's nothing wrong with you come through the academy, you're doing well, and your home franchise says, come back home. There's nothing wrong with that, but you need to play the game.
So why Isaiah Thorne was not given the same opportunity like Abhijay Mansingh and a Gillen Tyson who went to play for the combined campuses and colleges? Why was he just restricted? 18 months ago, the big name on the world stage was Isaiah Thorne.
Exactly.
Where has he gone? Who has stalled his progress?
Exactly right. And there's no point having him round a franchise if you're not going to have him playing the majority of matches. Form, injury, okay. Close.
How close was that?
Direct hits, I think he would have been gone by the...
By the shouting?
Yeah.
How close was that? How close was that, Terry? Let's put a bet on the line here. Was it that close?
I reckon he would have been gone.
Nah, I think he got in. Let's look at it, Terry. There we go.
Drops it.
Batsman was off. Where is he? In the frame?
He would have been out by a
mile. O'Geese not connecting. Physio comes on. So we got a break. Sri Lanka slowing down the game here. Mr. Byam asking for the ball. Joel Wilson coming across to maybe have a conversation as well. So both umpires will meet in mid-pitch. Looks as if his finger is burst because he's ringing it. So Dr. Wilson will observe the preparation by the physio. No, he's decided that he's seen enough of that. Without the players, we have no cricket.
No, true. They know they're the star of the show. Anyway, we will bring you up to date on Cricket 360. There's some local ABCA Super 40 second round action going on today.
Is your team playing today?
Yes, but Pigot's Crushers bowled out for 217.
That's a lot of runs.
Against CUB Bethesda Golden Eagles. And Bethesda in the fifth over at 12 for 4. All Saints were bowled out for 158 in 31.5 overs against defending champions Liberta Blackhawks. Liberta Blackhawks after 17 overs, 108 for 4. They need 50 runs, 51 runs. It's 6 wickets in hand. Jennings Tigers were bowled out in 34.2 overs for 221 by Tertiary and Schools. Tertiary and Schools struggling though. After 16 overs, a 69 for 6. And Empire Nation bowled out for 131 in 23.4 overs. New Winthrop's Lions 107 for 6, so they require just 25 more. They have some 89 deliveries remaining. Just the 4 wickets though. Meanwhile, here at the stadium, Dhananjaya has just completed getting some attention by the physios. He dived in to his crease during that single. So we're back with the live action. McKinney Clark around the wicket to the left-handed Dhananjayas. Clipping that to short extra cover. There's no run. So 103 more required for Sri Lanka emerging players. West Indies Academy still hunting some 7 wickets.
You need to be hunting something.
Definitely, because they're well in front. 4.94 they're going out. They only have to go at 4.5. Keep up with the run rate, so they're well in front, which they have been throughout the inning so far, Sri Lanka.
McKinney Clark has come back for his second spell. He looked very impressive in the first spell. He's now working up some pace there. That one went past Dhananjaya, who's on 62 in a hurry.
Yes, I'd say McKinney Clark has been working on his run-up. He looks a lot more rhythmical today. Round the wicket to the left-handed Dhananjaya. That catches the bottom half of the bat. Goes down to third man for another single. He moves to 63, 136 for 3. Came together with the score on 71 for 3 with Ramasinghe and Dhananjaya. Dhananjaya has been there since the start. 63 off 94 deliveries so far. Kenny Clark back over the wicket to the right-handed Wickramasinghe. Stands up tall and defends that.
I think it might be a no ball.
And yes, it is. Called by umpire Bayam. So a free hit here for Ahan Wickramasinghe. Overstepping there was McKinney Clark, according to the umpire. Let's see what he can do with this free hit. Short ball, and he just plays it down to third man for a single, so real harm done with the no ball. West Indies Academy need wickets. Partnership now worth 67 for the fourth wicket. Good steadying partnership for the Sri Lankans, taking them closer and closer to their target. Exactly 100 needed now as Clark round the wicket to the left-handed. That one is guided past the keeper and beats Nathan Edward into the third man boundary for 4.
Yeah. Great control.
Yeah. Just guided it past the diving Bowen Tuckett. A lot of ground for Edward to make up. So that brings the over to an end. After 28 overs, Sri Lanka emerging players 142 for 3. Dhananjaya is on 67. Wickramasinghe is on 35. So under 100 now required. 96 more for Sri Lanka. Some 22 overs, 132 legitimate deliveries to do it. Looks like we're going to have a change of bowler. From this to Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Nico Smith is changing ends. Bowled 6 overs so far today. No wicket for 30. Teddy Bishop knows he needs wickets. Bringing back his 2 main strike bowlers in Edward. Now he's replaced Edward with Smith. That one down the leg side, turned down to fine leg for a single to Wickramasinghe. Moves on to 36, 143 for 3. So Sri Lanka emerging players well in control at the moment.
A couple of West Indian cricketers will be playing up in the United Kingdom area tomorrow, Terry. Courtney Walsh 11 against the Ace Program 11. Courtney Walsh 11 will come back to that, Terry. Include the likes of Collis King, who's still playing some competitive cricket. Devon Malcolm, Phil Simmons, Roland Butcher. John the Dentist Maynard will also be lined up in that. Courtney Walsh himself. Victor Walcott from Barbados. You remember that name?
I do.
Steve Stevenson. You know, he's also the big man for the ICC General Secretary. So he will be part of that action. And they were looking to raise some funds really for that area, for the ACE Program 11. The ACE is Program 11 is a program that is for underdeveloped cricketers, the funding to be able to help a lot of black cricketers coming out of England as well.
Good initiative.
Yeah.
That's something also we could do around. We don't have many Legends games. We did start, didn't we?
Yeah, but the thing about it is that we are waiting on Cricket West Indies to come up with those initiatives. That initiative has to come, Terry, from the territorial boards. They have to put in. They have to be mindful to put in those sort of commitments, you know, to be able to get things going.
But it's the mindset, though, isn't it, Fern? I mean,
it's a lazy mindset, Terry.
Yeah, we hear it all the time. Government's fault. Government should be doing more. Same with the cricket. Cricket West Indies should be doing this. Cricket West Indies should be doing more. But up to the local territorial boards. Be putting in as well another short, sharp single to mid-on. But well, these two, carrying Sri Lanka ever closer to the target. Partnership now worth 74.
Yeah. Quietly, 3 singles out of this over so far.
Looking for the gaps. Good understanding between the two. That was struck firmly, but well fielded at short extra cover.
Partnership is yielding some 74, Terry, and counting.
Exactly. They're not doing anything flash, playing each ball on its merit. Smith's over comes to an end, so Sri Lanka emerging players 145 for 3 after 29 overs. That's in pursuit of 238. West Indies Academy bowled out earlier today after winning the toss and choosing to bat. Half centuries to Akeem August, Rivaldo Clark and Carlin Bowen Tuckett. He's the maiden list A half century. They were bowled out for 237. So Sri Lanka emerging, need 93 more for victory.
Short ball again. No runs in the process. We were talking about the amount of cricket, Terry, that has been played in the Caribbean. We also have coming up the 2025 ExxonMobil Guyana Global Super League. Total of some 11 matches set to take place from the 10th to the 18th of July. It's about time enough, Terry, that we take off the Guyana National Stadium, Providence, and put on Sir Clive Lloyd's name.
There you go.
Question that has been ducked for a very long time.
And that's helped over the keeper into the boundary. 4 more by Wickramasinghe. He just went with the bounce and just helped it on its way. And a well played shot by Wickramasinghe. Moves into the 40s. He's on 41, 149 for 3. Fuller, straight, try and break this partnership. Too easy at the moment. He just turns that down to a fine leg. Edward does the fielding. Another single. And that is Sri Lanka emerging players at 150. So they're 150 for 3 and over number 30. Requiring a further 88 runs.
You know, I did talk to you, Terry, earlier this morning about the fitness level is going to be tested for both of these teams, especially at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, because you're talking about the square boundaries. The short boundaries might be that far, but the square ones,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to run on the money. Beautiful delivery.
That's much better, full and straight.
It's gonna really test the mental aspect of the players as well. And they have to be able to develop strong mindsets under that sort of pressure situation. But how do you balance, Terry, performance with anxiety to be able to deliver your best in the matches? If we look at the body language of a Jordan Johnson, we were trying to find out, why he's been the dip in form. Why is he just gone off the boil like that? A number of errors.
Slower ball by McKenny Clark, just evades
Johnson again approaching the ball there.
Joshua Bishop at backward square. They pick up two more to Dhananjaya, moves on to 70. That's 152 for 3. Partnership now worth 81. No, you're making a good point, you and Marley. Johnson, who does he turn to? Who does he talk to, being the lone Jamaican? When you get down on form, short ball to finish the over. 152 for 3. We've had 30 overs of the Sri Lanka run chase. And it will be drinks. We'll take a short break on Cricket 360 and be back with more live action in a moment. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in Antigua for a resumption of play. Sri Lanka emerging players just 88 runs away from a victory here in this first one-day match. 86 runs, I should say. They have 20 overs to do them in as Smith continues to Ramasinghe, who plays that to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So big effort here needed by the West Indies Academy bowlers. They need to be full and straight, give themselves every opportunity. They're not going to restrict the Sri Lanka batsman. It's played just wide of, and that's sloppy again. It was played just wide of Rivaldo Clark there in the short extra cover region. Flung the return back unnecessarily, and the man on the deep backward square boundary couldn't retrieve it quickly enough. They take 2. So Wickramasinghe goes to 44. It's 154 for 3. Smith in again, short, pulled through mid-wicket handsomely by the tall, lanky Lankan in Wickramasinghe. He moves on to 48. 158 for 3.
Pushing.
Too short, Vernon.
Yeah, pushing hopefully the 5th half century of this championship. And I think Smith just has to be careful. Can't get carried away. It's gonna be under money. Just come back and concentrate. Just build pressure, build pressure. You build pressure by attacking the stumps.
Put on some 89 now for the 4th wicket. One played wide of Jordan Johnson there, who seems to be carrying something, not moving too freely there at mid-on.
50 to the young man, Terry.
50 to Ahan Wickramasinghe. That's back-to-back 50s.
Wickramasinghe, 50 deliveries. Well played in the process. 8 runs out the over so far.
Yeah, just too short, Nico Smith. So 50 to Wickramasinghe, 70 to Dhananjaya, 160 for 3, 78 required.
It's almost like a stroll in the park now. Yes. 78 of 116 balls.
No pressure whatsoever on Sri Lanka. That's cut away, backward a point in the air, but quite safe. They take another 2. So good positive stuff after the water break by the Sri Lankan batsman.
Might have been a message that came out from the coach.
Could have been.
91 run partnership, so it's time to set yourself some targets. Let's finish this game in the next 10 overs.
Yep. Up the tempo. Wickramasinghe moves on to 52. 10 runs off the over.
Sri Lankans have certainly enjoyed themselves in Antigua and Barbuda. Great hospitality.
It's short again and again, pulled through the mid-wicket area, but went a lot squarer this time, so deep backward square could come around and restrict that to 1. So 11 off the over. At the end of 31 overs, Sri Lanka emerging players 163 for 3. Wickramasinghe has moved on to 53. Dhananjaya is on 70. Ruining the opportunity of getting rid of Dhananjaya when he was single figures early in his innings. Put down by Rivaldo Clark. He's made the most of it, that's for sure. He's been out there since the start of the innings. Faced 102 deliveries for his 70. 75 more required at 3.95, going well over 5 runs to the over at the moment. 5.26 they're going at, 3.95 required here on in. It's going to be a change at the Sir Andy Roberts end as Rivaldo Clark with his off breaks will replace McKinney Clark. He's coming round the wicket to the right-handed Wickramasinghe, who just plays that quietly up to long on. Stroll through for another single. Moves to 54, 164 for 3. Clark staying around the wicket to the left-handed Dhananjaya. Dropping Eddie Bishop there for the West Indies Academy. Batsman was well home, and it's ricocheted into the onside. They pick up 2. So Dhananjaya moves to 72, 166 for 3, and over number 32.
Many times I think Angela Matthews is going to retire from the game.
Well, it's supposed to be permanent this time, isn't it?
Certainly he will be. Played 119 test matches, 8,214 runs, average of 44.40, so you never know, maybe that's what he had. He had 1600s and 45 50s. So you never know, maybe he just decided to, significant number, talking about Angela Matthews, 226 ODIs, 90 T20 internationals, 181 first-class games, 296 list A games. Here at the stadium, Sri Lanka cruising, 169 for 3, 32 overs bowled. So,
Yes, they're doing
I know you asked why would somebody retire, but
halfway
there we
through
go.
a 2-match series, that's all I asked. Why would you say, listen, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll play the first match, but then I'll retire.
Yeah. But he's always had a run-in as well, too, with the authorities there, the cricket authorities. He's been very outspoken as well, too.
You can say that about the majority of the 11. McKinney Clark has swapped ends, places Nico Smith from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
So England closing the day Terry on 209 for 3. The man himself, Jasprit Bumrah, dismissing Root. He's got 3 for 48. Sent Root back for 28. Duckett 62. Crawley 4. It's now down to Ollie Pope, who scored an even 100. So we've had 400s in 2 days. That's got to be a road, man. They're batting on the Yorkshire Road in England. Headingly there.
Yeah, true. Clark into Wickramasinghe short again, pulled through mid-wicket, 4 runs.
Yeah,
they need to be full.
Just doesn't have that pace. And to me, he looked a lot more comfortable bowling from the Andy Roberts end rather than from the Curtly Ambrose end. I know Bishop is trying to switch around his bowlers, but certainly not working out here at all.
Brings up the 100 partnership, 103 of 114 between Wickramasinghe, who's on 59, and Dhananjaya, who's on 75. So 103 unbroken so far for the 4th wicket.
Yeah. The
64 needed.
The end of this over, Terry and Mali will most likely either win the game for the West Indies, or Sri Lanka might just get home before the 50 overs. Oh,
that's intelligent
class.
batting. Again, and takes off for the 2. Good running as well. Direct hit, made it interesting, but he was home, I'd say. Been a few close calls today.
It has been. And I indicated to you about the fitness levels. It's beginning to take a toll on some of the West Indies Academy players. Their home base at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Yeah.
Bang, just got the bat across the line. 61 he's on, 176 for 3.
They need 62 off 105 balls.
Waited
Clobbered.
on that, played it nicely through the cover region.
Nathan Edwards comes around.
Cover point.
Big, powerful return. Good take there by
again.
Clark. He seems upset with somebody.
2 more.
I think the fielder down at third man, he maybe didn't feel that the fielder got to the ball a lot quicker than he should have. Already you got 9 off this over. And 78 for 3.
Clark in again to Wickramasinghe, and it's a full toss, and that might have been over waist high.
I think it's a no ball.
Yeah, no ball. Another free hit.
He just needed to get back on the ball there. Physio coming out again. What has happened?
Now?
That's got to be
everything, didn't it?
That's got to be an old injury. That can't be a new injury. Or he's aggravated because he missed that. Maybe he might have hurt his hand, Terry. I don't know.
Doing what?
Maybe he would have got up. I'm trying to figure it out myself. Are these some tactics to slow the game down? Because he's holding his hand. Could be cramp, Terry. Never know. Physio's come out with some treatment. She's maybe going to get out the eye spray.
Does it work though?
The cold spray, the ice spray, everything. They have so many things now, Terry. He's gonna be good in 15 seconds, Terry. Look at this.
He's gonna be good when they remind him he's got a free hit.
You see how refresh he is, Terry?
Yeah, look at him.
Just put this towel back there to his teammate, and he's going to determine what's going to be happening. The partnership is 108, and the academy needs to find their footing, need to find their rhythm. They need to break this partnership. If they do, they're in the game. They're in the jackpot. 9 runs out of the over so far, plus a free hit. So McKenny Clark put under some real pressure here. In over number 33, with Sri Lanka needing 59 in 104. Remember, the West Indies were bowled over for 237. O'Gee's 66, Colin Boyne took it 55, Vivala Clark 51, and Nathan Edwards 25. 5 half centuries have been scored so far. Free hit.
Oh, it's going to be another one. And now we're going to go through the same thing. Now, that one did hit his glove. I'll give him that. 2 in a row.
He's done.
Can't bowl.
He's done.
Got to go. Unfortunate for young McKenny Clark.
Ooh.
But that one slammed into the glove.
Woo! I don't know. I think he would have been better off bowling a short ball. From his hand straight into the glove.
I'll take responsibility. I said they needed to be full and straight. I didn't mean that full low.
Oh my.
So now West Indies Academy
A down a bowler.
Short.
Yeah. Joel Andrew maybe can roll his hand over. Jordan Johnson, he took and rolled his hand over. Akeem O'Geese.
What about the captain himself?
He can roll his hand over. Well, he is don't think Teddy will be bowling today. I just gave you the 3 options.
So the physio's back on, but he's up a lot quicker this time.
He maybe can't wait for the tour to finish.
He's had a reasonable tour. I mean, he made a duck in the first innings of the first match. Since then, been doing well.
Yeah.
It's been a good business opportunity for him too, as Marley and I named a bar that he can go and open when he gets back home. The Lanky Lankans.
The Lanky. Maybe we can even maybe open that. We can
Here.
pattern that here and have it here as well too. We have a lot of oh, no, we got a lot of Indians here. They will certainly support. So
Teddy gonna bowl, see?
So Teddy will finish you over? Just got well, he's got to bowl one of the free hits, right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You got to get through that first. Meanwhile, Wickramasinghe is still shaking his hand.
He certainly won't be shaking. He looks up and he sees Teddy Bishop is going to be bowling.
A free hit.
He'll be relishing this one. Knows that it would not be McKenny Clark. It would not be Edwards. There's no Pittman. I think the field has to remain the same. Was Jordan Johnson back on the boundary? The field should remain the same.
Supposed to remain the same.
Why? No. Why is the field being changed?
Yeah.
The field should not be changed.
So the man on the
Was the sweeper
on
inside
the
the
cover point boundary
inside?
had to come back up into the circle.
No, I think
they're sending him out again.
I think the sweeper was outside.
I think you were right. I think it was Johnson that's gone back. But now they're bringing
Somebody, I know somebody was out. I mean, I find that strange that nobody was concentrating. Oh gosh!
Now they're bringing him back again.
That's the problem. The non-strike. Yeah, but he can.
He's not
Could he
gonna
not
bowl
finish
it
you
over.
over? Oh, it makes sense. Good observation, Mari.
If the game of cricket, Vernon, is not complicated enough, we certainly do our best to further complicate it for people who.
We're looking.
Yes.
We're listening.
So the upshot of it is because the seamer was on, the seamer has to replace him. So Edward.
Well, in the
has
context,
taken the ball.
in the context of, I think Mali made a very important point.
Yeah,
The
and
field placing,
the field
because the
placing.
long on needs to go up. Yeah, I thought Edwards wasn't him. Johnson was in.
Yeah.
Now we look like
All
we
right.
have the real field now.
There we go.
Took a long time. It finally has happened.
And he slams it through mid-wickets. Man on the boundary restricts it to 1. So after all that, it was worth 1. The free hits, 64. Wickramasinghe, 181 for 3. Sri Lanka.
All right. So the partnership is 110, 181 for 3. 3 half centuries in the West Indies Academy innings, 2 so far in the Sri Lankan Emerging Academy innings. So we got 5. Would bet against somebody getting 100. Turned into the square leg area, they get 1. So Terry, some more comments from you at the end of 33, 181 for 3, and Mali Richards will join you to wrap this game up.
Yes, the longest over there with a couple of the series, yes. With a couple of free hits in that. And unfortunately, McKenny Clark cannot continue bowling with 2 over the waist, no balls called in a row. So Wickramasinghe's on 64. He's on 64 of 61. Dhananjay is on strike, 76 of 107. 182 for 3 after 33. 56 more required. Good afternoon, Mali Richards.
Good afternoon, Vern. I mean, Terry, sorry. It's contagious.
Classic comment of the day goes to Marley Richards. Ronaldo
Terry.
Clark continuing. Played easily.
Well, I was going to say they're absolutely cruising.
Yes, no pressure whatsoever.
The Lankans, this partnership, it's really taken the game away from the West Indies Academy here. Had really no answers. They've thrown everything at them. And in these conditions, it must be said, with those 22 wasted deliveries, along with the amount of dot balls that we saw in that West Indies Academy innings, really should have been a 300 plus score in these conditions.
Should have been, for sure. Or at least 280.
280
or so.
plus.
Yep, yep. Round the wicket, Clark to the right-handed Wickrama Singer just paddles that round the corner for another easy single. And I think with the bowling, it seems to just been a tad too short too often here this afternoon.
And without that real scoreboard pressure for the batters, especially in this partnership, it's been a bit too easy. A bit academic, really, just good professional batting.
Yeah, they picked the balls they wanted to hit, left the ones that they wanted to leave.
Haven't tried too much.
Just worked it round the ground nicely.
Thought Mackenzie struggled today. He did, didn't he?
Yeah, he didn't find his right length either.
It's a valuable experience for him. Similar to a Joshua Bishop up against really good players of spin here. Not just bowling against a typical West Indian player now who at times struggles against the turning ball.
True. So Roberto Clark's over comes to an end. Sri Lanka emerging players 184 for 3 after 34. Dhananjaya 77 and Wickrama Singer on 65. Looks like we're going to have spin from both ends as Joshua Bishop will take up the attack from this, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. 54 needed off 96 deliveries for Sri Lanka to take a 1-0 lead in this 3-match 50 overs series. A short fine leg, short third man, backward point, all inside the circle, short extra cover, mid off, inside the circle as well, and he just places that out to the sweeper on the cover point boundary for an easy single.
I was speaking earlier with Vernon about this being a valuable experience in terms of Teddy Bishop's leadership, this West Indies Academy team. I think what he'll learn from this is he can't afford to let the limited overs game meander. You've always got to be trying to find creative ways in which you can pick up wickets, because wickets really set back that team in terms of looking to post imposing totals.
You did right, Marley, in the white ball game, both formats really. It's wickets that tend to win you matches more often than not, because, as you say, it slows up the scoring and also bowl teams out
exactly
for less than what you've made.
And in that process, what it does, it brings a new batter to the crease. It takes him a bit of time in which to get acclimatized. You can sneak some dot balls, some low-scoring overs in.
Yeah, and if they can,
adds to the pressure.
Exactly. And if you can have a spinner like Bishop who gets through his overs rather quickly, that also amounts to pressure. Batsmen haven't got time to settle. Next minute he's in your face again.
For sure. We saw Matthews almost play a sort of role, especially with new ball in hand.
And that was the interesting ploy too, because you very, very rarely see that in a one-day match. 20 overs, yeah, spinner opening the bowling from one end, but
I think
he bowled well, 3 for 40 on his 10.
What you see is that they gave the movers of the ball every opportunity with that new ball. So Lakshan, obviously, that peach of a delivery to Jewel Andrew.
Using his feet, Wickramasinghe, high, wide, handsome, over, long on, 6 more. Moves into the 70s, he's on 75.
Yeah, that one was floated up by Joshua Bishop.
And they're saying he got too many men outside the circle. And they're only allowed 4.
They're counting for umpire Wilson.
And he's going to call it. So another no ball. So just getting a bit lackadaisical here, the West Indies Academy.
Leadership of Teddy Bishop. We spoke about it, key in the limited over format. Things happen fast. You've got to be ahead of the game.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, though, Marley, because I want to ask you. We spoke to Coach Ramesh last week, and he was saying, he backs Teddy Bishop, believes in Teddy Bishop as Joshua Bishop bowls the free hit, slammed over, top of mid-off into the boundary for 4. So the free hit pays dividends for Wickramasinghe and Sri Lanka emerging, but he was saying that he supports him. He believes he's got good strategy and backs the majority decision, which is nothing wrong with that. But just my personal opinion on Teddy Bishop as a player, I think his batting would improve, his overall game would improve without that responsibility.
You think so? And obviously we talk a lot about the game. I disagree. I think with the personality of a Teddy Bishop, the responsibility is what will help in that development. I think he's a type of personality you can't allow to just hide. He's got to be one where he's accountable. And I think with that responsibility, maybe at times a little lackadaisical or whatever, but given that responsibility, he has to account for others.
200 up for Sri Lanka.
Not just himself.
Right. No, that's fair enough. But they looked at a couple this season, didn't they? Because Hakeem Ogis captained a couple of matches, and
it's the loss of Naeem Young.
Similar, right? But a very hard person to replace as captain, I think. I think Naeem Young is a very good studier of the game, and a good all-round cricketer.
Yes. They really struggled to replace that leadership.
Definitely.
It's taken them a little while. They've been trusted Teddy Bishop. I think he's grown into the role. He's looking a lot more comfortable in the role now. I think he's helped, he's helped adequately.
Knock last week.
Yes.
That's
and we spoke about that. We spoke about just how important a knock that was for Teddy. But I think he's ably helped by Carlin Bowen Tuckett, Hakeem Ogis as well. That seems to be the little leadership group tactically on the field.
True.
Josh Bishop.
But the only reason why I was saying that about Teddy Bishop is because he just keeps in his shell type thing with bat in hand at this stage of his career. You'd just like to see him be a bit more aggressive.
Okay, I understand from that perspective. You like to see him just free himself up a little bit.
Right.
I think personally I've seen that a bit from Teddy Bishop on the start, on the come up. It's a bit more rash. Obviously he's had technical issues, especially with the swinging ball. I think he's gotten a little better, a little more solid against that. So I hear what you're saying as well. It can be quite constricting leadership role. Choosing to go slightly lower arm there, maybe taking a page out of the book of the slingers from Sri Lanka there, Rivaldo Clark.
Not a bad idea, but Dhananjaya was up to the task. 205 for 3 at the end of the 36th. And Dhananjaya is on 81. Wickramasinghe's
He's
caught
caught
him
up,
now.
yeah.
He's on 80 now.
At one point I thought, okay, it's going to be Nippon that's got the chance for 100 here, but Ihan is going to give him a run for his money.
Definitely 80 of just the 68 deliveries. 33 more required for Sri Lanka emerging.
And as you said, Terry, he played quite well in that 4-day series, didn't he? Looked assured. It was delivered from quite a way behind that front crease there by Josh Bishop.
Good running again by Wickramasinghe. Moves to 81, so they're both on 81 now. Yeah, Wickramasinghe always looks very assured at the crease, like he's in control, because I think he tries his best as that's cut upish. Avoids backward point though, and they can pick up another one. Because he tends to keep things basic and just plays each ball, or tries to play each ball on its merit.
And if you think Dhananjaya, Lakshan, he's still to come, Sohan De Oliveira, two stroke makers, gotta say it's a pretty strong batting lineup this for the Sri Lankan emerging team in this format of the game. If you think of what we saw from De Oliveira in the 4-day series, his game looks tailored for the white ball format. Straight as an arrow, but not quite out the middle of the bat. Thought maybe he got a bit more of that one. 2 runs nonetheless.
But they put him up the order today, and he got a good one from Edward, so that was encouraging for West Indies Academy. But you're right, overall though, they have a stronger team.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, De Oliveira, he did get nicked off, didn't he? Sorry, it's Lakshan, I meant to say. He's got stroke making ability as well.
The thing that impressed me about Lakshan this morning with ball in hand,
Yes.
he stayed over the wicket to the left-handers and was causing them trouble. Down the wicket, high and over, long on, completes the over with a 6, does Wickramasinghe, edging ever closer to that 100.
Once again, just floated up from Joshua Bishop. Spoke about how good these Sri Lankans are against spin, especially in these conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Not too much turn available.
No. Never take a leaf out of the Sri Lankan spinners' books and ball it more into the wicket. 217 for 3, just 21 more required. 12 more for Wickramasinghe to bring up his century. And 15 more for Dhananjaya to bring up his.
And I think one of the disappointing things of this match so far, from a West Indian perspective, just how the Sri Lankans have assessed and adapted to the conditions here a lot faster, a lot better than the West Indies team here at home.
Well said, Bobby. Yep, most definitely. That's been the key for their success today. They adapted.
We saw it in
quick.
the field. Even it was the second spell from who was it? I think it was Vijay Singh. Yes.
Yes.
Was Vijay Singh when he changed ends. And from there, they were right on the money in terms of their lengths. Knew exactly where they wanted the West Indian batters to hit.
Slashed through covers, and the sweeper can't stop it. 4 more to Wickramasinghe. The back foot from it. A shortish delivery there by Micah McKenzie. Hasn't found his rhythm today. 150 now the partnership worth for the 4th wicket. 151 to be exact, off 147. Wickramasinghe goes to 92.
Real match-winning performance. Our partnership from this pair.
Absolutely. 16 needed now. So Mackenzie into Wickramasinghe. Again short. Again cut through that cover region. Just a single this time. Moves to 93.
I think that time in which we saw the Sri Lankans really make their move. Chooses to go to Googly, a bit too wide there. Mackenzie. He's been a bit too inconsistent with his lines and lengths in particular.
Pitch that one up, driven over. Mid off for two.
I think the opportunity for the West Indies Academy was just when McKenny Clark was bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end, starting to find a bit of pace and bounce, choosing not to pad that slip region, choosing not to really attack in that situation.
He looked a lot better, as Vernon said, from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Did.
Changed ends and it cost him.
As
That's
he
pulled
picked, he
straight
has.
to deep mid-wicket. The breakthrough comes. Could be too little too late, though, with just 12 required. But a top innings there by Dhananjaya. Made the most of his early let-off. Holds out to deep mid-wicket off the bowling of Micah Mackenzie for 88. Sri Lanka emerging players lose their fourth. They're 226 for 4 in the 38th.
Yeah, this mammoth partnership of 153 comes to an end. Dhananjaya just the toe of the bat on that one. Short delivery from Micah Mackenzie. Once again looking to target the short side, but didn't quite execute on the stroke. Fourth wicket's down, but it's going to be academic from here. 155 to be exact, the partnership of the 150 deliveries. Yeah. Mackenzie, his first list day wicket. He won't really be too bothered how they come. It'll be in a losing effort. But once again, development. The West Indies Academy, these young guys developing in real time. And Micah Mackenzie will be a lot better for this experience that he'll get here in this series, especially against very good players of spin who read the ball from the hand, are early, can pick a length. No real amount of turn intimidates them because they're accustomed to that.
Exactly. And that was a very well constructed match-winning partnership. Better than a runner ball. Wickramasinghe needs 7 for his 100. Sri Lanka need 12 to win. He's not on strike. Will his captain give up the strike for him? Just has to play out one delivery. Mackenzie into Lakshan. And he plays that out. So Wickramasinghe will be on strike. 7 away from his century. Sri Lanka emerging players 12 away from victory. They're 226 for 4 after 38.
The Sri Lankans are almost cruising down the highway now. Just 1 run required per over, as Vernon likes to say. 12 singles.
But he called it early today.
Yeah.
He said they only need 238 singles.
Wickramasinghe, though, he's looking to end this with a flourish.
He wants his century.
Will Bishop float up
Why
another
not?
one? I sense arm ball here. Oh, full toss, hammered through the
3-4.
covers.
4 more.
So he's
97.
just 3 away now, Wickramasinghe. It's close to being another no ball there. Just one hit away now, the Sri Lankan. No, still 2 hits away, 8 required, sorry. Goes more classical this time if he gets through the gap. It's 4.
There it is.
100 for Ehan Wickramasinghe. The lanky Lankan has stamped his authority here at the North Sound. Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Beautiful cover drive, bringing up that 100. 101 of just the 76 deliveries. His third 100 at this level, Terry.
Third 100. His best is 112. For the 23-year-old, well played. Chanceless knock. Played well from the minute he came in.
What I liked about that is just look to time that one.
He times one more and the game will be done.
Normally at this stage you see batters looking to really launch themselves into strokes.
True.
He just kept his composure, used the pace of Bishop.
Like Dhananjaya for that matter. That held out at mid-wicket, turns that one back with a square for a single. So he gives the strike to his captain. Says, go on, Skip, we need 3. You got 1 ball. It's been a good professional display both in the field and with the bat by Sri Lanka emerging players today. West Indies Academy will learn a lot from it though. It's hammered down to Jordan Johnson at mid-off to complete the over. So 235 for 4 off 39. Wickramasinghe, as Marley Richards told you, completing his 3rd List A century. 102 he is now of 78 deliveries. And Sri Lanka emerging just 3 runs away from victory.
Yeah, Joshua Bishop bowling his full quota here today. 10 overs for 67, gone wicketless again. It must be said, kudos to the Sri Lankan batters in particular. Well, it's been a fantastic all-round performance from them.
Definitely.
Led by the bowlers in the field when things were looking to really go off the rails. They struck back.
Turned into the onside by Wickramasinghe. They're thinking of 2, coming back for the second after hurry.
Direct hit, he's gone, he should be gone.
He's gone, yes, he's run himself out. Good piece of fielding there by Nathan Edward. Fired the return back in.
We'll have the good vantage point of it here, side on. He was quick in off that boundary.
And bang.
Wickramasinghe well out of his crease. Go back one tiny frame there, Jace. Have a look at this. Was it a direct hit? I think it was, but the gloves did make contact with the stumps as well. But we can't see if it was stumps first, if it was ball on stumps or glove on stumps. At the end of the day, no DRS here. Umpire puts his finger up. Joel Wilson.
And to be fair, umpire Wilson was in
the best
position. We're looking from behind the keeper. He was in front of the keeper at point. So Wickramasinghe's fantastic innings comes to an end. He's run out for
102.
102. Sri Lanka lose their 5th. They're just 2 runs away from victory.
Yeah, 10 fours and 2 sixes for Wickramasinghe. That strike rate 131.
To be fair, his captain didn't want to come back. Let his captain hit the winning runs, Marley.
Yeah.
Taken a nice not out.
He called, he was coming to the danger end.
Exactly. Would have added to that 27 or so average he's got in List A cricket. And strung back straight to the bowler. So just the 2 required for victory for Sri Lanka emerging. batsman is Fernando. Punches that to short extra cover, but can't beat Drew Landrew.
That's a good delivery, that, from Micah McKenzie. Still something for him to find going into the next game. Just any sense of rhythm or feel good will do him.
Down the leg side, called wide.
Just needs to take something into the next match. Something he can feel comfortable about. He's already picked up his maiden list A wicket.
He's called over. I think there's a ball left. He just called wide, so I don't see how you can call over and call wide at the same time, Marley.
Which a wide would mean that game's over, no?
All right.
Or still
They've
one
sorted it out
delivery
now.
remaining. Okay.
3 deliveries remaining.
Well, according to our graphics here, but may just be 5, really.
Anyway, scores a level, 1 to win.
Wouldn't matter if he just knocks this for a single, no, would it?
Mackenzie into Fernando. He goes for the big hit, catches the bottom end of the bat, but that will do through backward square for the single. Sri Lanka emerging players take a comprehensive victory in this first of 3 50 overs contests against West Indies Academy. Sri Lanka emerging players win by 5 wickets to take a 1-0 lead in the series.
Yeah, very comprehensive performance that from the Sri Lanka emerging team. Both in the field and with the bat. They've just been better than the West Indies Academy. They've been better in all facets of the game. They've just been outplayed, really. The West Indies Academy. For long periods of that first innings, it was very competitive. And they were batting, but those regular wickets that the Sri Lankans took just kept pegging back the West Indies Academy. In the end, bowled out 46.2 overs, leaving some 22 deliveries unused. That in itself has come back to haunt the West Indies Academy, losing by 5 wickets. And that massive partnership between Nipun and Wickramasinghe, 155 off 150 deliveries. You get partnerships like that more often than not, you'll end up on the winning side.
Yes, most definitely. It was an excellent partnership and what turned into be a match-winning partnership. But I think you summed it up earlier, Marley, when you said they simply adapted to the conditions. New ground for them. They would not have seen the ground apart from a couple of training sessions. And they adapted quickly, firstly in the field, and then they lost a couple of early wickets to be 29 for 2 in the 5th over. But once that partnership got going, that was the end of that. So I'll just take you through the cards. West Indies Academy this morning won the toss, and Teddy Bishop elected to bat first. Kim August made 66. Drew Landrew went for 2. Teddy Bishop himself for 7. Jordan Johnson for 2. Carlin Bowen Tuckett 55 or 53 deliveries. He's maiden list A half century. Rivaldo Clark 51. Josh Bishop 9. Nathan Edward 25. McKenny Clark 4. Renico Smith 1. Micah McKenzie playing in his first list A match. Naught not out. 237 all out. There were 15 extras in that. 237 all out of 46.2 overs. West Indies Academy. Bowling for Sri Lanka emerging players. Chaveen Matthew, 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 40. Dhananjaya Lakshan, captain, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26. Ravindu Fernando, 7.2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 37. Chamindu Vijayasinghe, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 30. Thilam Sadira, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 56. And Garuka Sanket, 9 overs, no maidens, 3 for 40.
The slinger.
The slinger, yes, doing the damage. So 237 all out, West Indies Academy, and chasing 238 for victory. Sri Lanka emerging players ended on 238 for 5 off 39.4 overs. Magnificent partnership of 155 between opener Nopan Dhananjaya, who made 88 of 125 deliveries. The real standout for the day was Ahan Wickramasinghe run himself out for 103 with just 3 runs required for victory. Made 103 of just the 79 deliveries, 10 fours and 2 sixes. And that was the partnership that broke the back of the chase and saw Sri Lanka home by 5 wickets. 2 wickets for Nathan Edward, the first 2 to fall, 7.2 overs, no maidens, 2 for 44, and a wicket each to McKenny Clark and Micah Mackenzie. So victory here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for Sri Lanka emerging players. They take a 1-0 lead after winning the match by 5 wickets. 1-0 lead in the 3-match series. And on behalf of Marley Richards, Vernon Springer, myself, Terry Laraji, Jason and Danny on Cricket 360. We'll be back on Tuesday, 9:30 in the morning, or about 9:25, with live ball-by-ball action for you for the second 50-over match between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka emerging players. Until then, enjoy the rest of your weekend and stay safe.